Es ist gut. Todos os buenos viven. Okay, there we go.
And what? Can you remember when that 50-over game was?
Yes, I can. I can tell you exactly because. Oh, sorry. Well, it was 2015.
I think I was going to say 2015, wasn't it? And it
yeah,
was,
and
you won
by 9 wickets.
Yeah, it was a very one-sided encounter, but it was a dead rubber anyway, wasn't it? Both sides. Thrashed out. Did you see the?
Are we good on the?
Were you doing it back in 2007?
No. I've been doing it for 6 years. So 2014 was my first year. So this is. You have been going rather longer.
Yeah, but no, doing various things. I was a scorer for different years, from 69 to 83.
69.
Yeah.
So
I
you
celebrated
went through the glory years and.
Yeah. I scored the 1975 World Cup final for BBC World Service. I was number 2 to go from. In those glorious days when we had scores.
Yeah. I'm quite happy doing an overreach.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine.
Most
Yeah.
people seem to these days.
I thought we were almost instructed to, weren't we?
Were we?
Were you on the commentator's call?
Yeah, I think I wasn't probably listening. Martin Emerson will probably stop.
It's Adam Langford, I think.
Oh, was he?
The standard with the video over players. Various people objected.
So I think it's like to do sort of 20 minutes. And
I don't mind.
These days, when
easy
there's just
either
two of
side.
us, and there's no, it's quite hard to get a third voice in terms of who's who. It's a long day.
It is. Especially if they control their own slowly because of 47.
Well, we've had 8 days of cricket. 4 of them have finished at 7 o'clock. 2 of them have finished at 7:15. So I'm afraid it might be a long one. I don't know how Somerset are, but
Somerset last year were very
good.
timely.
Okay.
This year, not so much. Jack Leach is taking an age to bowl.
Is he?
I don't know whether this is just something he's learned in India, or whether he's got first signs of recovering hips and so he is tossing the ball from hand to hand at the back of his run. He didn't bowl very well in the second innings against Gloucestershire.
Be a bit here for him later on. They're trying to get a bit, because we have a left-arm spinner called Uptonsteel. He's now vice captain. They're going to pick the decided who's going to play Redmond full stop. There hasn't been a sniff instead of 2 wickets were played on so far.
What have the wickets been like sort of historically here? I mean, in the last 4 or 5 years.
Very good. Batting. Occasionally, when Andrew McDonald was head coach, and then we had a bats, we left a lot of grass on so that they can nip it around. Looks to be a little bit behind, actually, doesn't it?
Well, Marcus Harris spent 2
turn.
seasons in Somerset,
Well,
playing for Taunton.
He's got a curious accent. Have you heard him?
No, I
Because,
haven't,
you know, he
no.
was born in Leeds and was in Leeds in his first team. And you can hear the loiner in him, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Also the Perth boy as well.
Opening the innings against Bottom, he and Tom Abel put on 147.
Well, they're old friends.
Yeah.
Do you give out your Twitter?
Yeah.
Contact you by Twitter?
And Kim.
All one word.
Yeah.
Mine's
At Rich M-Ray.
That was BBC Radio Somerset or BBC
BBC Radio Somerset.
Ditto us. So.
They changed the name without telling me.
Oh, was it Somerset? Just Somerset?
It was BBC Somerset up until about probably a year ago.
Oh.
6 months ago. When they brought in all those new jingles, you remember? The ones that we used? The new sort of package of station idents. And at the same time they changed it to Radio Somerset. I think probably because the people who did the idents thought it was Radio Somerset many years ago. So they had to change the name in order to fit the audience.
He's played for Scarborough, Marcus Harris, as well, but that's Scarborough, Australia.
It is Scarborough, Australia.
Rather than my neck of the woods.
He's a Langer protege.
Well, good morning everybody, welcome to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. A glorious day here in the East Midlands for the first day of this LV Insurance County Championship match between Leicestershire and Somerset, brought to you by BBC Radio's Leicester and Somerset. Anthony Gibson, as ever, for BBC Radio Somerset, myself, Richard Ray, for BBC Radio Leicester. The news from the middle is that Leicestershire have won the toss, and the captain, Colin Ackerman, splendidly decked out in his Leicestershire blazer and cap, chose to bat first, and marching briskly to the wicket ahead of his younger partner. Say younger, I'm not actually quite sure, he might be about the same age actually, is Leicestershire's new signing, Marcus Harris, Australia international, and Hassan Azad. So two left-handers will be opening the batting for the Foxes today. Not a cloud, as I say, in the Leicestershire sky. It is cool, but in the sun it is lovely as well. The pitch, little tinge of green. Hopefully, if you're watching on the stream, you'll see that. But I think essentially it'll be good. If Leicestershire can get through the morning, they'll be reasonably confident of setting a decent first innings score. Anthony, very warm welcome back to Leicester for the first time for rather a long time.
What is it, 6 years, I think, isn't it?
It is.
Since Somerset played Leicestershire here in the 50 over competition. I'm not sure what it was called back in.
Yeah, was it the Royal London Cup back then? I
No,
don't suppose
think
it was
but,
really.
Anyway, it's a great pleasure to be back here. It's the most beautiful day.
And Craig Overton is going to open the bowling for Somerset from the pavilion end. He's going to be bowling to Hassan Azad. He bowls to Azad, who plays just inside the line of that one, as his wont. Lets it go through. Decent carry through to the wicket-keeper. Spent most of last week obviously watching Craig's brother Jamie pound in for Surrey, or it seemed like most of last week.
Yeah,
very flat Surrey wicket.
Craig isn't quite as quick as Jamie, but temperamentally he's not dissimilar.
Right. Nor in build. In he goes and bowls to Azad, who's forward just outside off stump, pushing the ball out into the covers. And there is no run. 4 slips. 4 slips and a gully. There's the field behind the batsman for Azad. Otherwise we have mid-wicket, almost. Trying to cover both square leg and mid-wicket. Mid-on, mid-off, wide, as ever. Point and a long leg, really, rather than fine leg. Overton is in and bowling very full, clipped neatly by Azad. He's going to pick up a couple of runs, pushed it towards mid-wicket. It's only going to be a couple. He didn't put too much weight into the shot very early days, but obviously Azad at the moment, very much a man in form.
Indeed, and it was interesting. I took part in a radio programme, the Radio Leicestershire cricket show, on Tuesday evening, and he was saying that he was hoping to broaden his range of stroke play rather than just batting time.
Overton in to him outside off stump, moves away, decent again amount of carry through to the keeper.
And my
Stephen
comment on
Davis
that was
takes
that Somerset wishing that they had fewer stroke players and a few more batsmen who could bat time. That's what they're lacking at the moment.
Yes, Leicestershire listeners will have heard that with a certain amount of, well, mixed feelings, shall we say. They're perfectly happy for him to bat time as things are, and not to get him. So I'll talk about that in maybe at the change of overs. In goes Overton and bowls to Azad, who's leaning forward with an angled bat, playing it down into the ground, comes off the thick outside part of the bat and squirts along the ground towards third slip.
Do you want to know who the slips are?
Yes, let's see.
James Hildreth at first slip.
Right.
Lewis Gregory at second slip, although when the bowling's from the Bennett end, it'll be Craig Overton.
Yeah.
Tom Abel at third and Tom Lammonby at fourth, and it's Tom Lammonby who'll drop out when Overton comes in.
In goes Overton and bowls. Again, he plays inside the line of that one. You'll get used to it. Sometimes it looks as though, a little bit like Mark Cosgrove. Cosgrove used to do it absolutely on purpose to annoy the bowler, but obviously Azad, who's spent a fair amount of time out in the middle with the great Australian, deliberately sometimes just plays inside the line. End of the over, not too much movement. There was some carry, a couple of deliveries went through at a decent pace to Davies, but very early days. At the end of the first over, Leicestershire are 2 without loss.
Yes, it's going to be interesting to see Marcus Harris, and he is by no means an unknown quantity to several of these Somerset players, because he spent 2 seasons playing club cricket for Taunton in Somerset.
Now we'll be doing updates for the BBC Radio Leicester FM channel throughout the game, so apologies about that if you're listening in Somerset on the stream, but you'll just hear me every half hour burst into a quick update. Here comes the first, hopefully before the first ball of Davies over. And Leicestershire won the toss. They've chosen to bat on a glorious day down here at Grace Road. The new signing, Marcus Harris, is at the crease. He's about to face his first ball from Josh Davey. He's opening with Hassan Azad as Sam Evans has failed a concussion test. Leicestershire have won the toss, as I say, chosen to bat, and they're looking to go big their first innings. They're 2 without loss.
And good that, well, I think it's good anyway, that Josh Davey is opening the bowling in harness with Craig Overton. They were very, very effective in the Bob Willis Trophy last season, and but against Gloucestershire, for some reason, they gave the new ball to Lewis Gregory, who bowled very well, as this is a defensive shot back to the bowler. He's not tall, Marcus Harris. As I was saying, he played 2 seasons down in Somerset for Taunton Cricket Club, that is, and they were in 2010, and he came back in 2015, and in 2010, playing for Taunton against Potton, he and Tom Abel, who is the Somerset captain of course, added 147 for the first wicket, opening the batting together. So Davies in and bowls to Harris. Oh, and taken on the pad, not playing a shot. Maybe a little bit high. I don't know. It was a risky thing to do.
Yeah, he's not a tall man, but it was above the pad. So immediately, umpire. Now they're roughly the same. No, they're not the same height. It's Tim Robinson is at the far end, at the Bennett end. So he was the one who turned down that appeal. Rob Bailey is standing at square leg.
4 slips: Hildreth, Overton, Gregory and Abel. As Davey is in from the Bennett end, is there and bowls. That's whipped away through the onside, but only down to Longleg, who is George Bartlett down there. There's no run. Beautiful day. Not a cloud in the sky. Literally not a cloud in the sky. We're in what? The southern part of Leicester?
We are. We're in the Aylestone district of Leicester, about a mile from the city centre, which you can see behind our commentary box. You can see the football and the rugby ground and the city centre, but no, we're in the suburbs. The trees just coming into leaf, which is rather nice to see. They weren't, saying a fortnight ago, opening a game against Hampshire, it all looked rather bleak, but now it's beginning to look rather picturesque.
Here's Davy again in bowls. Oh, takes it inside edge onto pad. Good delivery from Davy. He's obviously just getting the ball to come in towards the left-handers.
Yeah, a little bit of shape there for him. Azad in good nick. I mentioned he made a really fine, unbeaten, big century in the second innings against Surrey last week, 144 not out, having scored 55 and looked very comfortably in the first. So he's very much one of Leicester's bright hopes for the future.
Is Davy round the wicket to Azad. And that comes right back in, goes down the leg side, but sharp movement off the seam there for Josh Davy, showing why he has been preferred to Lewis Gregory to open the bowling with Craig Overton. End of the second over, it's 3 without loss, Leicestershire.
Yeah, nice little bit of a bounce there. Leicestershire, most of them are fairly small. Chris Wright, obviously the seamer, he's quite tall, but by and large, not a big bunch. Harris taking guard then from umpire Bailey, who tells... I'm going to mix the Overtons up, having spent so long talking about, I'm afraid, Jamie last week, but anyway... Tells Craig to wait. In he goes and bowls to Harris outside off stump. Good line, but Harris just steps across and lifts his bat, lets it go through. The two look at each other for a few moments, I should say.
Somerset would be very keen to break this opening partnership. Would it be fair to say that these are two of Leicestershire's 3 best batsmen alongside Colin Ackerman?
Yes, I think, obviously, I haven't seen Harris, so yes, on paper, absolutely. Overton is in, bowls to Harris outside off stump. That one's a little bit wider, and Harris, who steps across his stumps for each delivery. There'll be a few nerves for him, let it go through. I know there isn't anybody sort of in the ground in terms of spectators, but even so, he wants to make a good impression, and there'll be a few nerves for him, I would anticipate. Sort of exudes a sort of bullish confidence at the crease, Harris, and he waits and steps across outside off stump. Good line again. It was a good lead just outside off stump. It's a good carry as well from Overton. As you say, he's a different sort of bowler to his brother, isn't he? Who's maybe similar in temperament, but I think he'd prefer to be bowling on a pitch like this, which gives him a little bit of carry.
Yeah.
As I say, the one at the Oval.
He bowled terrifically well, Craig Overton, getting 30 wickets in the Bob Willis at just over 13 apiece.
He seems to have made a pretty solid start to this season as well. In he goes and bowls to Harris straighter. Harris is solidly behind it, back very close to front pad. Forward movement, not a big stride. And then walks away towards square leg. Big sweatbands on his right arm, obviously, being a left-hander.
Got an interesting testimonial for Marcus Harris, which I'll give you after this delivery from Craig Overton.
In he goes and bowls just outside off stump. Again, no big foot movement forward, and it was a fullish ball, but solidly enough behind it, pushing it into the covers on this occasion. No run.
There's a chap who's very, very close to Taunton Cricket Club who says it'll be interesting to see how he goes in the test environment, because Marcus Harris has played a couple of tests for Australia. His style is reminiscent of David Warner. They're both stocky left-handers who like to be positive, although I think Mark is a nicer bloke.
In goes Overton and bowls to Harry, and he beats him there. I think that one just bounced and left that stocky nice bloke into the gloves of Stephen Davis. It went, and I don't think even Harris could pretend he was deliberately playing inside the line of that one. Out comes the Somerset 12th man. We have to get used to this because it's a sweater thing. Because Overton is fielding in the slips and not down at the down on the sort of fine leg boundary or somewhere like that. He needs his sweater. He likes his sweater at the end of the over, but he doesn't want to trot back down to the boundary. Can't give them to the umpires, of course, now. So the Somerset 12th does the right thing by him and comes running.
Obvious natural vector of disease, the cricket sweater, isn't it? Here comes Josh Davey from the Bennett end. He's bowling to Hassan Azad, who's down the pitch, and just angles the bat as he reaches the pitch of the ball, and it's picked up at fourth slip by the Somerset captain Tom Abel, who lost the toss this morning. I wonder what Tom would have done had he won it. I suspect he might have batted, but perhaps choosing to bat with some trepidation. Not so much because of the ferocity of the Leicestershire attack, but the fragility of the Somerset top order batting, as has been demonstrated in the last couple of games. Here's Davey in a bowls to Azad, who drives nicely away through the offside. There'll be probably Lammonby fields. It's just the 2 runs. Score moves on to 5 without loss. These two sides, it's interesting. Leicestershire's strength really would be in their batting, and Somerset's undoubtedly would be in their bowling. So it's Leicestershire's batsmen against Somerset's bowlers, which may decide the fate of this game. Game that Somerset really need to win if they're to have any serious hopes of the county championship, as that's beaten Azad outside the off stump. He went quite firmly in a defensive shot against that, and Davey got that one to hold its own. He's been angling the ball into the left-handers from outside the off stump. That one held its own, and Hassan played for the nip backer, which didn't materialise fortunately for him. It didn't take the edge.
There'll be something there for them, most of the morning for the bowlers. As I said, they try and just get a little bit of life into them. Some of the pitches have been relayed, and I think we've now got 2 that have for the white ball game that have been relayed with that sort of mixture of real and artificial sort of, I suppose, is there such an artificial grass, but they're sort of for the TV cameras for the white ball.
Here's Davey in and bowls outside the off stump, too far outside the off stump. Is that we've got a building opposite our commentary position? Is that relatively recent, that one?
No, the Turner Indoor Centre and the hospitality boxes has been there for a fair old time, one way or another. You can see the media, the press box for the written media, more or less opposite. It used to be both those windows on the left as we look at the Turner Indoor Centre, but now one taken over by the broadcasters, and a TV gantry on top.
Here's Davey in to bowl to Azad, who plays inside the line of that.
The Meet, of course, is a very old building indeed, former railway, sort of, basically.
It's a sort of larger...
shop underneath.
That's right. Here's Davey in and bowls to Azad. Again brings that one back, and the ooh from the slips on account of the fact it took an inside edge. If it hadn't taken an inside edge, there'd have been a mother and father of an LBW appeal, but it did, and there wasn't, and it's 5 without loss.
The Meet rather a larger building than that one. It came when Leicestershire moved from Ayleston Road, so it was on the old ground they were at in the 1930s, and so it's a very old building indeed, but home to the Leicestershire team at the moment during these COVID times. They've moved out of the pavilion because the teams can't be in too close proximity. Craig Overton is in and bowling to Harris, who is defending on the back foot. Good length again. He wasn't quite sure really whether to go back or forward, but there was no great movement, so ended up covering up comfortably enough on off stump, dropping it out into the covers, and there's no run.
Tom Banton there at cover point.
Thank you. Hopefully he'll get himself back into the England white ball picture at the very least, as Overton is in. Past umpire Bailey, and bowling again. Goodness me, that's a good lead from Harris. He absolutely knows where his off stump is, as you would expect, but yeah, not too far away. Far away enough.
He's got a good record, Marcus Harris. 10 test matches for Australia, and in first class games he's played 106, averaging 38.83 with 1500s and 30 50s. So
anything close to 40 is pretty good, isn't it?
Pretty good, yeah.
Pretty darn good. Overton is in and bowling to the Australian, just going to pick up another run there as he pushes it slightly wide of Banton. Azad had to hurry a little bit, hadn't had the throw hit. It might have been interesting. He was hurrying, he was running to the danger end. Made his ground though, the throw missed. Single to Harris, he moves on to 2. 4 to Azad, 6 without loss, Leicestershire.
When he first came on the scene in Western Australia, Langer described him as mediocre with flashes of brilliance. He now describes him as consistent with flashes of brilliance.
Overton is in and bowling, he's forward. And deflecting it down to 4th slip. Lammonby the fielder.
He played for Scarborough in Western Australia, which is the club for which Justin Langer played, and also Brian Rose, former Somerset captain and president of the club. He played for Scarborough when he was out in Western Australia during a couple of winters back in the 70s.
Nice way to spend your winter, I would think. In goes Overton, bowls outside off stump and cut over the slips quite deliberately by Azad. Angled bat, lifted it over the top of the slips, and it flies away down to third man for 4. That's sort of maybe one of the shots he was talking about when you were listening, Anthony, on during the cricket show, looking to be a little bit more positive, looking to take on the bowling sometimes, and that, in the end, played with a pleasing degree of certainty from Leicestershire's point of view. He clearly knew what he was doing there. Picks up 4, moves on to 8. Overton is in again to him, much straighter, and he's half forward, thick inside part of the bat, drops it out towards short leg end of the over. Leicestershire into double figures. There are 10 without loss. Azad has 8 and Harris 2. You can get in touch with both of us. Twitter's probably the quickest way, at AntGib, ANTGIB, or at Rich M Ray, RAE. Because it'll be an unfamiliar name to Somerset supporters for obvious reasons. The two sides haven't met too often.
2007 was the last time they crossed swords in the county championship, and Somerset had rather the better of both encounters, winning by 193 here and an innings and plenty down at Taunton. Here's Davey in the bowls to Harris, who drives nicely away through the offside, got right across to that and just timed it away through extra cover. Handsome shot, 4 runs. Score moves on to 14. Shot of a class player, that.
Yeah.
How did Leicestershire come by Marcus Harris? He's just the sort of batsman that Somerset should have signed.
Well, they'd originally signed the South African all-rounder Rian Mulder, and unfortunately, for various reasons, mainly to do with protocols and COVID, etc., he couldn't travel, so needed somebody quickly, basically. And these days, sometimes it's a case of who becomes available at the last minute, I think, as much as anything.
There's Davey again, in and bowls to Harris, gets one just short of a length and gets on top of the bounce, plays it down into the offside. Tom Lammonby picks up. He looks compact. He's not tall. Would he be about 5'8", 5'9", Marcus Harris?
Yeah,
probably about the same height as Hassan Azad.
Tweets coming in. Good morning to Robert Blackwell. Morning to you, sir. Good morning, gentlemen. He says, listening via the live stream and hoping Somerset bowlers are on the mark and our batters produce a better showing.
Here's Davey again, looping in. He's there, bowls. Oh, and that's a good one. That was the one that went the other way. Harris played for that to just come straight on and nipped off the pitch, beat the outside edge through at a good height to Stephen Davis.
Morning to Springsteen Cricket, who's using us as a distraction. He's on his treadmill, but watching. He's got the stream up and the commentary up, and he pounds away, going nowhere, but shedding the weight and the sweat and doing himself a lot of good.
Here's Davy, passed on by Robinson in bowls, brings this one in towards Harris, who defends up to mid-on, won't get a run.
A few Leicestershire supporters surprised that Alex Evans decided to go with left arm quick Dieter Klein again. I suppose perhaps on the bay. Yeah, I'm a little surprised. Perhaps they feel that the pitch was so good at the Oval last week, it isn't fair to judge anybody on that performance.
4 slips go down as Davy is in and bowls, and this takes the outside edge with batsman was looking to turn that away through the onside. They're thinking about a third, but it's not there. Just the 2 runs. Score moves on to 16. False shot there from Harris.
Well bowled again.
Yeah, he's a more than useful operator, particularly with the new ball. Josh Davies. He's not usually so effective in his second and third spells, whereas Lewis Gregory arguably is a better bowler with the old ball than he is with the new.
Splendidly named Grumpy Git, Ranting Dave, has been in touch as well.
Here's Josh Davy in and bowls, and Harris covers up, plays it back down the pitch. End of that over, which was the 6th of the innings, and it's 16 without loss, 8 to each batsman.
He's wondering, depending obviously on how the game goes, is this are certain members of the Somerset top 6 batting in their last chance saloon? But it seems quite early to.
Yeah, I think it's too early to be talking about last chance saloons. I mean, poor Tom Lammonby's had 3 successive ducks in first-class cricket, and then he turned out for Somerset seconds earlier this week and got a 3-ball duck for them as well. So he's had 4 ducks in succession. But you know, that sort of thing can happen to anyone. So I think he showed his class last season with 3 centuries in the Bob Willis. I don't think he'll be dropped. And in all honesty, there aren't a huge, it isn't as if there are loads of other batsmen playing for the seconds who are beating down the door to get into the first team.
Craig Overton to continue from the pavilion end up the slight slope. In he goes and bowls onto off stump. Leaning forward is Azad, just angling it down. Bounces towards Lammonby at 4th slip, and there is no run. Good morning to Robert, who's sunbathing, Robert Coe that is, in the back garden with his other half. Quite thinking he might quite like to be sunbathing at Grace Road with his dad Jeff and a pint in hand, but those times will come again, I'm sure. 16 without loss. Overton is in to Azad. Bouncer just plays it well. First shortish ball, swung away after it had sort of passed Azad's chest as he leant back. The reason, incidentally, Leicestershire fans who haven't heard, that Sam Evans, who scored 100 opening with Azad last week at Surrey, isn't playing, is that he failed a concussion test. He was hit many times actually, but he was hit squarely on the helmet at one stage. He batted on and was basically okay. And I'll explain a bit further as Overton is in bowling. Azad is forward, almost getting to the pitch of it. Again, slightly angled bat, pushing out to point this time. There's no run. But they take a concussion test at the time, and then it's compared to a concussion test 3 days later. And when he took his test 3 days later, which would have been, he was hit on Sunday morning, so I guess it would have been yesterday morning. Unfortunately, there were a couple of slight differences, and that's enough to rule him out. It was enough to rule him out, so he couldn't play. Overton is in, bowls. It looks to be a slightly quicker delivery, and again, solidly enough, leaning forward Azad, pushing it from middle out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run.
You'd have to say that this, on the face of it, was a good toss to win for Leicestershire. It's a day for batting, isn't it, in this lovely sunshine. There looks to be a little bit of pace in the pitch. There's a certain amount of movement, but nothing that an opening batsman wouldn't expect on the first morning.
Indeed, if they can get through that first morning, Leicestershire, they'll be confident. In goes Overton around the wicket on this occasion. Azad just steps forward, lets the ball carry through, and it does carry through again at a reasonable height through to Davies behind the stumps.
Hassan Azad must be pretty used to facing Overtons with a new ball, having batted against Jamie at the Oval last week.
Yep. Not entirely dissimilar, but there are significant differences. In goes Craig Overton and bowls into the body, towards the body of Azad, just tucks him up a little bit, but plays it comfortably enough again, closes his bat face on it, pushes it out into the leg side, and there's no run. Not quite as broad-shouldered and bull-like, equally tall. Trying to get a little bit more movement. Maybe hasn't got quite the outright pace of his brother, but it's the same. Has moved it a bit more.
They are built on very similar lines.
They are.
6'5" tall, the pair of them.
Jamie seemed to have something to say after every delivery.
It runs in the family.
Okay.
They're lovely boys. They really are.
I'm sure.
They give everything they've got. And they don't hold back. Is Josh Davey to bowl another over from the Bennett end. He's in bowls, and that's driven away through and very well stopped by Tom Lammonby, flinging himself to his left at cover point. That was a nice shot by Marcus Harris.
Seeing that, full slip comes out and goes out immediately into the covers.
Yes, he's obviously very strong through the offside. Well, I mean, Tom Abel, who's the Somerset captain, knows all about him, so he knows his strengths and his weaknesses, and his footwork certainly doesn't seem to be a weakness. As plays this from the crease out into the covers, and there's Tom Abel, the Somerset captain, doing the fielding, hyperactive as ever, constantly encouraging his bowlers. Captain Tom. They're a noisy. I keep saying this, but they are a noisy side, Somerset. The noisiest I have come across in the era of no crowds, when you really can hear just how much noise the players are making. I wonder if they make quite as much when there are crowds, whether they're actually now trying to create a bit of atmosphere of their own as that's outside the off stump from Davey, and no shot from Marcus Harris.
6,912 first-class runs coming into this game. Harris approaching a landmark of sorts, a best of 250 not out. As Anthony has said, an average of pretty much 39. 10 tests, 428 runs, best of 79. I don't know how close he is or not to the test side. Down under at the moment, really.
Here's Davey, bowls to Harris, who defends. Well, I think he's being kept out by David Warner. He played his test matches when Warner was suspended after the...
in terms of putting under pressure on their openers, I'm not sure they are really, are they? But in terms of for the place,
no.
Weight of runs this winter, it's been good. I think pretty good in the Sheffield Shield, but.
David, long straight approach, probably got the longest run up of any of the Somerset bowlers. This is down the leg side, and well taken by Stephen Davis. There's been some speculation as to whether Stephen Davis might revert to opening the innings, put a bit of experience at the top of the order.
He's the logical replacement or temporary substitute or whatever for Lammonby, isn't he? I saw him score a very good 100 opening for Surrey against Leicestershire. A few years ago. Very fine player.
Davey persevering from the Bennett end, southern end of the ground. He's in and bowls, and this is driven away through the offside. That'll be 4 runs. Timed that beautifully, did Marcus Harris. It wasn't really a half volley. it was just short of half volley length, and he played that drive on the up, and played it with considerable confidence and good timing as well, and it fairly raced away across the outfield. 20 without loss after 8 overs.
I could get used to that, Anthony, and I rather hope I will. But that was a lovely shot.
Well, he looks a good player, doesn't he?
That was a serious shot.
Yeah.
And the outfield very fast here. We have not had, like the rest of the country, we have had very little rain, and the outfield at Uptonsteel, you get value if you beat you at the infield normally. But as Anthony said when he came in, how big an outfield it is.
It's a big
old area.
Ground, yeah.
And the rope is right out, isn't it? It
is.
really is, all around the ground. So either side, the pitch is cut pretty centrally. It's a good 80 yards on either side of the pitch to the sort of square boundaries. Long way. Overton continues from the pavilion end into Azad, who plays inside the line. Doesn't even really play at it, really. Just a good foot outside his outside edge. 20 without loss. 8 Azad, 12 Harris.
Say good morning to Polly Rhodes, who's the Somerset scorer. And of course, scorers can only do home matches at the moment. She says, morning gentlemen, glorious in Somerset today. But she's inside watching and listening to the cricket.
Morning to you. Overton is in, bowls. Fuller, middle and leg, turned his wrists on it, Azad. I think he was thinking in terms of clipping it out into the leg side. In the end, played it fairly straight back down the pitch to Overton, who fell as he tried to field it in his follow-through. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. It's the first half-hourly update heading our way, so you might hear me. I might be interrupted mid-ball. Let's see what happens. We're going to be lucky with timing. Overton in past umpire Bailey. Bowl short, and down on his knees goes Azad, leaning right back. And doesn't go through too high. Plays it well though. Keeping the 4 slips in. Tom Abel for Azad facing Craig Overton. Here's the update. And having chosen to bat first after winning the toss, Leicestershire have made a pretty solid start. Marcus Harris, the new signing from Australia, has hit 2 glorious cover drives in the sun through to the boundary. He's moved on to 12. Hassan Azad, on the back of an unbeaten century against Surrey last week, is 8 not out. Looks to have been a good toss to have win for the Foxes, and as I say, they've made a solid start. They're 20 without loss. Back with you on commentary. Come on, Craigo. That's his nickname, it would appear, or one of them.
One of them.
In goes Craigo and bowls outside or some swings back in a little bit of shape there to him, and Azad plays it well, very late, chops it down into the ground as he comes down on it, and it bounces towards third slip. There's no run, but just a little bit of shape back into the left-hander.
He's got the right mentality for an opening batsman, Hassan Azad. By the look of him, by the way he plays, concentrating really hard, playing the ball really late, not trying anything too ambitious.
No.
Digging in.
He waits with bat raised, bends his knees as Overton bowls and seams one away, but from just too wide, and he's a bit hands on hips there, a bit cross with himself for the waist of the delivery, really. Hit the seam and it did move away, but it was wide to start with, so Azad could leave very... Craigie will get swing a little bit.
No, I don't know.
No? He knows.
They're both up there. There's Josh Davey on the left. And I think it is going to be Lewis Gregory.
I think so.
Yeah.
It is.
And the
Player of the Year last year? Pretty close to it, I would say.
Craig Overton, I think.
Okay.
Player
Gregory was right up there, wasn't he?
Oh, he was, yeah. He's a fine all-round cricketer. Here he comes. In and bowls outside the off stump to Harris. Let's that go through. The man standing at mid-on is Somerset's new acquisition from South Africa via Glamorgan.
Marchant.
Marchant de Lange. You will have seen quite a bit of Marchant.
Oh yes, had some great encounters both here and at Cardiff, in which he's played a central part.
He's quite a character. Quite a character, but as you can see, he's coming on second change. Gregory in and bowls, and that's driven firmly, but not firmly enough to beat Josh Davey at mid-off.
A couple of years ago we had a wonderful championship game which ended when de Lange, trying to hit a six to win the game, the last man, was caught on the boundary.
Oh no.
By Callum Parkinson.
Oh dear, I'm sure but
he'd got 80 odd to get them, you know, they'd been 9 down forever, and he'd suddenly got them to within a single blow of victory.
He made a very important 50 for us up at Lord's in his first innings. Edged! Just short of, and it's gone, in fact, between first and second slip as Craig Overton dived across James Hildreth. Don't think it was a chance.
For me it was about a foot short. We'll check the replay.
Gone for 4. 24 for without loss. Leicestershire.
Yeah.
Dropping short.
Soft hands, I guess.
Here's Gregory to try again, bowling around the wicket, and that's driven up to mid-off again. He can get the ball to go both ways, Lewis Gregory. He swings it and moves it off the seam at decent pace. It's not quite as quick as he was. He's had a chronic back problem. Actually had a cracked vertebrae which was operated on two and a half years ago, which has given him a new lease of bowling life. He's in now, bowls to Harris, and that's a no ball. He's a bit no ball prone, is Lewis Gregory. Takes the score on to 26, just trying a little bit too hard.
Well, this will be an unfamiliar ground to several of the Somerset players, the likes of Hildreth, and people have played obviously here before and made a lot of runs here before, but there is a slope,
yeah,
and Gregory will just have to, you know, he's coming down it, what slope there is, so he will have to just slightly adjust.
He tries again, umpire, past the umpire, and it's a good ball, good length, well played by Marcus Harris. Yes, there won't have been very many of this side who played in that 50 over game back in, so it was 2016. James Hildreth, obviously, and Tom Abel and Gregory and Overton. And I think that would be about it. Don't think Josh Davey played that day, as Gregory is in and bowls, and that's driven and cut off by Josh Davey, moving smartly to his left at mid-on. So decent first over for Lewis Gregory. Found the outside edge of Marcus Harris's bat, didn't carry to Slipson at the end of it. Leicestershire, who won the toss and decided to bat on this beautiful sunny morning here at Grace Road, are 26 without loss.
Started the season brilliantly with the ball, didn't he? 5 for at Lord's against in the 4-wicket win over Middlesex in the first innings.
Yep, and he again, he wasn't quite at his best, but he persevered. He and Banton and Abel have all had COVID. They all got it when they were out playing in the Pakistan Super League.
Craig Overton continues from the pavilion and bowls to Azad on middle and off. Azad solidly forward.
They had to quarantine for a fortnight in Pakistan, and then they had to quarantine for another fortnight when they got back here. So they didn't play in the first couple of practice matches, and to be a fast bowler, you need to be match fit, which means, having played plenty of cricket fit, and I'm not sure he was. He looked a little bit rusty, but he bowled very well against Gloucestershire without much luck.
Overton in. Bowls Azad back foot, looking to force on the offside, a little bit too straight, ends up guiding it towards point, so no run. 26 for that loss remains the score. 16 to Harris, 8 to Azad. previews arrived from Somerset County Cricket Club. 7 minutes to the top of the hour. They don't leave you much time to read it, do they? Round the wicket goes Overton and bowls Azad is forward, trying to push it into the gap, and he's found the gap. It's going to be a chase back from wide extra cover down towards the boundary in front of the meet. Thinking about a third, but no, says Azad, turning and seeing the throw coming in from around about 5 yards inside the ropes. He settles for 2, moves into double figures on to 10 for Hassan Azad.
Just looking at the other games in this group. Hampshire won the toss against Gloucestershire down at the Aegeus Bowl in 19 without loss. And Surrey have lost a couple of wickets against Middlesex, Burns and Amla.
Overton is in, bowls a little bit short. There's a bit of movement in towards the body of Azad, but again has time to adjust and does. Drops it out into the offside. Morning Brunty, who is fixing cycle paths in Lincolnshire with 2 assistants, just the 2 today. It looks like Norm and I think Freddie. Is Bertie at home? He'll let us know, I'm sure. His Welsh Springer Spaniels, that is. Lovely picture of Norm. Changes to the field. Well, actually, not changes to the field, because Azad, I think, wants a change and going to have a change in bat. What's he examining? With great care and attention, he's looking at his bat, but I think it may have played its last shot for now. He did get it taped, if it's the same one, obviously, during his 144 not out against Surrey last week. And on comes Leicestershire's 12th man with not a selection, just the one. He's not getting a choice here, Hassan Azad, so perhaps that's the only spare one he's got.
Other bat he's got.
Indeed. There we go. Hopefully this one will last. He's got it changed anyway. Usually they bring in handfuls, don't they, these days? 4 or 5 of the things. But, Haas doesn't even hurry when he's walking back to the wicket, does he? Everything is at his own pace.
He's a bright lad as well, isn't he?
Ferociously, he's got a first-class honours degree in chemical engineering.
Chemical engineering, that's it.
No, he's ferociously clever.
From Loughborough University.
Correct. Overton staying round the wicket, still got the 4 slips, in he goes, and bowls Azad is, I think, just tucked his bat inside the line. It's held its own, the ball, outside off stump, but, well, if you're watching on stream, do we give the benefit of the doubt to the batsman there or to the bowler? It was a close one.
Oh, I don't think he played at it.
No, I don't think so.
But I was thinking if that had been 9 inches straighter, that would have been an almost unplayable delivery. It went like an off break.
It looks to be a little bit of something on that sort of side of the pitch. Now, I don't know whether it's particularly that half of the pitch. There are 1 or 2 little shady areas, a bit of extra grass. In goes Overton and bowls. Edge is just short of second slip. And it was a good half stop at second slip. It's still going to run away to the boundary, though. Deflected it through. It was, I think, just short. I have to watch the replay, but it would have been Gregory who flung out his right hand between first and second slip, and I think it was sort of more or less on the half volley. But we'll watch the replay and have a look.
Maybe the slips are standing a little bit too deep. That's twice that.
It was a good 6 inches short in the end.
But maybe they ought to be standing a foot or 2 closer. It's twice that the edge has been found and it hasn't carried.
Great replay. Well done. Leicestershire stream and Jack. They're much enhanced the streams this season.
Yeah.
Aren't they? And it's like watching on telly.
It
32
is.
Without loss.
But we can't give you a television-style commentary because of thousands of people listening on the radio. So we will persevere with the radio-style commentary and hope that you'll bear with us if you're watching the live stream.
We're stating the obvious.
Gregory is coming in to bowl another over from the Bennett end. He's bowling to Harris. He brings that one into Harris, who tucks it into the onside and won't get a run as Tom Banton does the fielding. Just the 3 slips now for Gregory to Harris, James Hildreth, Craig Overton and Tom Abel, the captain. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. And a long leg, who is George Bartlett, I think, down there. Gregory coming over the wicket to Harris. He's in and bowls, and Harris punches that away through the offside off the back foot. Nice shot. The ball is racing away over the outfield. It'll be hauled in a few yards short. Double act. The throw is coming in, and they have run 3.
He had so much momentum then, the fielder, that he actually sort of went quite a long way over the rope, but he brilliantly flicked it back just before he did so. They're so good at that these days, but he almost hit the manual scoreboard.
That was Lammonby and Banton, the 2 Toms, the double act. Lammonby flicking it back and Banton completing the fielding.
With Abel as well, it must get confusing sometimes. The 3 Toms.
The 3 Toms. So 29 without loss, as Gregory is in and bowls to Hassan Azad, who just defends that out quietly into the offside.
Into the 30s now, 35.
Oh, beg your pardon. 35 without loss.
The old manual scoreboard has had a renovation. I know it probably looks much like it. Well, it probably does look exactly like it did to you when you were here last. But it was renovated last year at some expense. But it is. There's only 2 left in the country on the county grounds now. The other is at. Quiz question. I'm saying that I haven't been to Taunton, but do you have a manual scoreboard?
No, we don't at Taunton. Here's Gregory in and bowls, and that's turned into the onside, and there won't be a run.
At a ground you'll have been to many, many, many times. But it's not fair, is it?
Go on, tell me.
Kent.
Of course, yeah. I think the reason it didn't spring to mind is because for the commentary position at Canterbury, you're always using the big.
Well, I don't like the manual scoreboard at Canterbury. It's really complicated for some reason.
Here's Gregory in and bowls, and this is down the leg side, and well stopped by Stephen Davis.
But it is unique. It's probably the ground's sole real architectural feature, the manual scoreboard here, because it has a couple of clock on atop it, which works and gives it a certain charm.
It must have been here on the first occasion I came to this cricket ground, which would have been sort of late 1970s, as Gregory is in and bowls, and it's played up to mid-on. There won't be a run. We were living in Wiltshire at the time, and I drove we were living about half a mile from the Fosse Way, so I decided as we had to go to Leicester, I would drive all the way up the Fosse Way, and it was a lovely drive.
Is that the A46?
Oh, it's no. I mean, bits of it are A roads, bits of it are B roads.
Okay.
And it goes all through Warwickshire, obviously, and it was a very nice drive. I think I was scoring for Henry Blofeld for a match in the county championship.
Oh, my dear old thing.
It was my dear old thing.
Just update on Fred. Fred was too busy jumping in the water to pose for photos. So all 3, the boys are all there with Brunty, which is good to know.
Grumpy says, "Can you start praising these 2 openers, please?" I rather thought we had been.
Does that mean?
Unless he meant.
I think it means in the hope of.
Oh, I see. Getting them out. Yes, indeed. Yeah, but that doesn't work for the away commentator. You don't. So that's obviously aimed at you, Richard.
I'm quite happy to. Hassan Azad is, as I say, in his first full season, 2 seasons ago, he got well over 1,000 runs in the county championship. Last season, in the Bob Willis Trophy, he was trying to be more positive and found some extraordinary ways to get out. Overton is going to continue. It's becoming a mammoth spell into his 7th over. Around the wicket he goes and bowls outside off stump. Harris just steps across and lifts his bat, and this time the ball doesn't carry through at any great height or pace. It rather dives into the gloves of Davies behind the stumps. 35 without loss remains the score. As I say, he just got maybe a bit not carried away. He's not that sort of individual, Azad, but the determination to be a little bit more positive, because I think he wants to play. He doesn't play white ball cricket at the moment, and would dearly like to. Overton is in. Bowles outside off stump, seems away, and Harris was getting, it was short, and Harris was getting in position to cut it away through the offside, and then just adjusted and decided not to play because it moved away again, as wanted to have from that side of the pitch, and he wanders down and prods a little suspiciously Marcus Harris at
the fact that Tom Abels kept 4 slips in for Overton suggests that there is a little bit extra in it for Overton outside the left-hander's off stump.
In he goes, and Bowles outside off stump. That arguably just straightened a fraction as well, not as markedly as the previous delivery. It was a better length delivery, but it was comfortably wide enough for Harris to leave, and leave he did. But this season Azad has started well again, and obviously the big century last week, but he also 27 and 18 in the first game against Hampshire. One of the dismissals, Somerset supporters, you may have heard about. It was a naughty one. Round the wicket goes. Overton. Bowles brings Harris forward solidly in defence on the off stump, out into the offside, and there's no run. He was stumped, but he wasn't stumped, but he was. He was given out, despite the fact that the batsman, the wicket-keeper even, knocked the bails off with his left hand, while the ball was in his right hand, high in the air, appealing for a catch.
I can't understand how the umpire could have given that. I mean, that's
No, that's obviously still with the ECB, but they didn't recall him. They said they didn't realise what had happened for a few overs. Overton is in. Bowles, back foot defensive shot this time.
Can you believe that? Yeah.
Well, it was an unfortunate, I was going to say piece of cricket, but it wasn't cricket. And they may not have heard the last of it. And it was also unnecessary as well. You know, Leicestershire were following on and sort of miles behind on the game, and there was only ever really going to be one winner. Most extraordinary. Overton is in. A little bit short and on the back foot. It's straight. Harris defends, has time to defend as well, drops it down the pitch on the onside on this occasion. Overton comes to the end of his 7th over. He's got none for 13. He's beaten the bat on a couple of occasions. He's getting a word from his skipper, so I think 7 overs is enough, because he might have a lot more work to do today, judging by the way the pitch is playing at the moment.
Do not think that expression is just not cricket is now no longer true, outdated.
Because of incidents like that, do you
think?
Well,
cricketers just seem to they try and get away with whatever they can. In the majority of instances, and batsmen not walking and fielders claiming catches that they know that have gone to ground. Gregory's in and bowls to Harris. He's looking for a single, back with a square, but Lammonby in quickly. There are the exceptions. I was doing a match at Somerset playing Worcester 3 or 4 seasons ago, and Worcester were batting to save the game, and Somerset were trying to bowl them out, and James Hildreth took what appeared to be a catch at backward point, and Ross Whiteley was the batsman, and he started walking to the pavilion, and the umpire didn't even bother to give the decision. It was so obvious. As Gregory is in and bowls outside the off stump, no shot, and Hildreth called him back and said no. I caught it on the half volley, and the only person on that ground who knew that ball. I thought that reflected really well standards of sportsmanship. It was in the piece that I wrote for the Somerset website at the end of the season, that was my golden moment of the season, because it's rare to see it in cricket these days. Gregory's in and bowls, brings that one back into Marcus Harris, who looks a very formidable player. 35 without loss.
Azad's at this end.
Eh?
It's Azad.
Oh, it's Azad, sorry. Well, he looks pretty useful as well.
Yep.
They're about the same height, that's the only possible, and they're both left-handed. That's the only possible excuse I can offer.
Long sleeve shirt for Azad.
Oh, that's
he
good.
prefers, if that.
And Harris is stockier, isn't he?
Yeah.
Gregory in and bowls outside the off stump, and exaggerated lead from Azad.
Polly like a good scorer. She likes the 3 toms as well. T-A, T-B, And they appear alphabetically on the scorecard, she says. Good morning to Tony Hardwick, who likes the radio commentary style. He says he grew up with John Arlott on the crackling radio.
There's Gregory in round the wicket bowls and brings that one into the pads of Azad, who whips it down to long leg, where Jack Leach is doing the fielding. I wonder how long it will be before we see the introduction of Jack Leach. It doesn't look the sort of pitch that's going to offer him a great deal of turn.
Not early. I'd be surprised if it did early. It might do. The pitch against Hampshire was starting to turn as you want, sort of towards the end of day 3, and then, but obviously by that stage the game was kind of coming to an end. Really, it went on for half an hour into day 4, but only half an hour.
Gregory bowling over the wicket to Harris, who's there and bowls, and this is down the leg side. Again, a little bit of what would have been a way swing to a right-hander. Would have been a useful ball to a right-hander, but he wasn't bowling as a right-hander. He was bowling at a left-hander. End of that over. It is 36 without loss, with 15 of those to Azad and 19 to Harris.
Morning to Fango Fox down in Melbourne, Australia. Good evening, he says. Very excited to see Marcus Harris bat today. After watching him bat for my beloved Victoria over the past 5 years, I can tell you Marcus has 3 times during his innings where he is most likely to get out. Under 10, well, he's past that stage. He's on 19 now. Between 30 and 60, and between 140 and 160. Cosy was a bit like that. You kind of knew when he was going through almost a he used to lose concentration for a couple of overs and get annoyed with himself, and there was always danger at that time. Change. Well, Davey's going to come and have a go from this end, see if he can get a little bit more movement. He's replacing Overton. In he goes around the wicket to Azad. Big stretch reaching for that one. Forward defensive in the end. I thought it was such a big stretch he was going to try a drive, but he didn't do so. Played it back down the pitch to the bowler. And he adds that Marcus, quote, and I quote, this isn't me, is the biggest of the flat track bullies around. He never wastes a good batting strip.
Well, he looks to have a pretty good batting strip under his feet here today.
He's watching on as Davey goes in to Azad. A couple of steps down the wicket and clips towards mid-wicket. He's going to pick up at least 2, could be 3. I don't think it's going to be 4. Gets there, just drags it back about a foot inside the ropes down at the deepest of deep mid-wicket. Azad has to settle for 3. Davey didn't adjust his length when Azad came skipping down the pitch. It was still a good length ball, which became something of a half volley, thanks to the footwork of the young left-hander, and clipped away through mid-wicket. So, Azad moves on to 18, Leicestershire 39 now, without loss.
Good chase for Jack Leach.
Lozzer, I heard somebody calling him. In goes Davey and bowls to Harris, who's forward on off-stump, playing down towards mid-off, and there is no run. Ryan on Twitter, dare I say it, this looks a good opening pair for the Foxes this season.
It does. I think we give our eye teeth in Somerset to an opening pair like this. And then the attractive young batsmen, the Lammonbys and Bantons, could come in a little bit lower down. But these two ideally qualified, you would think, to open the innings in English conditions.
Davey is in and bowling, looking for the drive. A little bit of shape back in, though, to Harris on this occasion, so he doesn't time it at all. Hits a thick inside edge and trickles out towards mid-on, and there is no run. Keep building, i.e. the pressure, that's the exhortation from the skipper. 27 now, Tom Abel. Taunton boy, of course. Very much a local boy.
Yep. Taunton School.
3 slips now for Harris as Davey is in and bowls to him. A little bit too wide outside off stump. Harris stepped forward and then just watched as the ball travelled through to Davies behind the stumps. With just the 3 slips, we have a point. We have a cover who's a little bit closer, mid-off, a fraction deeper. Leach clapping away at mid-on, wide-ish mid-on. Mid-wicket and a long leg. 15th over, so no great pace about the innings so far, as Davey is in outside off stump, taken to his right by Davies, allowed to go through by Harris, but again a good few inches outside off stump when it went past. No dangers for Harris in terms of leaving, and he does. 15 overs, 39 without loss.
What's the feeling here in Leicestershire about the format of this year's county championship, the three conferences?
I think most people like it, not least because we're playing sides like Somerset, and so teams we just haven't come up against in red ball cricket for a long old time. It remains to be seen. You know, obviously we are not the strongest bowling attack in particular, and it may be that some of the younger players do find it have done so far, finding it very tough against some high quality internationals at the start of the season, all being available, but we like it, I think, basically.
It's Gregory in and bowls, and that's just pushed into the offside by Azad.
Above all, we like the fact that theoretically everybody's got a chance of winning the county championship
well, exactly.
again.
That's what I was driving at. I think that's the great beauty of it. It is the complications of it are a bit of an issue, I think. You know, for the second stage, the divisional stage, where you carry forward the points that you scored against the team that you played against in your own division, etc. Gregory's in and bowls, as this is run away down to short third man. They think about a second, but it's not there. It's just a single third. It's 40 without loss. And this business of, you know, of the championship may be won by a half point, which seems a little odd. But I think that the principle is right, that everyone has a chance of winning, and you don't end up playing the same group of counties year after year after year, which has been the case in both Somerset and Leicestershire. That's outside the off stump from Gregory, because Somerset have been in the first division since 2007, and Leicestershire have been in the second division since 2007.
Indeed. Morning, Foxy Phil. Are we playing for the Jim Allenby Trophy this week?
Jim Allenby. I wonder what he's doing these days. He
sometimes listens.
Yeah, I know. He summarised for me quite often and very well. As Gregory's in and bowls, and this is bowled. Bottom edge. That is the end of Marcus Harris. Bottom edge onto the stumps. He was going for a pretty expansive shot outside the off stump, and the ball took the bottom edge and cannoned into the stumps, and that's the first wicket. 40 for 1. Marcus Harris, bowled by Lewis Gregory for 19. He was looking pretty good, so that's a big breakthrough for Lewis Gregory and Somerset.
Yeah, he was reaching for it. He'll be absolutely livid, I suspect. About that was wide, thick inside edge onto the stumps, and one of those things he'd got in, and well bowled Gregory. He tempted him, and Harris was tempted, went for the shot. It wasn't at the pitch of it.
No.
But the pitch was playing so well, he went through with the shot, thick inside edge. Big breakthrough for Somerset. Important
it is.
One as well.
They were looking good, those two.
Yeah.
I think they'll be a very, very useful asset for Leicestershire cricket this season.
Perfect time for an update. In a way, they won't be very pleased to hear it, but it does mean that you're not going to be missing any cricket on the commentary. Unfortunately, they've just lost their first wicket, and it's that of the new overseas player Marcus Harris, the Australian Test left-hander. Looked in really good form, hit a couple of super drives through the offside in going to 19, tried to do it again off the bowling of Lewis Gregory, got a thick inside edge onto his stumps, and he has gone for 19, makes the score 40 for 1. Hassan Azad, though, he's still there, he's also on 19, not out after his unbeaten century last week. He's now been joined by Harry Dearden, another left-hander, to the crease. The Foxes 40 for 1. Back with you on commentary, and it is going to be Harry Dearden, another short, stocky left-hander. There's plenty of them.
He's facing Lewis Gregory, tail up in and bowls full length, dug out by Harry Dearden. I see Harry Dearden comes from Bury.
Yes, he's
in Lancashire.
One of 6 Lancastrians in the Leicestershire first team squad. Classy left-hander who has never quite been able to fulfil his huge promise. Leicestershire hoping this is the season Harry does that. Got a first baller last week against Surrey.
Yeah, it was unlucky. Here's Gregory. His straight approach behind the umpires there. Now bowls. Oh my goodness me, that didn't miss the off stump by very much. It came back sharply into the left-hander, who let it go through, I suppose leaving it on height as much as anything, and just wide of the off stump, probably just a little bit over the off stump it would have been had it been straight as well.
Trigo. But,
Lewis Gregory.
Yeah,
I'm not
but
sure
I'm not sure he'd like that. That's from the outside.
He doesn't quite have the tattoos.
No. Not necessarily in terms of appearance, but two.
Well, they're both very
wonderfully effective cricketers. That's for sure.
They're both very handsome men as well.
Davey to continue round the wicket to Azad. Line and length on off stump. Azad treats the delivery with the respect it deserves, gets forward and just defends it out into the offside.
I think Pete Trigos is captaining the seconds at Notts at the moment.
Should have played for England.
Yeah, should have played white ball cricket for England.
For sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
For sure. Davey, this is his 6th over, but just his 2nd from the pavilion end, is in. Bowls to Azad, outside off stump. No great movement on that occasion, and it was a good foot and a half wide. Azad obviously let it go through.
Encouragement.
It's kind of what you want, isn't it? It's
yeah.
As long as it's all in reasonably good taste. Slugger. In he goes and bowls on the off stump, good line and length, but Azad angled his bat neatly and he runs through sort of 6th slip along the ground all the way. Point runs back down towards the 3rd man boundary, only gets about halfway, so it's only going to be a single for Azad, who was hesitated rather. He was watching the ball, but he heard the call from Harry Dearden, who had seen that the ball had already gone past through that sort of gully area. So into the 20s, Azad. He's on to 20. Leicestershire 41 for 1. Dearden will be now facing for the first time from this end, from the pavilion end. 42 and 62 in his first game against Hampshire. Just that first baller last week. He waits as in goes Davey, and that's a drive down into the ground. It bounces just first time, and it flew a long way actually into the chest of extra cover.
Tom Abel, yeah.
Tom Abel. That would have been a crowd catch if ever there was one, I suspect.
Yeah. It was a
expansive
sort of shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's good.
Chased after that outside the off stump. No half measures.
No. He's a positive player, Harry Dearden. But he has just faced, that was just his 3rd ball. Davey is in and bowls to him, and that one bounces and leaves him. Does plenty. A bit too good for everybody there. And Davey put his hands into the air in disbelief because that one bounced and left him.
It moved so much that I think Davey thought the only possible explanation for that was that it found the edge, but it didn't. But goodness me, that took off.
You can see a sort of not quite a line, but it looks to be a bit more grass. You know, the pitch in the middle is sort of biscuit coloured, but a bit more grass on either side, perhaps. Could be deliberate. In goes Davey and bowls. That one's in the cut strip, so to speak, in the biscuit coloured bit, and doesn't move at all, and is solidly defended. But just perhaps there's a fraction more grass on one side of the pitch.
Yes, certainly there is that paler looking strip running right down. offer a little bit of assistance to Jack Leach with his spinners, but and that's a tactic that's used on a lot of pitches, but stripped down the middle. It may just be to do with the way the wicket has been cut. Just the way the grass is lying, some of it lying away from us and the rest towards us. Anyway, here's Gregory in and bowls. This is driven away nicely through the offside by Hassan Azad, and will pick up 4 runs.
Good shot.
That was his best shot of the morning. Takes him on to 24 and the score under 45 for 1. It was a half volley from Gregory, but nicely played by Hassan Azad, who again, he looks to have been very well coached.
I'm hoping, Anthony, now you're a countryman of some repute, and I'm hoping you're good on your trees.
Some. Here's Gregory in and bowls. Ooh, and that has Azad in trouble. He played it well, just dropped his wrists on it, out into the offside, and picked up. Go on then, which...
Well, down the side of the Milligan Road, they're obviously all the same kind of tree, are they? Which is behind the manual scoreboard. They're probably behind a pillar, if you could sort of lean forward, and you'll see them all running along that side.
Yeah. You can ask me what they are. It's Gregory and bowls. Oh, and that comes back in towards Hassan Azad. Well played again. Played square of the wicket. I don't know what they are. They might be lime trees, I suppose.
Well, I thought they were limes, but I was hoping to get the definitive word from the West Countryman, who's trod the paths of his native area, his native region.
Yeah, it's.
What about ahead of us, behind the Turner Indoor Centre at the Bennett end? How about some of those over
well,
there?
I think there might be a big beech tree there that hasn't come into leaf yet. Here's down the leg side, and well taken by Stephen Davis. Can't really. The trouble is they're only half in leaf, and
yeah.
I don't know that there might be a poplar away to the left of the.
We lost a lovely willow, believe it or not, in really heavy winds about 2 years ago. That was sort of just behind in the near the children's play area over there. Lovely tree.
That'll look beautiful in 2 or 3 weeks' time. Gregory in and bowls, and this is driven away.
Ooh, in the air.
In the air, backward of point. He again chased after that wide outside the off stump, and he timed it pretty well, even if it was a thick edge. It raced away down to the boundary, down to our left, the wide third man boundary, and that takes the score under 49 for 1. Azad on to 32. And he's playing with rather more ambition than I was led to expect from what he said on the radio on Tuesday evening.
I guess he's adapting to the circumstances. The innings he played against Surrey was all about saving the game.
It's Gregory, and again bowls outside the off stump, and that one went straight through. We got a good view of that delivery. No swing there, and no movement off the seam, and no shot from Hassan.
Just looking at the replay of that, again, it looks to be almost deliberate the way he angles the bat, and it fairly flew away. It was in the air, but he went hard, and he a little bit in the manner in which he cut over the slips deliberately against Overton very early on in proceedings. The bat seemed to be almost guiding the ball up deliberately.
Gully would have been in business had there been one.
It would have been a hell of a catch if he did. Round the wicket comes Davy and bowls to Harry Dearden. Delivery outside off stump. The Dearden steps forward and then leaves. 49 for 1. 28 Hassan Azad. Dearden 6 balls faced, yet to get off the mark. Yet to score a century in first class cricket, Harry Dearden. 73 innings I think he will have played now, and that's a lot of first class innings, and but he's so much better than that, and there is a feeling that better than those figures that particular stat suggests, In goes Davy and bowls to him. He's forward and he's going to get off the mark there with an angle bat that pushes the ball away through the gully. Back goes point to pick up around about 15 yards inside the ropes, in front of, or close to in front of the electronic scoreboard. And the 2 brings up the Leicestershire 50. 51 now for 1. How far are we doing? An hour and 15 minutes into play, so steady away, 18.2 overs. Balanced morning so far. Pitch looks good, Azad's playing well, but Somerset have picked up a huge wicket. Marcus Harris bowled off the inside edge, driving at Lewis Gregory. In goes Davy and bowls again outside of stump. Again, it straightens a little bit away from the left-hander, but it was too wide and didn't let it go through to Davies.
Yeah, just not getting his line right at the moment, Josh Davy.
BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Somerset, bringing you the commentary from the East Midlands. Doesn't look to be. There was a north wind when I was out running this morning, and it was quite cold, although very warm in the sun, but might just have dropped a fraction. In goes Davy, and bowls thick outside edge. He's going to pick up 4. That wasn't too far wide of third slip. Again, I don't think it quite carried. Tried to get there two-handed to his left. Is that Gregory there? Yeah. And it might just have brushed his fingertips, but again, it was short. Just his head was over the ball, and he'll feel perhaps it was not legitimate runs, but the sort of runs you deserve early in your innings. Well, he moves on to 6.
That's 3 catches, or 3 edges rather, that haven't carried. So I don't know whether this. I think Gregory has in fact moved up there in echelon. The 3 slips.
They are.
There's Davy in.
And bowls outside off stump. That straightens, but again from too wide, as Anthony has been saying, and Davis actually took it sort of on the move away to his left in front of James Hildreth at first slip. How old is Hildreth? He must be 37 now, mustn't he, Hildreth? Am I being hard? 36.
Is 36.
Yeah. But what a player. He should have played for England.
Yeah, he should.
He should have played for England.
When you consider some who have.
Yeah. I remember talking to him once in, I think it was for the cricket paper. That was a good few years ago, when he was very, very close to England's selection. Davy is in, bowling, and it's clipped neatly off the legs by Dearden. There is the man down at
that's big Marchant.
Marchant de Lange, who can't be far away from getting a bowl, you wouldn't have thought. Gets his throw away, keeps it down to a single. End of the over. 7 runs from it. Little bit off line in terms of his direction. Josh Davy, he's getting his cap now from the 12th man running on the field, who's keeping running because he's going to have to pick up the sweater, which is being left to him by Lewis Gregory. 7 overs, none for 24 for Davy. Leicestershire 56 for 1 with Azad 28. Harry Dearden has 7.
Yes, and you were talking about Somerset side, the noisy, and they're a very nice bunch of lads. They're a good bunch of lads. Tom Abel, the captain, is one of the nicest, most polite people you could ever hope to meet. And they set high standards. He sets a high standard of behaviour, and the rest of the team live up to it. So Gregory, to continue from the Bennett end, is in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside by Dearden. Won't get a run. They are noisy, but they play the game in a good spirit, even against their age-old local rivals, Gloucestershire. There was absolutely no sort of animosity between the sides last weekend.
This season's surprise package so far.
Yeah,
the Gloucesters.
Absolutely. Here's Gregory in again, bowls, and this is left alone outside the off stump, angled across the left-hander. It's a sort of stock delivery for a right-arm seam bowler to a left-handed batsman. Surrey have lost another wicket, and it's the wicket of Ollie Pope. Caught Robson bowled Roland Jones for 22.
Saw a lot of him last week. 200 odd runs. Cheapers.
Were you impressed?
Yeah, you can't not be really. you know, bearing in mind it was such a good wicket, but goodness me, hit the ball very, very crisply.
Yeah, he's a good player, Ollie Pope. It's Gregory in a bowls, and it's played back to the bowler.
Morning, Nick. Nick Matthews. Hashtag keep cooperating. Keep cooperating. Watching and listening to the fabulous coverage by Ant Gibb.
I don't know about that.
And the Leicester Giant, Rich Embray.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've never been called a Giant before.
There's Gregory into bowl to Dearden outside the off stump. Very similar to the previous delivery. There's a little bit of pace in this pitch. It looks a pretty good batting wicket, I have to say.
Beginning to, isn't it? And just mentioning James Hill just not playing for England, Fango can't think of a better player in the past 20 years who hasn't played for England.
I think
absolutely baffling. He
James. Well, I think James is too self-effacing sometimes for his own good. You know, he gives the impression of being easygoing. He isn't, in fact. He takes it all very seriously as Gregory's in a ball. Takes him on the pad, and he's given out LBW. That is the end of Harry Dearden. Umpire Robinson took some long time to consider that, eventually raising his finger. I just wonder, Richard Ray, whether he might have got a little bit of an inside edge on that. That was my instinctive reaction. I was expecting him to give it not out and then to explain, I think he got a bit of an inside edge. But Umpire Robinson in the perfect place to make the decision.
I tell you what, it swung a lot, and that it looks well. You watch the replay. For me, that's very close to missing, going down the leg side. Yeah,
could be.
Oof, that's a bit unlucky, I think, for Harry. But
yeah. Well, his search for a first-class century goes on. It's the second wicket for Somerset, second wicket for Lewis Gregory, and he can get the ball to go, and he did on that occasion.
Yeah, it was good swing. But, well, here you go.
You can see why it took him some time to make the decision.
Yeah.
But umpire's call, probably, and on that occasion, the umpire deciding not to give the batsman the benefit of the doubt.
Well, two good wickets for Somerset to have picked up in relatively batting-friendly conditions. I think Leicestershire would have wanted to get through to lunch in these batting-friendly conditions. Certainly they don't want to lose another wicket before the lunch interval, which is still 40 minutes away. This probably now is I say that, although Lewis Hill has been playing wonderfully as well. Next man in, but Ackerman is arguably the class act of the batting field. Azad is obviously in outstanding touch at the moment, playing very well. And Ackerman hasn't really made a big score so far this season. So, big moments.
56 for 2 as Gregory is in and bowls to Ackerman, who is playing that up the onside of the pitch. First right-hander we've seen this morning. I haven't seen Colin Ackerman before. I have mixed feelings about him as well.
Oh, right.
Well,
Care to share?
he took what had previously been Errol Sapaya's world record figures. Errol had 6 for 5 in a T20 match against Glamorgan. And
of course,
Colin Ackerman
seven for.
And thereby wiping Errol Sapaya out of the record books.
That'll take some beating, the 7 for. Yeah, Leicestershire supporters not even close, they say, that leg before. It did look as though it was going down the leg side, I'm afraid. It did a lot late, and he was standing close behind outside leg stump. In goes Davey and bowls to Azad, who plays it out into a full delivery back down the pitch on the offside, and Davey himself fields in his follow through. No context. Leicestershire. Jason Tipping, terrible decision, he says. Fango, that wasn't even close, missing another 2 stumps. Foxy Phil, not even close, he says. I think it probably was going down. I think I'm trying to be kind to the umpire, but Harry's a little bit unfortunate there. But hey, if you don't ask. In goes Davey and bowls Azad, covers up as that one swings in and goes straight through Davy's hands. I think he was just trying to push it, may have been trying to just push it onto the stumps, but he's indicating that he just missed it. Mid on and mid off. cleared up behind him.
I've had a tweet from Joy Ozan, who's in Cyprus, saying that Lewis Gregory's granddad is watching from Cyprus. Come on, Somerset. Well,
He's doing well, your boy. 2 for 19 for Lewis at the moment.
Delighted that you're able to join us, Lewis Gregory's granddad. Lewis, a Plymouth boy, which is where I went to school as well.
In he goes and bowls to Azad. Good line and length on off stump. Azad back foot defends slightly jumpily, pushes it out towards backward point, and there's no run.
My mother taught for many years at Plimpton Grammar School, as it was then, which is where Lewis Gregory went to school.
The Overtons are Devon boys as well, aren't they?
They're North Devon, though. They were
North.
born in Barnstable. Well, Barnstable and Plymouth are worlds apart.
Right, okay. Yes, I guess they are. In goes Davy and bowls. Again, good line, off stump line coming round the wicket. Azad has to defend, has to cover up, pushing out into the covers on this occasion. And there's no run.
Yeah. I've had a Blackstone photo saying slips too deep at the moment. You think, well, that's what the evidence would tend to suggest. And somebody totally disagrees with us on the 3 conference format.
Okay.
So I'll come back to in a minute.
Davy is in, bowling Azad. It bounces a little bit and drops his hands rather. I think it came off the thigh pad and bounced out into the leg side, and there's no run.
He's certainly getting plenty of action, isn't he, from this end, Josh Davy? Movement away from the bat a couple of times, admittedly from slightly too wide of the off stump. And that one cutting back into the.
It sometimes is the way, going up the slope, and maybe just takes the little bit of the attempted pace out of it and gives the ball a chance to swing. But as you say, also getting it off the pitch as well. It's staying around the wicket as he goes in outside off stump. It does strain, but very wide, and no need for Azad to play, and he doesn't. End of the over, a maiden over for Lewis Gregory, so 2 for 19, 2 maidens, 7 wickets. So pretty good return. Grandad in Cyprus for your grandson.
Yeah, he's bowled well, as he invariably does. Very fine cricketer, Lewis Gregory. Right,
okay. You have to answer this one. And do you know if Stumpy the Somerset mascot is in attendance today?
No, I don't. He hasn't got COVID clearance, I don't think.
Okay. Martin asked because he's a relation of his. Oh, right. Although, like all masked superheroes, he can't reveal his true identity.
I haven't seen Stumpy this season at all.
Is he what he sounds to be? Basically, a stump, or
no. He's a dragon. He's
a
okay.
Dragon. Stumpy. There, fair enough.
Stumpy the dragon. He's a maroon dragon. As Gregory bowls, and Ackerman defends. Yeah, I haven't seen him at all this season. He didn't feature in the home game against Gloucestershire. I suppose he's not regarded as essential.
They tend to just pop out for T20s, don't they? As and when we have crowds, we have, as you'd expect, a fox called Charlie. Well, indeed. Not necessarily that he's named Charlie, but they woke me up the other morning. The foxes in the city. Oh,
big things. Gregory's in and bowls to Ackerman. Taken on the pad, a little bit high, a little bit outside off stump. Good delivery. Had the batsman in some difficulty there.
5:15. 2 youngish ones were play fighting on the sort of communal lawn outside, and what a noise! It was like sawing metal. They were sort of yabbering away at each other. So he's just taking a moment to Colin Ackerman. That may have winded him, he says euphemistically.
Yeah, here comes Gregory again, over the wicket to the right-hander, outside the off-stump. See that go. He's getting plenty of movement on the ball. That was too wide of off-stump, but it fairly veered away towards the slips off the pitch. Yeah, we don't have so many foxes because we're on the Somerset levels, but we do have badgers. They don't make any noise. They just snuffle along.
Yeah. And
occasionally come up and dig up the contents of my planters and things like that. Make a big mess. Here's Gregory in and bowls to Ackerman. Again, good carry there through to Stephen Davis, taking that above waist height. It's a good spell now from Lewis Gregory. He's got good rhythm, building up good pace as as well. Batting looking a lot more difficult, actually, than it was half an hour ago.
Tony Hardwick points out that, and rightly points out, that decisions tend to sort of equal out over the season, and you had a few tough ones last week, I understand.
Yes, yeah. Here's Gregory in again, bowls. And Mark Edwards is the one who says that he totally disagrees with the 3-league format. You need to earn the right to win the championship. That's by deserving to be in Division 1 on merit and then coming top after a full season of games. Fair point. Fair point.
Just nip in and squeeze in a quick update from BBC Radio Leicester. There's Gregory bowls, defended by Ackerman. Hello, they've lost another wicket, I'm afraid, the Foxes, that of Harry Dearden, who came in to replace the new overseas player Marcus Harris, after he was bowled off the inside edge by Lewis Gregory for 19. Dearden only made 7, got an in-swinger from Gregory, looked to be possibly going down the leg side, but he was sent on his way by umpire Tim Robinson leg before. 56 for 2. That remains the score. Hassan Azad on the back of his unbeaten century last week. He's going nicely. He's 28 not out. He's been joined by the captain, Colin Ackerman, who's only faced 7 balls and has yet to score. The Foxes 56 for 2. Back with you on commentary. Just about got away with that one between overs. Josh Davey, he's going to have bowled most of the morning, basically, other than when he changed ends. He's going to continue around the wicket and bowls to Azad, who waits on off stump. Not too much foot movement. Good line again from Davey. Azad drops it out into the offside, and there is no run.
Good control this from the Somerset bowlers, isn't it? They've been right on the spot, and despite the fact that both Marcus Harris and Hassan Azad clearly went out there determined to be positive, to play their shots. The runs have rather dried up in the last half an hour or so.
One of the benefits of taking wickets. Davey is in, and well, stretched forward with the bat next to front pad there, Azad, and I think might just have played down the wrong line rather than deliberately played inside the line. Tricky little spell this for Leicestershire.
It is.
Another wicket before lunch. Somerset would be, I think, delighted with their morning's work, frankly. If they can get Leicestershire out for sort of 250, something like that, or less, then this is a wicket on which they could potentially go big. In goes Davey. It bowls to Azad outside off stump. Allowed to go through by Azad.
Well, Azad's got the opportunity to demonstrate one of the more important abilities of an opening batsman, qualities rather, which is patience. Do need to be patient if the ball is moving around, not go chasing after it outside the off stump. Be content to play defensively, play each ball on its merits, and don't get frustrated.
Davey kicks up his heels as he runs in and bowls to Azad. Couple of steps down the wicket to negate that little bit of swing. Has to defend though, pushes it to mid-on, picked up by Leach, and there's no run. Darren, good morning to you, or good afternoon now it is, on Twitter. Any idea what Harry Dearden has done to upset umpires? That's another shocker, he says.
Yeah, there've been more than usual dodgy decisions, both for and against Somerset in the 3 games so far. Perhaps the umpires are a bit rusty as well.
He got a toughish leg before against Surrey last week. In he goes, Davey, and bowls outside off stump, neatly guided away by Azad through gully. Might just pick up 4 there. It is slowing down as it gets to the rope. In goes the slide, and the save is made, so it'll just be 3 for Azad. A little bit of relay work down there on the 3rd man boundary. Azad moves into the 30s on to 31 now. Foxes Leicestershire on to 59 for 2.
First run for 4 overs according to Polly Rhodes.
Are you scoring at home, Polly, as well? Some people do, don't they? They like to do it just to keep your hand in.
When I was a scorer, I found it very difficult to watch a cricket match and not do anything. My instincts were all like,
twitching with him.
Twitching.
He's going to go back over the wicket, obviously, for the right-hander, Josh Davey. First delivery to Ackerman. Bowls on off stump, and Ackerman, you heard the shout of no as he stretched forward and steered it out into the offside. End of Davies' over. As Polly's pointed out, first run, so not a maiden for once. 9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 27 for Josh Davey. Might just feel he's deserved at least one victim. I like Hildreth's cap. It's so
faded.
Faded.
Yeah.
It's almost pale grey. There's not much brown left there, is there?
No. He looked as if he was just batting himself back into form in the second innings against Gloucestershire, and he got a bad LBW decision there. Hit outside the line of off stump, not playing a shot.
Twitter tells me I'm now being followed by somebody. Always look on the bright side
of
life.
Yes.
So I'm guessing that might be a Somerset supporter.
That's Ian Shepherd who does the. I take part in a podcast that we put together every.
Good afternoon, Ian.
Right, Lewis Gregory's going to bowl another over from. No, it's not. It's Marchant de Lange. He's in and bowls, and that's defended by Hassan Azad, who presumably has faced Marchant before.
Oh, that was an interesting horn being sounded down on the Milligan Road at the gates down there, the Milligan Road gates, which are obviously closed at the moment, but one or two Leicestershire supporters on the road side of the gate, of course, not allowed into the ground, but you can see a fair chunk.
Yeah. Here's de Lange from the Bennett end, outside the off stump, no shot from Hassan Azad. Some discussion about Stumpy the Dragon on Twitter. Colin the Librarian
very good.
Says he always thought his name was Scrumpy the Dragon, and Baxter says that Stumpy's a wyvern, not a dragon. Well, he may be, but
I was going to say
the Somerset symbol is a dragon, not a blimming wyvern.
Oh, this is a subject that is sore.
This is driven away into the offside, but only a push, really, not a full-blooded drive.
Right. This has exercised you in the past, Anthony, I can tell.
People referring to it as the Somerset wyvern, and it's a dragon. A dragon has 4 legs. A wyvern has 2 legs and 2 sort of
stumpy
arms. Yeah. A dragon is a much superior mythical beast.
Oh.
Marchant de Lange is in and bowls and brings that one back in and almost got through there. The roar that you heard was from the big South African.
Well, Ian, always look on the bright side of life, has tweeted a sort of freeze frame of the impact on Dearden. Impact, he says, as a Somerset supporter, clearly outside leg stump, he says, but not complaining after Hildy's shockers in the last few games.
Marchant de Lange in, no shot from...
Well, not only was the impact then outside leg stump, it was actually swinging down the leg side as well, so... I think Harry Dearden can consider himself a fractional fortune.
The only thing you could say is that he was trapped on the crease, and the ball didn't have very far to travel. But I agree. If that had been a Somerset batsman, I would be just as aggrieved as our correspondents on Twitter as that. Through outside the off stump to Stephen Davis, and on jogs, I think that's Rolf van der Merwe there, who's sharing 12th man duties with a big, tall, fast bowler by the look of it, who might be Jack Brooks and who might be Casey Aldridge.
Polly confirms she's indeed scoring. Bless.
End of that over, and the score is 59 for 2, the 2 being Marcus Harris, who played on to Lewis Gregory, going for an off drive, getting an under edge into his stumps, and Harry Dearden was probably a bit unlucky to have been adjudged LBW to Lewis Gregory for 7. Gregory, the most successful of the Somerset bowlers, well, the only successful Somerset bowler, 2 for 19 in 7. The others, Craig Overton, none for 13 in 7. Josh Davey bowled well, none for 27 in 9. And Marchant de Lange just the 1 over, which was a maiden, and the Somerset skipper is coming into the attack.
Tom Abel bowls outside off stump, out swinger, but started wide, went wider. Ackerman had nothing to do with it.
Here's an alternative opinion about that LBW. Ollie Esquire says, I don't think it's clearly wrong. Well, there we are. Perhaps he's a relative of Tim Robinson's.
2 slips and a gully as Abel turns, scurries in, bowls to Ackerman, slightly short of a good length, and Ackerman up on his toes, defends very correctly. Most of his shots are pretty correct. Colin Ackerman, nice straight bat as he defends it out into the offside, no run.
Doesn't do a huge amount of bowling, Tom Abel. Bowled a fair bit last season.
In he goes and bowls. Nice shape to the delivery. Again, just a little bit too wide, and he's getting it to swing away from the right-hander. Ackerman let it go through. Did bowl against Middlesex in the wind. Didn't pick up any wickets. None for 26 at Lord's Abel. Otherwise, that was it for the season. In he goes, 28 on his back and bowls to Ackerman. He's going to get off the mark, so he turns it into the leg side. He's going to have to hurry as he turned it towards mid-on, who slid, picked up and got his throw away. The throw missed, however. We will never know whether
George
Ackerman
Bartlett
would have made his ground, but good work by
very good
Bartlett.
Work, yeah.
Picked up and sort of threw sort of as he was, well, almost still on the ground, really, as he slid into the ball. So athletic these days.
He has something of the demeanour in the field of Derek Randall about him, George Bartlett. He's taller, but he walks
hyperactive.
He almost slouches a bit, but then when the opportunity comes, he
explodes into action. I know what you mean. Round the wicket goes Abel to the left-handed Azad, swings in, Azad waits for it and turns it firmly, but only as far as mid-wicket. Picked out the man, rather. Might be a bit cross about that. He remains 31. 60 for 2.
Slightly surprising seeing Tom Abel into the attack quite so early. Maybe he thinks that there's something in the pitch or the conditions that might help him.
He's getting it to swing. In he goes. Bowls, drops a little bit short. Azad just outside off stump, deflects it down towards the gully, but it does not go past him. It bounces a couple of times, sits up nicely, so no runs conceded from that delivery. So that will suggest the fact that the drinks are coming out. Is it a sanitising break? No, it shouldn't be, because we're on 25 overs now. It's every 6 overs, isn't it? So it's just seems to be a little drinks break. 1:45. Well,
odd time to take a drinks break.
I was going to say, it must be some sort of... I can see some sprays coming out, but Hassan Azad's getting a little drink.
See
goes down on one knee to get it.
Surrey 72 for 3 now against Middlesex in this group elsewhere, and Hampshire 52 for 1 against Gloucestershire, Holland and Allsop, the not-out batsmen. And I think Hampshire, Richard, have sort of established themselves already as favourites in this group of the County Championship.
Well, acquiring our former seamer Mohammed Abbas has certainly, one feels, strengthened their
especially with
bowling attack.
James Vince is one of the best.
It'd be interesting to see if he has to go and play for it. Maybe he'll get an England call up. Who knows? But
I don't think he doesn't think he's going to. But,
no, possibly not.
Marchant de Lange is going to bowl another over from the Bennett end in bright, warm sunshine here. And beats Ackerman outside the off stump. His fellow South African, Ackerman, 1 not out, although I should say that, strictly speaking, Ackerman is Dutch. He, like Roelof van der Merwe, is a Dutch South African.
Yes. And he plays for the Netherlands as well.
Indeed. And he has an EU passport. I'm not quite sure what that stands for these days. In these days of Brexit, which we won't go into. And that's played back to Big Marchant. Somebody on Twitter christened him the Marchant of Menace, which I thought was rather good.
Very good. I like that. I like that a lot.
And he can bowl quick when his dander is up.
Somewhat of a Shakespearean bent.
Yeah.
Ian is very exercised by the Dearden dismissal.
He's Marchant de Lange in and bowls, and he's offering Ackerman nothing at all at the moment.
The impact was outside.
Oh dear.
Bless.
Well, these things tend to even themselves up over the course of a 4-day game of cricket.
And Polly kindly points out that the sanitisation break is every 6 overs or at the fall of a wicket, and then the latter resets the 6 overs.
Oh, right, I didn't know that. De Lange, that's driven nicely by Ackerman, but not really timed. And it goes straight up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Tom Banton.
I'm going to make a note of that. Polly's going to be really useful over the next few days, I suspect, because I didn't realise that. So it's 6 overs from the fall of a wicket as well.
She's always very helpful, Polly, whether home or away, and hopefully she'll be allowed, along with the other scorers, to travel to away games sooner rather than later. De Lange in and bowls to Ackerman, who angles his bat, plays that down to backward point, where it is fielded by, actually that's Tom Banton, so I'm not quite sure who that is. It must be George Bartlett then at mid-off. Somerset fielders, mostly wearing cable knit sweaters, despite the fact it's a lovely warm day here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, as that's defended up to mid-off, to the appreciation of the slips, as you can hear from the roars over our effects microphone. That was a good over by Marchant de Lange. It was another maiden over, so he's bowled 2 overs, 2 maidens, and at the end of that over, which was the 26th of the innings, Leicestershire 60 without loss, finding run scoring pretty hard work at the moment.
He picked up 4 wickets in the first innings, Marchant de Lange, last time out against the Gloucesters.
A couple of them were tail-enders, man.
So they all count, matey, they all count.
Yeah.
I speak as a former Don't remember things like that, you just remember your numbers. Round the wicket comes Abel and bowls to Azad. Tucks him up a bit, but plenty of time, and just deflects it out towards mid-wicket. There is no run. 2 slips, the second of whom I think is Overton, judging by the size of him.
It is, yep.
He's standing a long way in front of Hildreth at first, a long old way. Hildreth absolutely dwarfed in comparison. In goes Abel outside off stump, allowed to go through by Azad. Davies claps his green gauntlets together.
He's a terrific slip fielder, Craig Overton. He's a terrific outfielder as well.
So, yeah, Jamie was in the slips a few times.
Oh yeah,
chuntering away at the batsman.
Equally good as slip catchers. I've seen Jamie take some absolutely stunning catches.
Abel, very energetic run, slightly short of a length outside off stump. Upon his toes is Azad, steering it towards point though. Doesn't really come off the middle, so comfortable stop there for the fielder.
The Somerset coaches will be approving of this bowling. In the language of coaches, they're dotting well at the moment. Marchant, de Lange and Tom Abel.
In goes Abel, bowls, turned into the leg side this time by Azad, only as far as mid-wicket.
Another dot. Dot, 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 dot. So we've had, we certainly had 10 dots in a row. Having said that, the next one will be a long hop and carted away through mid-wicket probably.
Been on the money pretty much so far, Tom Abel. And he goes and bowls to Azad, and that one's on the money. A little bit of bounce and swing back in and beats the bat. It's above the pad, bounces out, hits him outside the line as well, and bounces out towards gully. But making the batsman.
Bit of bounce.
Yeah, a little bit there for him. There's an urgency about Abel's action. Although he's not quick, or close to quick, he just gets the odd ball to nip, in he goes, and bowls short and cut away by Azad. It's well, you've been predicting it for a while, I think, Anthony, and eventually the Somerset skipper drops a little bit short, and Azad tucks in.
Yes, that's the first poor delivery that Tom Abel has produced. He does have the tendency of bowling the odd bad ball. But he's a useful change bowler, and Somerset have got Tom Lammonby as well, who can change the angle. He's a left arm seamer.
Neatly and wristily put away by Azad. He moves on to 35 with that shot. He'll be pleased with that because, as you say, he's been a little bit becalmed of late. 64 for 2, Leicestershire.
Marchant DeLanger from the Bennett end in and bowls to Ackerman, who picks up a couple of runs here at least as the ball runs away through a big gap on the onside. It's going to be pulled in 5 yards in from the boundary, and in fact they'll come back for 3. So Ackerman moves on to 4, 67 for 2. We've got about 10 minutes to go through to the lunch interval, which means that Somerset are going to be short on their appointed ration of 32 overs in the first 2 hours.
Should get another 3, including this one, do you think?
Yeah.
So only 2 short. That's by Leicestershire standards, that's positively hasty. Positively hasty, I tell you. Anticipate a late finish.
Yeah.
Whoever's bowling on this ground.
Here's DeLanger bowls to Ackerman, who turns that neatly into the onside, but only as far as Tom Banton at mid-wicket. We've got 2 slips now, James Hildreth and Craig Overton. Lewis Gregory is at gully in tribute to the extra bounce that Marchant DeLanger, as a genuinely quick bowler, ought to be able to generate from this pitch. He's there now, bowls, and this is again on leg stump, turned down to long leg, where Jack Leach comes off the boundary to do the fielding. He hasn't had a huge amount to do this morning.
Have you had
Jack
a
Leach.
chance to talk to him since he came back? Or
No, I haven't. No.
I'd just be curious to know sort of what he made of the whole experience this winter.
I mean, it was a very difficult winter for him one way.
Yeah, that's what I mean, really. Yeah. What is how he sort of,
but
where's he's at head-wise?
He's so resilient, Jack. You know,
okay.
The more he's knocked down, the more he gets up and dusts himself off and gets on with it, as that's played into the onside. But I thought the way he came back after the assault on him by Richard Pant spoke volumes for his character, Jack.
Some cricketer, that boy Pant, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Here's DeLanger. Tall, broad shoulders in a bowl. So takes him on the pad and given out. LBW, that's the end of Ackerman. There didn't seem to be too much doubt about that one. Umpire Robinson raising the finger. Ackerman trapped on the crease, only half forward. The ball maybe just jagging back slightly, beating the inside edge. And that's the 3rd Leicestershire wicket to go down with the score on 68. It's Ackerman who's gone for 4, 68 for 3.
That did look at. Let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, maybe just swung back. It was did enough, and Ackerman looked to be hit on the back pad. Only possible doubt height, but there wasn't much of that, and I think that's absolutely fair enough. Ackerman is on his way, and it's turning into a rather good morning for the visitors and for Somerset. 3 good wickets. Yeah. Harris, Dearden, and now Colin Ackerman, yet to find his form rather this season, Ackerman, and it's not going to be in this innings either.
Well, the wickets have been a reward for persistence, accuracy and consistency. They've bowled a really good line and length for Somerset bowlers. They've offered the batsmen very, very little in the way of scoring opportunities. Just kept plugging away, and batting seems to have become more difficult almost as the morning has worn on, and that's a tribute to the quality of these Somerset bowlers, who almost carried the bowling unit to the Bob Willis Trophy last year, and maybe not quite at their best against Gloucestershire, but they've certainly bowled really well here this morning.
Well, Azad as ever, is the rock of the Leicestershire innings, on which the Leicestershire innings is founded at the moment. Lewis Hill has been in super form this season so far. Last 3 innings, 65, 70 and 69 not out at the Oval. He's been busy, but his job for the next 6 minutes or so is just to keep the ball out and make sure Leicestershire get through to lunch without any more damage in terms of wickets.
De Lange then from the Bennett end. He's in to bowl to Lewis Hill, who plays around his front pad, hence the excitement amongst the slips. He got the middle of the bat onto it and played it out into the onside, but nonetheless there was a certain amount of excitement. But good over from De Lange. He has figures of 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 4, and Leicestershire after 28 overs, 68 for 3.
Should be 2 more overs, but
which clock do they go on the?
I think they tend to prefer the electronic, which is understandable, because sometimes the coupler just gets slightly ahead of itself. But I don't know. Maybe they decide which one shall we go by for the game. Maybe it's like meter readings. Round the wicket goes Abel and bowls to Azad, who he's going to be caught behind. He is. He went for a ball lifting outside off stump, a risky attempt to chop it away through the outside, got a top edge, and this is now turning into a really good morning for Somerset, because Azad, having batted so well, has given it away. He didn't need to play at that one just before lunch. He did. He tried to chop it away, tried to be positive, got the top edge, comfortable catch for Davis. Somerset have 4 wickets.
It wasn't a very good delivery from Tom Abel, but he leapt in the air with delight when that edge flew through to Stephen Davis. It was short and wide. You can't blame Hassan Azad for going for the shot. Maybe you can 5 minutes before lunch, but it was there for the shot. It was not the concept of the shot, it was the execution of it which was at fault. But that's a big wicket. I was just about to say, Richard, that Hassan Azad is, looks like the main obstacle standing in the way of Somerset getting on top in this Leicestershire first innings, and he's gone now, and that makes it a very good morning for Somerset.
It does indeed. 36 off 85 balls for Hassan Azad. 68 for 4, the Foxes, having won the toss, chosen to bat on what is a pretty good wicket. There's a little bit there. It's a good cricket wicket. There's a little bit there for the bowlers if they bend their backs and they find it. There's a little bit of swing. They needed to get through the morning without too much damage, Leicestershire. Well, there has been damage, and serious damage at that. Somerset will be absolutely delighted with their work. So far, 2 wickets for Lewis Gregory, 1 for Marchant de Lange, and 1 now for Tom Abel. First of the season for the skipper.
Yep. And I suppose it was really the bounce as much as anything that accounted for that, with Hassan Azad going for the cut shot.
Well, the alarms are going off on Milligan Road, and they're going off in the Leicestershire dressing room as well, I would think. Is it a car alarm? I think it is, somewhere down the Milligan Road. They'll find it and get it off in the end. How many balls? There was 5 balls left in the over, so this might be the last over now before lunch. But Tom Abel I think he would have taken 68 for 4.
Oh, you bet.
Beforehand, when he lost the toss.
Well, I mean, it was 40 without loss in the 16th over.
It was. In goes Abel outside off stump, swinging away, and Harry Swindles, who I beg your pardon, I should have introduced. Too busy talking about the dismissal of Azad. Young wicketkeeper batsman has come out to join Lewis Hill. 2 Leicester boys at the crease then. Swindles has taken over the gloves from Hill, and he's been in decent nick this season. 59 and 34 against Hampshire. In he goes Abel and bowls. He's tentatively forward, suspiciously half forward. Defends down towards mid-on, and then 20 last week against Hampshire. So he's got in each time, but only once has he managed to go past 50. Harry Swindles, very young still, just really establishing himself in the Leicestershire first team. Waits with bat raised as Abel goes in, bowls to him. He goes for a drive and misses it as it swings past the outside edge. Nervous drive, not great foot movement. Tricky times this for these 4 Leicestershire. They don't want to lose another wicket for sure before lunch. 5 down on a good track would be a disastrous morning.
Polly Rhodes has explained the over rate calculation, which I'll
In goes Abel, bowls on off stump and up on his toes. Swindles, who again is another quite small man. We haven't really had one. Ackerman, I suppose, is sort of roughly normal height. Plays it down into the offside and there's no run.
Yeah, it's minutes minus allowances, and the allowances are 2 minutes for each wicket, 3 for any other delay, and 1 for every sanitisation break.
Okay, in goes Abel and bowls, outswinger again, this time Swindles behind it, out into the offside and there's no run. Three for any other delay?
Yeah.
Whatever
Change
that
of
delay
bat,
is.
for example. So we've
gets
had
3 minutes?
Yeah, 3
Good
minutes.
Lord.
So, Somerset have actually had 108 minutes in the morning session.
Okay.
Which means they should bowl 28.8 overs, which is more or less what they've done.
And they are now leaving the field.
Yeah.
So there you go. Thank you for that, Polly. This is going to be great. I am going to learn so much that I should know, but I didn't over the last 7 years. I'm going to learn in the next 4 days. 68 for 4, Leicestershire at lunch. A great morning for the visitors. They lost the toss and maybe feared the worst as Leicestershire went without too many issues. 240. Marcus Harris then was bowled off the inside edge. A slightly loose drive at the bowling of Lewis Gregory for 19, 40 for 1. Harry Dearden was unlucky. He got a rather poor decision. Leg before. Again, 2 Gregory hit him outside the line of leg stump and was also swinging down the leg side, 56 for 2. Colin Ackerman had no such complaints. He was plumb leg before wicket to Marchant de Lange for 68 for 3. And then on the same score, huge wicket, Hassan Azad, who played pretty well in going to 36, was tempted into attempting to cut away a short and rising delivery from Tom Abel outside the off stump, got the top edge, comfortable catch for Stephen Davies. 68 for 4 at lunch, Anthony, is a great morning for the visitors.
Yep, the first hour belonged to Leicestershire, 40 without loss in the first hour. The second hour has unquestionably belonged to Somerset, in which Leicestershire have managed only 28 runs, losing 4 wickets in the process. So Somerset will be absolutely cock-a-hoop going into lunch, having picked up those 4 wickets since 12 o'clock with really good, accurate, persistent bowling, which is making the very most of the little bit of swing that there is here, a little bit of seam movement and a little bit of bounce, particularly from this end. But very good morning for Somerset.
So we will be back with you, BBC Radio's Leicester and Somerset, in around about 35 minutes or so's time, in good time for the restart. 2 men on and naught at the crease, Harry Swindles and Lewis Hill. Can they rebuild the Leicestershire innings? Can Somerset drive through the gap that they've created and really get Leicestershire out, get batting themselves and start building a score? We'll find out in 35 minutes' time. Better leave that on. Forgot about that. Got my 1 o'clock. In goes Overton, bowls outside off stump and cut over the slips quite deliberately by Azad. Angled bat, lifted it over the top of the slips.
Here's Davey in the bowls to Harris, who drives nicely away through the offside, got right across to that and just timed it away through extra cover. Ground, he's in and bowls, and this is driven away through the offside. That'll be 4 runs. Timed that beautifully, did Marcus Harris. Very important 50 for us up at Lord's in his first innings. Edged! Just short of, and it's gone, in fact, between first and second.
And bowls, edges just short of second slip. And it was a good half stop at second slip. It's still going to run away to the boundary, though. Deflected it through. It was.
Anyway, here's Gregory in the bowls. This is driven away nicely through the offside by Hassan Azad, and will pick up 4 runs. Gregory in the bowls, and this is driven away.
Ooh, in the air.
In the air, backward of point. He again chased after that wide outside.
Davey and bowls thick outside edge. He's going to pick up 4. That wasn't too far wide of third slip. Again, I don't think it quite carried. He goes and bowls short and cut away by Azad. It's as well. You've been predicting it for a while, I think, Anthony. And eventually, the Somerset skipper drops a little bit short, and Azad tucks.
Gregory's in and bowls, and this is bowled. Bottom edge. That is the end of Marcus Harris. Bottom edge onto the stumps. He was going for a pretty expansive, all very seriously as Gregory's in and bowls. Takes him on the pad, and he's given out LBW. That is the end of Harry Dearden. Umpire Robinson, broad shoulders in and bowls. Takes him on the pad and given out LBW. That's the end of Ackerman. There didn't seem to be too much doubt about that one. Umpire
Abel and bowls to Azad, who he's going to be caught behind. He is. He went for a ball lifting outside off stump, a risky attempt to chop it away through the offside, got a top edge, and this is now turning into a really good morning for Somerset, because Azad, having batted so well, has given it away. He didn't need to play at that one just before lunch. He did. He tried to chop it away, tried to be positive, got the top edge. Comfortable catch for Dave.
no longer. So I'm looking forward to seeing the changes.
When it
Well, good afternoon everybody, welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. The afternoon session on this first day of the Specsavers County Championship match. Not Specsavers, LV.com, I beg your pardon, that was last year. LV.com County Championship match between Leicestershire and Somerset. It's been a really good morning for Somerset. It was a really good morning for Somerset. They picked up 4 of Leicestershire's first innings wickets. This after Fox's skipper Colin Ackerman won the toss and chose to bat. So 2 men at the crease who have yet to score. Harry Swindells, who is watching, while Lewis Hill checks his guard from umpire Tim Robinson. 68 for 4. BBC Radio's Leicester and Somerset bringing you the commentary. Anthony Gibson and Richard Ray.
Here's De Lange, Marchant De Lange, bowling from the Bennett end, bowling to Lewis Hill, who has not long come to the wicket. Been a very good morning for Somerset's bowlers. They look much more like the unit that carried all before them in the Bob Willis Trophy last season. De Lange in and bowls. Good pace. So having to jam down on that.
Every ball is isn't it, with De Lange? Every single ball.
Yeah.
Convinced he's going to take a wicket. Convinced it's almost beaten the batsman.
This powerful straight run up is there in bowls, and that's played away nicely through the onside over pitch. That will probably run away for 4 runs. Tom Abel is in hot pursuit and dives and flicks it back. And no, not Lamonby, but Banton completes the fielding. I don't know whether he just saved that inside the rope or not. It's a long way away. That's all I'll say.
He saved his side a run. Good work by him. That will have got him going after lunch. Hopefully he didn't have too heavy a one.
He's very, very fit. 3 runs, 71 for 4. Just maybe trying a little bit too hard. Marchant De Lange, I am reliably informed, was once a javelin thrower. And he's certainly built like a javelin thrower. He's got shoulders like Steve Backley.
You can sort of see it in his action a little bit.
Yeah. It's all in the shoulders. Here he comes now, bowls. And that's played back up the pitch.
Yeah, good acquisition by Somerset. Once Jamie Overton decided to make the move to London.
Yeah, we hope he's a good acquisition.
You don't get a harder trying cricketer, that's for sure.
True. Well, wholehearted. He's there now, bowls, and Swindells gets one. Not sure where that. Was it shoulder or glove? Get his hands up. Yes, it looks it came off the glove. Just ran down to short fine leg. I wonder if that's going to prompt Tom Abel to put in a forward short leg or leg slip. No sign of it so far.
It was a decent bouncer, wasn't it?
It was. Another run on the board. Lewis Hill faces... Oh, and that's another short ball, and that was a good one. He had to move quickly out of the way. That was a quick delivery there from Marchant De Lange, showing why Somerset signed him during the off-season as a sort of light replacement for Jamie Overton. Not such a good batsman as Jamie, of course. But
he can be pretty effective though with the bat on his
day.
He
can.
He can hit a big ball.
I was saying he made 51 against Middlesex at Lords, which actually turned the course of that game. If it hadn't been for last wicket partnership between him and Jack Leach, Somerset would have had no chance at all in that game. It was the turning of the tide.
So Abel's taken himself off, and he's gone back to Craig Overton. He's got 2 new batsmen to bowl at. In he goes, the tall right-handed and bowls outside off stump to Harry Swindles. It swings away, but started wide and went a little bit wider. Allowed to go through by Swindles, who has that single to his name. 3-4 Hill. I'm saying both batsmen have been in pretty decent nick so far this season, but they have a huge job to do here, because next in, well, you're sort of into the all-rounders, and Leicestershire do have a long tail. In goes Overton, bowls, and on off stump, middle and off. Swindles is half forward. Good line from Overton. He's blocking it out into the offside. You heard the sharp cry of no. Immediately raised his bat to Lewis Hill at the other end. 72 for 4. Innings very much in the balance for Leicestershire. Need the two to hang around. Top 4 gone in the hutch. In goes Overton and bowls to Swindles, and he's very tentative there. Really wasn't sure how to play that foolish delivery. Pushed it out into the off, got it out into the offside by hook or by crook.
A little bit of swing, wasn't there?
But there was movement, and it was back into the right-hander there. Bowling nicely now, Somerset. Making the batsman play, getting a little bit of movement. Liking the pitch where the ball is coming on a little bit. In he goes and bowls to Swindles. That's the attempted outswing. Didn't really move on that occasion, and Swindles forward and pushing it away just outside off stump into the covers, and there's no run.
Bowling a very full length,
Giving
encouraging
it a chance to swing.
Swindle. Yeah, giving it a chance to swing, encouraging the batsman to have a drive at it. 3 slips waiting for the edge.
As I say, they're not tall men. Swindles probably the shortest on the side, no more than sort of 5'5", 5'6", and he doesn't get in a big stride. In goes Overton and bowls to him outside off stump. Again, good line. Again, Swindles plays well in that he leaves, judges it well.
Got to be careful though, in case Overton bowls the one that comes back.
Yeah,
in
he's shown he can. Gorgeous in the sun. Pretty cold out of it. We're up here on top of the pavilion here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, and that north wind is still there for sure. Overton in. Swindles goes for the drive and misses. It's reaching for it. It was asking for the edge. There wasn't much of a percentage in that shot in terms of being in favour of the batsman, and he was lucky to get away with the end of the over. 72 for 4.
I bet those slips. Slip catches will sting. Good over though, that from Overton. Probing, accurate.
On that subject, Polly's been in touch.
Here's Marchant de Lange. In and bowls to Hill, who plays that out into the offside, doesn't get a run.
So that of the 175 balls bowled in the morning session, 149, including wicket balls, were, in quotes, dot balls.
You are. They're dotting well. Good dotting, Somerset.
Well, this is what you want, isn't it? You control and wickets.
Yeah. Well, the control produces the wickets if you keep the pressure up long enough. So that's played slightly involuntarily out into the offside by Lewis Hill, who must feel like he's batting at Taunton at the moment because the only people making any noise are the Somerset fielders. There aren't very many people here at all, only those who have a good reason to be here, plus a handful of stewards. There's de Lange in and bowls to Hill, who drives that up to Josh Davey at mid-on, but doesn't time it. Again, there's no run. Very helpful stewards, I may say, at the gate.
Good.
Here today. Recognised me straight away and said, welcome to the county ground, the Uptonsteel County Ground, and have a good day, he said, you know, which is Marchant de Lange in. Oh my goodness me, that didn't miss the off stump by very much. It was left alone by Lewis Hill, thinking it's the one that would just go straight on with the arm, and it ducked back in and didn't miss his off stump by very much.
It didn't.
Good judgment. Good judgment. Marchand Delangham, he doesn't waste any time getting back to his mark. He's in now, bowls again, and you must feel the effort from up here as that shoulder comes over, as that's played out defensively into the onside. Nothing like a big fast bowler operating at the peak of his powers, is there?
No. And as I say, just has a very slight slope once it gets up there, but it is still just there, so it's ideal really for fast bowling coming in from that Bennett end.
Here he comes again in and bowls, and a model. Oh, it's a no ball. A no ball signalled by umpire Tim Robinson. So the score moves on to 74 for 2. Hasn't gone up on the scoreboard yet, at least not the one away to our left.
Are you preferring the manual to the electronic?
I'm sort of using them equally. This is outside the off stump, flies through to Stephen Davis, but too wide for the batsman to need to play a shot at it. And that's the end of the over, which was the 32nd of the innings, 74 for 4.
They maybe missed the signal. Looking from there, from that side, across to umpire Robinson. The electronic scoreboard has it right. 74 for 4. Sensing a real opportunity, I think, here. Somerset and Abel. Come on, Crago, is the cry from Abel as in goes Overton and bowls to Swindles, who is caught at first slip. Yes, second attempt. It went to second slip. He was trying to get out of the way of the bouncer. It came off the almost face of the bat. It flew around about head high towards second slip. It was parried up in the air. Is it Lewis Gregory in at second there?
It is, absolutely.
And it knocked up into the air, and Hildreth, I think at the second attempt, the second grab, took it at first slip. So one way or another, he has caught Hildreth, bowled Overton. Swindles never looked comfortable against the short ball, and he has been dismissed, and Leicestershire are now in deep trouble at 74 for 5.
Yeah, good bowling, good hostile fast bowling from Craig Overton, and then the ball flying around among the slips like a ball in a pinball machine from Gregory to Hildreth, and then Hildreth parried it and finally grasped it when he was flat on his face, and that's the fifth wicket to go down. But it shows again, I mean, that there was good bounce there. It was a good bouncer. I think Swindles was a little bit optimistic in the way he went after it, and
I think he was trying to get out of the way and got completely tangled up looking at the replay, and it came back at him a bit, took almost the face of the bat, but he was real. You know, he was really tangled there.
He was
didn't play it well.
discombobulated.
He absolutely was.
As very often happens when batsmen are facing fast bowling on a pitch with a little bit of bounce, which this one certainly has.
Brings Ben Mike to the wicket, all-rounder. Hasn't been in great form so far with the bat. He hit a really nice 6 to take Leicestershire to another batting bonus point against Surrey last week at the Oval, but 4, 3 and 20 his scores so far this season. Well, Leicestershire need him to really apply himself here. 74 for 5. Having chosen to bat first on a nice day for batting, bid in the pitch that Somerset are exploiting brilliantly. There's a little dance. Ben Mike tries to get his feet moving. 3 slips as Overton charges in past umpire Bailey and bowls. Mike on his toes to slightly short of a length delivery, which doesn't do too much at all. Defends it out into the offside. No run.
First class average of 17.5.
Yeah.
Is that a fair representation, or?
Yes, it is. I mean, relatively speaking, yes, it is. You know, he's made a bigger impact with the white ball so far this season. He does hit a long ball. He's a cricketer of huge potential, explosive potential. But he's searching for consistency as Overton goes in and bowls to him, takes his bottom hand off the bat as that one just bounces a little bit. Might just have jarred his fingers a little bit. Indeed, he's taking his gloves off now, and he's taking his helmet off as well. He's putting that quickly back on, so I think he's okay. But again, super line from Craig Overton, and he's getting rewarded for it. He's got 1 for 13 at the moment. De Lange has 1 for 10. Which in De Lange as fourth change or third change whenever he came on. That's pretty indicative of a strong attack as Overton is in and bowling, and Mike looking, I think, to leave there. He was lifting his bat out of the way. It caught the bat face and bounced several times before being stopped at third slip. Yeah, if they can bowl, if they can roll Leicestershire over for sort of 140, 150, Somerset will be in a very strong position in this game. Pitch will flatten out under this sun a little bit. Just a little, still a little bit of life there at the moment. In he goes, bowls very full, and it swings away, but it was very wide from. I'm going to start calling him Craigo soon, because that's the shout every time from Craigo. Overton, Craig. I suppose it makes sense, doesn't it? Craig Overton, Craig O. Rather than it's kind of more to do with his surname, I suspect, than a sort of Australianism, Craigo.
Yeah, I think so.
The initial of his surname is in he goes, number 7 on his back, and bowls, and Mike is playing it firmly through mid-wicket, and that's going to run away for 4. Nice piece of timing, not a great deal of foot movement, but it was in towards his legs. He just turned his wrists on it, and it fairly whistled through mid-wicket, along the ground all the way, over the ropes at mid-wicket for 4. Nice way in terms of timing to get off the mark. Mike has 4, Hill has 3, Leicestershire wobbling horribly on 78 for 5.
Yep, it's been a top-class performance by the bowling unit. I think that's what will please Jason Kerr, the Somerset head coach, as much as anything. They do bowl well as a unit. They back each other up. Even Tom Abel picking up a wicket and actually bowled pretty well. It wasn't the best ball that he bowled that got him the wicket, but the fact that he'd been so accurate, perhaps accounting for the fact that Hassan Azad decided to chase a wide one. Is De Lange, and that's it's short of the fielder at Gully, who makes a good stop. And Ben Mike had backed up a long way. The excitement was as to whether Tom Banton from cover point should shy at the bowler's end. Decided probably wisely against it in the end, because Mike was pretty quick to regain his ground. Glorious sunshine here at Leicester as De Lange bowls, and Hill jams the bat down a bit late on that, but effectively enough out into the offside.
Yeah, just watching excuse me, Harry Swindle's dismissal again. He was trying to get his bat out of the way, but he no control at all in terms of where his bat was going. I suppose he can consider himself unlucky that it flew to the slips, but it was very, very good bowling. Actually, a pretty neat piece of catching, really, in the end.
Here's De Lange in and bowls, and he's bowling quick at the moment, the big South African. You can tell by the way the batsman is responding. He's playing it as late as he dare, Lewis Hill, knowing that there is a bit of bounce, a little bit of seam movement.
Ben Mike, born in Nottingham, son of Greg, former Nottinghamshire batsman.
Here's De Lange in and bowls. This is driven, but not timed, and half stopped by the bowler. Lots of noise out there from the Somerset fielders. What difference? How long has Paul Nixon been the top man here now?
Well, this is his third full season.
Third full season. Is De Lange in and bowls outside the off stump. No shot. And has he made? I mean, I know what a combative cricketer he is. Combative, very positive personalities. Has he made a really positive impact?
Yeah, I mean, someone like that almost can't not make a positive impact, because every word and action is positive from Paul.
Is De Lange in and bowls, and Hill defends back up the pitch, no run.
And if any, he, in terms of getting the best from players, he's probably the man to do that. To a certain extent, his hands are tied by sort of lack of resources, and they're obviously not one of the wealthier counties in those terms, and the decision is to try and develop our own players. When Andrew MacDonald was here a few years ago, went down the road of bringing in some quite expensive sort of imports, and won a few games for sure as a consequence. In goes Overton and bowls outside off stump. Good line, just not quite close enough to the off stump to persuade Mike he needed to do anything. Let it go through to Davies.
What's Leicestershire's best hope of a trophy this season?
T20. Obviously, we got to with the one ball
Yeah.
of finals day
I saw that on the
last year,
television, yeah,
and should have got through to finals day. A couple of disastrous misfields in the last 7 balls cost the Foxes a trip to. Where did they play it in the end? Edgbaston again? I can't remember where they played it.
It was in the end. Yeah.
In goes Overton. Good line, middle and off. Straight back down the pitch from Ben Mike. Defends it to Overton, and there's no run. I forget where they play, because we haven't been there for a while, but obviously we're the only county to have won it 3 times, the T20 competition. And Nixon's something of a specialist in that area.
Absolutely.
Very much part of that setup.
As we know to our cost in Somerset.
Indeed. And obviously they were hoping, I think, for a good run in the Royal London Cup, and may yet have one. In goes Overton and bowls short outside off stump. Mike looked as though he was getting ready to play, and indicates there was a bit of bounce and zip and swing, but let it go through in the end. But our captain Colin Ackerman and Callum Parkinson, probably our best bowler in white ball cricket, got picked for the 100.
I was just going to ask you about that. Yeah.
So we'll obviously, it's not as many counties. Like Surrey are losing 11 to the 100, but in relative terms, it's plenty for Leicestershire. In goes Overton bowls, and Mike again leaves outside of some. Again, really good bounce and carry from Overton. This is a good pitch. A good pitch. I like cricket wickets like this, when there's something there. It's not flat, but you can score runs on it. You've got a fast outfield. You get value for your shots, but there's something there for the bowler if he bends his back, and Overton's doing that right now. Turns. In he comes. Bowls outside off stump, too wide. You heard the grunt of effort from him there as he let that one go. Again, Steve Davis taking it behind the stumps with the gauntlets pointing up, always a good sign from the point of view of a little bit of pace in the pitch. But again, the direction was a little awry.
Yeah, we're losing, I think it's either 8 or 9 to
Wow.
the 100. So it's going to be James Hildreth.
It could be interesting though, couldn't it? We're going to see players we don't often or normally see. In goes Overton, bowls again wide to Mike, and too wide. Shouts and yelps from behind the stumps notwithstanding, that was not too close to off stump. Even so, pretty good over from Craig Overton. He has now bowled 10 overs, and he has 1 for 17 from those 10 overs. Mark Chantalanger has 1 for 10 from 6, and Leicestershire not quite sure where the next run is coming from at the moment. They're 78 for 5, having looked eminently comfortable at 40 for none after an hour this morning.
After an hour, yeah. I was going to say, well, Somerset fielders and bowlers will be resigning themselves to a long, hard day in the field. As Delanger bowls, and that's turned into the onside, and they sprint through for a single, and Lammonby throws in the dive in the action, but I think that Lewis Hill would have been home comfortably enough. But commendable to take the quick single to try and get things moving on. 75 for 1.
They've talked about this, Leicestershire putting bowlers under a little bit of pressure in that, or fielders as well, and just try and keep scoreboard moving. Surrey did that very well last year. They didn't just last week. They didn't just deal in boundaries. They took every possibility of a quickish single.
Marchant Delang, the sun beating down, and Delanger beating that ball into the pitch, and sails over the top of Ben Mike's shoulders. He barely needed to duck tall man that he is. That was very short from Somerset's speed Marchant.
Apparently the radio feed is about an over down on the live feed, so I don't know whether we're sounding about a... That must be impossible. You'll have to switch us off on that basis.
Well, we can't be behind the live streams. That's a defensive shot in the offside because we are describing it. Here comes your report, Richard.
And they went to lunch at 68 for 4, Leicestershire having been 40 for 1 at one stage. Well, the situation's got a little bit worse. They've lost another wicket shortly after the interval. Harry Swindles got a good bouncer from Jamie Overton. Couldn't control it and was caught at first slip after the ball was knocked up in the air by second slip. He was gone then with barely scoring, just a couple of runs to him. 74 for 5. It's now 79 for 5. Ben Mike is at the wicket. He is 4 not out. Lewis Hill, who's in good form, he is at the wicket with him. He is also 4 not out. These two have got together to put together a decent stand if the Foxes are going to build any sort of first innings score. At the moment they're struggling. They're 79 for 5. DeLange in, goes past the outside edge of hit Mike's bat with an absolute beauty.
Yeah, well, he beat him the previous delivery as well.
Did I call Overton?
You called him Jamie.
Jamie. I knew it was going to happen.
No, right,
I knew it was going to happen. Oh well, apologies to Craig.
I'm sure he won't mind. Here comes Marchant DeLange, the one and only. In and bowls, and this is played away through the onside. There'll be runs here. Josh Davey, who isn't the quickest, is going after it. Pulls it in, sends it, returns it, relays it to Tom Lammonby, whose left-handed throw comes into Stephen Davis, and that concludes the over with the score having moved on to 80 for 5. 82 for 5. Marchant DeLange, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 12. 1 for 13 in fact.
He certainly has not been in any way a sort of pressure release for the batsman. If anything, he's ratcheted it up a notch. And in comes Craig Overton and bowls outside off stump again. Good carry, taken around about shoulder height by Davies behind the stumps, but too wide and swinging further away. Mike, who retained the strike with that 3 up to mid wicket in the previous over, has moved on to 7. Lewis Hill, watching at the other end, is on 4. Absolutely key for the Foxes' chances. One feels for these two to put together some sort of partnership. Overton in, bowls and goes straight through Ben Mike with a ball that just sort of went on almost with the arm if he was a spinner, but might just have swung back in a bit, but he was looking for outswing. It wasn't there. Might have gone over the top of the stumps, that one. And a head on hands moment for Craig Overton. Somehow Ben Mike survives. He doesn't know how. 82 for 5.
Terrific delivery.
It was Overton. Turned it almost a little bit too much pace. I think he was almost done for there. In he goes again and bowls to Mike. Slightly fuller, and Mike's able to get forward and just defend that one out into the offside.
It's like high summer here at the moment, isn't it? With the sun is almost being reflected from the pitch out there. This biscuit-coloured pitch.
Yeah, and just go out the back though, and it isn't.
No, but
in the shade. But yeah, I take it. Yes,
it looks
is
magnificent.
It does. The green is beautiful. Overton is in, bowls outside off stump, and that one a relatively normal ball in inverted commas, in that it doesn't really climb too much and is taken around about knee high by Davies behind the stumps. It doesn't swing either. Haven't seen too many of those in recent overs. Overton get really into his work now. This is his 11th over of the innings. 1 for 17, given nothing, very little away anyway. In he goes. Bowls and forward. Solidly enough goes Ben Mike. Thick outside part of the bat, that said. Sees the ball run out towards point rather than extra cover. No run.
Relentless pressure, isn't it?
Yep.
Relentless pressure, and not much sign of a counter-attack, although Ben Mike is the sort of player who could take the fight back to the bowlers. Man going out to George Bartlett going out to deep mid-wicket, which suggests, well, either it's going to be a short one or it'll be a double bluff and a Yorker.
Overton is in, bowling outside off stump. Normal-ish delivery, and again it's too wide, and Ben Mike has nothing to do with it. End of the over. I don't get this double bluff business. It's just a bluff, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, the double bluff. You're quite right. You're absolutely right. The double bluff would be if he then puts in a bouncer.
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly. But it's kind of. The over 8 is level, and there are 59 remaining in the day. Suggesting then that we've had. Is that right?
Something like that. I've just.
Yes, 37. DeLange with his tail up's going to continue as well. He's going to
bowl another over.
Well, he had a nice break, didn't he, over lunch? And he's in a lovely rhythm.
So, 82 for 5 here at Leicester. March and DeLange in and bowls, and Lewis Hill just pushes that out into the offside. And Tom Abel, as so often, comes sprinting in from his position at extra cover. Just had a chat with Craig Overton, who tosses him the ball. Second slip. James Hildreth with that faded cap, hands behind his back in his short sleeve cable knit sweater. Craig Overton next to him, but advanced as DeLange bowls. The fierce bouncer, which Lewis Hill actually plays very well indeed, just swaying back to let the ball sail past his nose. Not very far away from his nose. He would have felt the air turbulence as that ball went racing past him. He wastes no time at the end of his run, Marchant DeLange. He's in bowls, and this is tucked away down to fine leg, where Jack Leach is waiting for it. They think about a second run, as Leach had about 5 yards to make to his right, but you probably heard the no, and the right decision that was. He's got a good arm, as Jack Leach, but it's another run, 83 for 5.
Probably not anticipating bowling much, Jack Leach now. The seamers are bowling so well. In goes DeLange bowls, covers up Ben Mike out into the offside, no run.
Just had a burst of the live stream, and the live stream clearly is not
too live.
It's not quite synchronized, so I hope
right.
there are ways in which you can synchronize it, but I'm not sufficient of a technical expert to be able to explain it. Here's DeLange in and bowls, and with an angled bat that's just played down into the.
When you say it's not synchronized, you mean it's just not. It's a little bit behind, or the commentary isn't synchronized with the pictures. That would be a real concern.
The pictures, well, as long as the pictures are usually slightly behind the reality, but as long as the commentary is synchronized, and that's one that lifts on Ben Mike, and he actually plays it pretty well down in front of him. End of that over. 83 for 5. at the end of it. Anyway, I think we must be coming across loud and clear because and synchronised, because otherwise I'm fairly sure we would have heard about it on Twitter. 83 for 5 then at the end of that over, with 5 to Lewis Hill and 7 to Ben Mike.
Unsurprisingly, Craig Everton's going to continue from the pavilion end. He's got a big red stripe, but it's actually only sort of, for want of a better word, vest. I'm sure it isn't a vest. I'm sure it's some sort of special Under Armour type thing. In he goes and bowls down the leg side to Lewis Hill. Tries to flick it on his way down to fine leg. Doesn't get anything on it, but it's a sort of great red stripe, a vertical one, sort of extending from his, from tummy down to waistband. On that, I don't think it'll be thermal, although as I say, that wind is nippy, but when you're bowling like this, I can't imagine he's feeling the cold. In he goes, bowls to Hill, trying to tempt him into a big expansive booming drive.
Reassuring tweet from Barney Spender. He says the live stream is fine, all synced, no probs, please focus on taking a couple more wickets. Right. Message received and understood.
Thank you, Mr. Spender. It's been a wonderful sort of last, almost hour and a half really for Somerset after that first relatively tough hour. In he goes and bowls Overton. You heard a call of no from Lewis Hill there as he went forward, thick inside part of the bat. Plays defensively out towards mid-wicket.
These two are battling well though, aren't they? Lewis Hill and Ben Mike.
Need to.
Getting their heads down.
They've faced 25 balls apiece already. Hill for 5 runs, Mike for 7 runs. Again, that's an indication of there have been relatively little off which they can feel that they can score. In goes Overton and bowls outside of some, just drops his hands. Hill there as it bounces and swings and almost takes on a little bit of pace. It's a beautiful wicket now, really, for the bowlers. It's not seaming around to a ridiculous degree, but it's going through really nicely to wicketkeeper Stephen Davis. It's maybe under the sun, now the covers are off, it's just any sort of little extra bit has dried up and it's zipping through, fairly zipping through. Hill just recomposing himself really, took his gloves off and took his helmet off. He's just getting everything back together now. Steps into place, takes his guard as Overton is in and bowling to him on off stump. Again, just a hint of shape, but Hill plays it well. Goes out to point.
He's varying his length well, Craig Overton. That was a fuller delivery, giving the ball a chance to swing. And every so often he's bowling. He's really banging it into the pitch, just short of a length, looking for the sort of extra bounce that undid Harry Swindles. Good, intelligent, quick bowling.
He goes and bowls forward, goes for the drive this time, Hill, and does miss, but fortunately for him and unfortunately for Craig Overton, he doesn't get the edge on this occasion. So he set him up there, threw out that over, Craig Overton, and he got the false shot. Hill got away with it. End of the over. A maiden over, as the scoreboard informs us in huge letters. Maiden over Overton. And letters a foot high. 12 overs, 8 maidens. 8 maidens out of 12 overs. 1 for 17.
Well, that shows just exactly how well he's bowled. It's we are going to have a bowling change at the Bennett end. And now, I asked you about the Bennett end, Richard. Tell listeners why it's called the Bennett end.
Simply after Trevor Bennett, who was one of the Leicestershire County Cricket Club's most generous benefactors over the years.
Recent or?
I suppose relatively recent. Certainly he paid for the car park all to be done amongst other improvements to the ground.
Here's Gregory into bowl to Mike outside the off stump, swinging away and seaming away even further, taken by Stephen Davis almost in front of second slip, but far too wide for Ben Mike to be troubled by it.
Happily Polly confirms that after we were concerned and read out the tweet about lack of synchronisation. There was a sort of crackle, and now everything is bang on again. So, so somebody switched it off and on again, probably. Who knows?
Here's Gregory again. Picked up 2 wickets so far. He's in bowls to Mike, and again that's outside the off stump.
Real test this for Ben Mike. A real opportunity as well to make a bit of a statement. I mean, yes, you might get a good ball and be able to do nothing about it, but there are runs to be made in the pitch if you can battle your way through.
It's important partnership this as well, because there isn't a huge amount of batting
it's huge.
on the face of it.
It's huge.
To come. Here's Gregory then, in bowls to Mike outside the off stump, no shot.
This is only his, I think, 18th first class game, 24th first class innings. He's averaging 27th first class innings now. He mentioned his average sort of 17 and a half. He's a better player than that. A couple of 50s.
Well, this is his chance to show what he can do.
Yeah, he's going in very high.
Yeah. At number 7, Gregory's in and bowls to him outside the off stump, and again no shot required. Gregory not got his line quite right so far. And so far in this game, we were saying earlier on that Leicestershire's strength is its batting, Somerset's is its bowling, and the Somerset bowlers are coming out on top thus far, but who knows, perhaps the Leicestershire bowlers will show that they can bat, just as the Somerset bowlers have done in the last few seasons. Gregory in and bowls to Mike, and that was a little nearer to off stump, but still not near enough to require a shot from the batsman. Plenty of movement, but from the wrong starting point.
Curiously, Ben Mike's best scores, which I think was 72, wasn't made for Leicestershire, although he hasn't. This is his county, and always has been. He made it while on loan at Warwickshire, and he made it in the First Division. So,
well, here's Gregory in and bowls to him, and this time he does have to play a shot. Plays it back to the bowler, who fields with his right hand, threatens to throw the stumps down, but Mr. Mike had not moved. End of a maiden over for Lewis Gregory, but not, in all truth, the best maiden over he's ever bowled in his cricket career, because the batsman only had to play 1 out of the 6 deliveries. Nonetheless, it keeps the pressure on the Leicestershire batting, and the score remains on 83 for 5, and we've had 40 overs, so scoring rate of only just over 2 runs an over.
Yeah. I mentioned the 6 he hit against Surrey last week, but his most famous 6, so to speak, was off the last ball of a T20 game against Yorkshire here at the Uptonsteel. In goes Overton, very full outside off something that was there to be hit, and it was driven away by Lewis Hill, and he is going to pick up 4. That was a genuine half volley, wide outside off stump, and Hill's eyes lit up. He was right on top of the ball and cracked it away through extra cover for 4. Overton raised his eyes to the heavens. He knew that one at least he didn't build up the pressure in that over. He dished it up too soon, didn't he? And it was a bit of a gift. Hill tucked in. Overton in bowls. Oh, that's a better line and length, just outside off stump, and it bounces and leaves Hill, who grins back down the pitch. Nothing much you could do about that one. And taken chest high by Davis. Real zip off the pitch there as it went through to the wicket keeper, and movement too. Nothing that Hill could do except not hit it, basically.
Yeah.
Survive.
Yeah, big applause from all the slips of clapping that delivery as well.
That's your line. Craigo. In he goes. And bowls, and on driven by Hill. Foolish delivery from middle and leg. Was beginning to shape away, but Hill right behind it, played it firmly, but only as far as mid-on. No run. 87 for 5. It is a bit of a sun trap in here in the afternoons. It starts coming in at the side as well, because we are essentially looking pretty much south, as you mentioned. Good forecast for all 4 days, as Overton is in bowling, and that was the one that goes straight on, and it was left by Hill, and Overton's hands started to go up to his head as he thought, that's going to crash into off stump. It didn't, but it wasn't far from doing so.
Well, the sun trap here makes a very nice change from the wind tunnel at Lord's, I tell you that.
I'm almost glad we're not going if we weren't going to, if they're going to put us in an awful position down near the tavern stand. Did you say above the tavern stand?
You'd be all right as long as they pitched the wicket on the tavern side of the ground.
Overton in to Hill, very wide. Hill lifts his bat and then leaves it raised almost above his head as it goes through to Davies. But as I say, we're going to Merchant Taylor's. A school I have yet to visit, or a ground I have yet to visit, somewhere near Watford, I'm told, or between Watford and London. So it's going to be easier to get to, but might not be quite as redolent with history.
Yeah, county cricket on out grounds, though, is a very pleasant experience.
Overton is in on off stump, just drops his bat on that one. Hill guides it towards point. Just depends where you are, doesn't it? I don't mean necessarily in terms of which ground you're at, but where you're placed to commentate if you're in an awkward position and you can't see what's going on. For example, Cheltenham is wonderful to go to, but you're at square leg, which makes commentary a bit of a nightmare.
Absolutely.
87 for 5 at the end of the over. I just wonder whether that just might give Overton a bit of a spell.
I would think so. I think he's
waving for a drink.
He's as ever given it everything he's got. It's been a terrific spell. Yes, Uxbridge. Have you been to Uxbridge? The ground.
Yeah, very good pitch.
Yeah.
Sir Andrew Strauss got a very good 100 there once.
Yeah. Ground slopes away at one end. Here's Gregory in and bowls, and this is turned nicely into the onside, probably just for a single. Very good piece of fielding there.
Oh, buzzers.
Oh. Well, I said a good piece of fielding. They are able to take an overthrow as Marchant de Lange tried to back up Tom Lammonby's rather wild throw, and Lammonby raises his hand to apologise.
He saved 3 runs there, de Lange. Yeah. He did brilliantly, because that was heading to the boundary. That was heading for a 5, wasn't it?
It was. 2 runs accrue, 87 for 5, Leicestershire. Gregory to bowl to Ben Mike. He's there and bowls outside the off stump, and no shot. Polly says that Merchant Taylor's can be a wind tunnel as well, so that's something for you to look forward to, Richard.
It'll be 90 degrees. It'll be no wind. It'll be gorgeous day. We're going to cycle there. Leicestershire are planning a charity cycle ride from the Uptonsteel to Merchant Taylor's.
How far is that? 50, 60 miles?
About 100 miles.
Oh, is it? Okay. Here's Gregory into Mike outside the off stump. No shot.
It'll be interesting with my commentary stuff on my back, but no. I just try and get them to... Hopefully there'll be some sort of van carrying things.
Talking about Middlesex, Surrey in deep trouble against them. 107 for 7. Tim Murtagh, 1, 2, 3, 4 wickets. Roland Jones 3. So the old Middlesex seam firm of Murtagh and Roland Jones doing the business against Surrey.
They're the only county below us at the moment, so.
It's Gregory to Mike, and Mike drives, but only as far as Tom Abel. Yes, it's just. I mean, that's the thing about this format, is that everybody can beat everybody else. So it's hard to say. I mean, clearly in Leicestershire's case, you need to win a couple of games, and Somerset also need a win. But if, for example, if Hampshire and Gloucestershire, the leaders, one of those two is, let's just say, it's outside the off stump, a pretty wild shot there, makes no contact. But unless of course it's a draw, and there are 8 points for a draw these days in this competition, in order to encourage the production of better pitches. But it's very early days in this format where each of the sides in each group which will play each other twice. This is outside the off stump, and another poor shot that was from Ben Mike. He went fishing, losing patience outside the off stump against Lewis Gregory, who's rather been feeding that shot of Ben Mike's, and fortunate there not to get a nick through to Stephen Davis. End of the over, and
yeah, it looks like Davies coming on now. Suggested Overton just beginning to, understandably, lose it. Just a little bit of the nip. 13 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 21 for him.
He's bowled well.
Josh Davey, who is the one bowler used so far today who has yet to pick up a wicket. Doesn't mean he's bowled any worse than any of the others, that's for sure. He's bowled pretty well. But he's going to come on and have another go to break his duck here at the pavilion end. He's going to be bowling to Lewis Hill. He's going to have 2 slips. Oh, hang on, no. 2 slips and a gully. Gully and Point were in deep conversation. Wasn't quite sure where he was going to end up. Davey is in, bowls to Hill. Just 8 inches, 10 inches perhaps outside off stump. Hill allows it to go through. 89 for 5. Came together, these two, when Harry Swindles was bounced out essentially by Craig Overton. A really good bouncer, trying to get out of the way, and the bat was nowhere, raised above his head, caught pretty much the full face, strangely, flew towards second slip, was knocked up by Lewis Gregory and grabbed at the second attempt by James Hildreth at first. In goes Davey outside off stump, slightly slinging action, goes away, but from outside off stump and no dangers for Hill. Let it go through, rehearses a cut, but he didn't play.
How has the intensity of Leicestershire cricket been in the era of no crowds last season and this?
Hopefully it's been about the same, which, i.e. good. The players probably haven't let it affect them too much. We don't get huge crowds for the county championship. In goes Davey and bowls. Hill just readjusts. It didn't swing too much. It was a good line and length delivery on off stump. Hill defended it out into the offside. There's an update coming up for BBC Radio Leicester. Might just get it between overs with any luck. But they're stuck at it, and I suppose perhaps in a way it's taken a little bit of the pressure off them in the T20s last season. Perhaps, enabled them to develop a little bit in that respect. And so they had a pretty good T20 season. In the end, didn't quite make it through to finals day. Davey is in, bowling. Hill is driving, and that's going to run away for Leach. Turns, jogs, knowing that no chance down the slope as he chases it out, or off, chasing that down at wide. Extra cover, was wide, long off. 4 to Lewis Hill, moves on to 13, helped himself there. The extra pace of Overton, very noticeable compared to the relatively military medium of Josh Davey.
He's a little bit quicker than military medium.
Depends on your regiment, I guess, but it's no more than brisk compared to Overton, is it?
That's right.
Batsmen look much more comfortable if it's straight. In goes Davey and bowls. Hill tucks him away off his legs down towards square leg. It was a decent delivery in that it came back, but Hill had time just to adjust and squeeze it out for the single. He moves on to 14, 94 for 5. So 20 added for the 6th wicket so far. Leicestershire need to stick another nought on that, really, before they'll feel remotely back where they might have expected to be when Colin Ackerman won the toss and chose to bat. Davey turns. Great green stripes on both sides of his trousers, actually. Goes in and bowls, and that one bounces a little bit and surprises Ben Mike, who leaves the bat down, jerks his head back as it carries through to Davis. A real effort ball was rewarded, but not with a wicket. Josh Davey, 10 overs, none for 32 for him. 94 for 5.
Yeah, not a bad over from Josh David. Just that one half volley. He can bowl quicker than he did in that over. I think he was bowling well within himself.
Yeah, I didn't mean to. I wasn't
No.
meaning to be rude about
he can
his pace.
actually be deceptively quick.
Update coming between overs, hopefully. Well, Ben, Mike and Lewis Hill just beginning to rebuild the innings, which was in real trouble, still is in real trouble, but particularly so when Harry Swindles was caught at slip when he was unable to cope with a Craig Overton bouncer. He was gone for 1. That made the Foxes 74 for 5. That after captain Colin Ackerman won the toss and chose to bat. Ben Mike, that is, has moved on to 9. Lewis Hill, who's in really good touch, half centuries in each of his last 3 innings. He's going to need to do that and more if the Foxes are going to get back in control of the game. At the moment, they're 94 for 5.
And Lewis Gregory operating from the Bennett end, bowling to Lewis Hill, who gets one on leg stump and turns it into the onside. Tom Lammonby comes sprinting into to the fielding, left-handed Tom Lammonby. Hampshire and Gloucestershire. Hampshire just 1 down, 100 for 1, with James Vince not even come to the crease yet. And of course that Hampshire attack to be contended with. Here we've got Gregory in and bowls, and Lewis Hill adjusts well to a ball coming into him from outside the off stump. Glorious sunshine at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Trees on the far side of the ground, an avenue of trees against Mulligan Avenue away to our left.
Milligan Road.
Milligan Road. Well, I nearly got it right.
Avenue.
Mulligan Avenue. This is just dropped into the offside.
we don't kind of do avenues in Aylstone.
Yeah.
They're roads. Boy.
Milligan Road. And on the other side of the ground, there's a long row of bright orange seating.
Yeah, the popular seats between the meet and the electronic scoreboard. Behind them is the big net area, so this huge outfield extends that much further, which are hugely popular with touring sides. They're really good nets.
Here's Gregory in and bowls, and this is driven away into the offside, and a good tumbling stop there by George Bartlett. I think that is at extra cover. Yes, it is George Bartlett. It's either Bartlett or Banton. They walk. They're about the same height, and they walk in a similar way. But that Bartlett is slightly the more loose-limbed. No run.
Yorkshire in a lot of trouble at Hove. 140 for 8 against Sussex, obviously.
94 for 5 here at Leicester. Gregory is in and bowls, and this is whipped away nicely through the onside. Fielder Lammonby is in pursuit, but it will be a vain pursuit. It's a fast outfield here at Leicester. End of that over, 98 for 5, and it's getting faster, I would say, by the minute under the influence of this. Well, if you're out of the wind, it's a beautiful, warm, sunny day, and you can see that in the sense that the outfield is almost changing colour during the course of the day, from bright green in the morning. It's looking a little more faded now under the influence of all this sunshine.
I think the pitch is beginning to do so a little bit as well. Davey, to continue from the pavilion end, is in, bowling to Ben Mike, turns in neatly off his legs but straight to mid wicket, so no run on that occasion from Mike. He remains on 9. He's faced 38 balls now.
The wicket's almost getting a shine to it, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Hill has 18 from 45. .44 overs old, this ball now. We'll be beginning to just soften a fraction. In goes Davey and bowls. Good line, off stump line. Slight shape to it. Forward went Ben Mike, dealing with it, defending it down into the ground. On the offside, Overton clapping his hands. That second slip. What is he? A good head taller than James Hildreth at first.
Well, James would be about 6 foot tall, I suppose. 5'10", 5'11", maybe. Big Craig, 6'5".
Yeah. Davy kicking up his heels is in and bowling outside off stump this time. Mike doesn't try anything expansive, lets it go through. Orange soles on his cricket boots, Josh Davy. He's come into focus as he runs in. A couple of trees in blossom. I assume they're some sort of cherry tree or something on the far side. This farming expert to my left won't know. Tell me if it was an animal. In goes Davy, and defended by Ben Mike, thick outside.
Well, I'm not bad at trees, but it's quite difficult when they're only half in leaf.
Yeah, fair enough. Let you off.
And also, these are urban trees, if you see what I mean.
Right. Okay. None of your oaks or
exactly.
sycamores.
They wouldn't be the more common countryside varieties. Well, some of them are, but not all of them.
Now, limes are very popular in towns, aren't they? I guess because they're presumably very hardy things. They don't involve roots or what have you. Can survive under all the tarmac. In goes Davy and bowls outside off stump again. Mike steps forward, lets it go through. Lewis Hill is waving at the Leicestershire dressing room, which is, as I say, now on the first floor of the meet, away to our right as we look out across the ground.
That's meat spelt M-E-E-T as opposed to
Correct.
M-E-A-T.
Correct. Yeah. Although they do a mean burger and bacon sandwich and things like that when open.
I'm told that the food here is
spectacularly
very,
good.
very good.
It's wonderful, and alas, you're not going to taste it. It's rotten. Rotten luck. In goes Davy, and that one looks to come back in a bit, but Mike ready for it. Defensive, leaning forward, out towards backward point. End of the over. 45th of the innings, 98 for 5. The drinks and presumably the gel comes on as well for the Somerset players. A maiden over.
You can look forward to the healthy eating option at Taunton when you come down. Our lunch usually often consists of sausage rolls and chips.
Oh dear. Well, you would have got a 3-course meal here, starting with something like timbale of crab, and then one. Oh, it's that sort of. It's really high quality stuff.
The trouble is having a big lunch is I always get a bit soporific after lunch, and
yeah, I used to kind of write Bob Hunt off after lunch here. Really, used to just sound of gentle snoring would emerge from my left. Bob, bless.
Bob and the Shire.
Bless.
Right, who have we got? Lewis Gregory to carry on from the Bennett end. 3 slips. Somerset trying to keep the pressure on. These 2 Leicestershire batsmen trying to break the shackles. Here comes Gregory in and bowls outside the off stump to Lewis Hill.
We did miss something this morning. We shouldn't have done, but he is new to Somerset, and it was a landmark for Marchant de Lange.
There was 600 first-class wickets.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I should have got that because Polly actually sent me a list of upcoming records before the game.
And a good one for him as well. He'd been really pleased because Ackerman is a good player, compatriot. Probably played against each other.
In bowls to Hill, and mixture of bat and pad. Slips had their hands in the air. Craig Overton signalling to the umpire that perhaps that was pad before bat, but umpire not in the least bit impressed. Umpire Tim Robinson at that end, and Rob Bailey at this end, who hasn't had as much to do as Robinson, although they've only been really the 2 LBW appeals, haven't they?
Pretty
Both
much.
Answered in the affirmative. Gregory bowls, and Lewis adjusts his defensive shot. Lewis Hill I was just thinking that we've got two Lewises out on the field at the moment, Gregory and Hill, and another Lewis in the Somerset ranks is Lewis Goldsworthy, Cornish lad who got some runs for the seconds the other day and has sometimes acted as 12th man. I'm not sure whether he's here today or not. The 12th men are wearing hoodies. This is quicker delivery from Gregory, which is well played by Lewis Hill.
We had a Cornishman for a few years.
Who was that?
Bowler, bubble hair, guaranteed to be out for naught, going in number 11. Played for Nottinghamshire as well, in a championship winning side.
Harris? No, no, go on, tell me.
Charlie Shrek.
Oh, of course, yeah. Charlie Shrek. I don't think I realised he was Cornish. This is driven away through the offside for 4 runs. Nice shot. He
might
be
worth pursuing. It's a long old way, that, isn't it?
It is a very
that
long
must be
boundary.
90 yards, that.
And it has indeed gone for 4, saving my blushes. But he didn't hit that maybe exactly as he would have wanted to, but it went through a big gap on the offside. And that brings the Leicestershire century up. 102 they are for 5, and this is developing into a more than useful partnership. Because the other Cornishman who's making a name for himself at the moment is Jake Libby for Worcestershire. So stacks of runs. Here's Gregory and bowls down the leg side. Poor delivery, well taken by Stephen Davis. End of that over. 102 for 5, and I think he's getting some runs again today. Oh, perhaps he's Worcester 147 for 2. No, he's still going. He's 72 not out. He slipped through Somerset's fingers, Jake Libby. He played a couple of games for the seconds a few years ago, and they decided he wasn't quite good enough. And he's been around various counties since then, including Hampshire, but seems to have settled in really well at Worcestershire and almost broke the record for the longest innings.
He was at Notts for a fair while.
He was, yeah, Notts as well. He batted for 11 hours the other day.
Good concentration. Well, Davy's going to continue from the pavilion end. Still got the 2 slips and a gully. Ben Mike's been on 9 for some little time as he goes. Davy, and played in the air, pops up rather, but lands well short of mid-on as he ran across almost directly behind Rob Bailey. I don't think it stopped. I think he just went at it a little bit hard and stopped on the shot as much as anything, Ben Mike. He does wander down and pokes at the pitch, but might just have held it back as well, the bowler, on that occasion. Either way, Mike survives. It was lobbed back in the air. Curious sort of shot. He was looking for a big on drive. In goes Davy and bowls again to him. That's going to be a bit of a gift, I'm afraid. It just half volley on leg stump, and Mike gratefully accepted that gift. As I say, been on 9 for a long time, but absolutely no sound out there once the ball left the bat. An indication of that the fielders knew what was going to happen there, the fielding side. And Davy just turned and started to walk back to his mark. Mike into double figures then is on to 13, 106 for 5. Partnership creeps past 30.
Somerset could do with a wicket. Batting is beginning to look rather less treacherous than it did before lunch and then half an hour after lunch.
Davy in again outside off stump, and as if to bear out what Anthony was saying there, the ball rather dies into the gloves of Davies behind the stumps, but it shows how well really both DeLanger, the extra pace of both DeLanger and Overton, how important that was in terms of getting something extra out of the pitch. It's there if you've got the ability to get it out, that little bit of zip and pace, and Overton in particular was an absolute handful just after lunch, essentially. DeLanger both before and after lunch. 106 for 5. They're both taking a break though at the moment. Davy is in and bowling nice and straight. Mike forward, defending out towards point. Little nod of the head from Ben Mike as he played that one, whether in acknowledgement of the quality of the delivery or shot, who knows.
Have you heard any comment from players about the balls that they're using this season? Suggestion that they go a bit soft and don't swing very much as much as last year's batch.
I haven't heard that from the Leicestershire bowlers. In goes Davitt and bowls very wide outside off stump. But as I was saying to you before we came on air, that Leicestershire have only taken 13 wickets so far this season in the 2 games that we've played so far. Yet to take 10 wickets then in a game, let alone 20. The ball did a lot of swinging over the boundary at the Oval, and here at Grace Road, courtesy of James Vince. Allsop got 100 as well. In goes Davy and bowls. Line and length delivery on off stump. Forward goes Ben Mike, plays it out into the offside. And again there's no run. End of the over. And who was it came in and smashed it all over the place? Let me just check for Hampshire that was. Dawson. Dawson got a big, quick 100.
Yes, he has a habit of scoring runs against Somerset as well. But I mean, your guys, that was a terrific rearguard action against Surrey, was it not?
Yeah, no, they saved it reasonably comfortably in the end, with courtesy of Azad and Evans.
Having to bat
and
through
Hill
the whole day.
Yeah, but did so losing only 2 wickets over the day. This is a better pitch in every respect for me. There's something there. There's a better balance between bat and ball. You can score runs on it. There's something there for the bowlers.
Well, the ball has been on top, but maybe balance just starting to shift as Gregory bowls to Lewis Hill, who plays back up the pitch. Ball doesn't seem to be nipping around quite so much. There isn't so much swing for Lewis Gregory as maybe earlier in his spell. He, a bit like Josh Davey, bowling well within himself at the moment with the older ball. But there's been plenty of runs scored so far this season in the county championship. Partly, no doubt, down to the fine weather. Gregory is in and bowls, and this is flashed away between gully and backward point by Lewis Hill. He chased after that, but slashed hard, and the ball flew away in the air, but well away from any fieldsman, and down to the boundary at wide third man.
He threw his hands at that one, Hilly.
110 for 5. Short and wide from Gregory, invited the shot. I'm not sure it was entirely what Lewis Hill intended, but it certainly flashed to the boundary. Gregory just having a chat with Marchant de Lange, maybe a suggestion as to what he might try. He's there, bowls. This is driven straight to Marchant de Lange at mid-off. He didn't time that. Lewis Hill, he was aiming for the gap between de Lange and George Bartlett at extra cover. It's quite a big gap up towards the main scoreboard here at the Uptonsteel county ground. The Geary bar over to our left. George Geary?
Correct.
Here's Gregory in and bowls, and this is pushed up, and they go for a quick single. Have to look lively, and if that had hit, I don't know. I suspect Hill would have been home, because he must have factored into his calculation the possibility that Josh Davey would pick that up at mid-on and throw the stumps down from not very far away, and I think he probably would have got home. It was Ben Mike who was rather taken by surprise by the call, but he wasn't running to the danger end. But,
he put in the dive though, didn't he? Which is always an indication that this could be very tight.
Josh Davey only had the one stump to aim at, but he was aiming at it from only 3 or 4 yards away. But he missed it. 111 for 5. Gregory then to Mike in bowls, and Mike up on his toes, defending that into the offside. Now remind me about George Geary. What era was he?
19 sort of 20s/30s. many hundreds of wickets for Leicestershire. And curiously, I was reading a book the other day by Ian Peebles about his life in cricket, and he talked about meeting Geary and the Leicestershire side of that era when he was a boy in Scotland. They were on a sort of tour.
Here's Gregory to Mike. Mike drives and gets a thick edge, and that'll run away, I suspect, for 4 runs. It does indeed. So 4 more, 115 for 5.
And Peoples writes of the number of wickets that Geary, and what a fine player he was, the number of wickets he took, and he said, and it says in that paragraph, I thought at the time that if they were playing for, and I quote, a more fashionable county, then they would have he'd probably played a lot more for England. I thought, well, nothing really changes.
Exactly, you know? Well, you could say the same about Somerset over the years as well. We've often felt that we're at the wrong end of the M4 for England, for the purposes of England. So hence, you know, James Hildreth has often said about him that he was at the wrong end of the M4. Yeah, you got Stephen Chalk's wonderful book.
He did the tour, didn't he, Stephen, and left us a copy. But it is a lovely book actually to look at from time to time. And I was just going to look up some George Geary figures for you, but I'll do that at the end of this. Over from Tom Lammonby, a little bit of left arm.
Yep.
In he goes and bowls, and that's on the money, on off stump. And you heard the shout from Hill as he played that one defensively out into the offside, and there's no run. Has he bowled yet this season? I don't think he has he? I know he's got 3 ducks in a row and a 5, but I'm not sure he's actually bowled this season. I may be wrong.
He may just have had
an over or 2.
Over. Let me have a quick look. Not in there. No, not against Middlesex. Ball against Somerset, against Gloucestershire. No, he hasn't.
Changes to the field for Lammonby, who is in and bowling very straight again. Hill defends as he has to, goes out to point, and there's no run.
No, definitely not.
So clearly not just a hugely promising opening batsman, but quite possibly a burgeoning all-rounder.
Well, that's what he was regarded as when he first came into the side.
In he goes and bowls. Hill carefully defends again. It's not quick stuff, but it's accurate so far.
It was a complete surprise to me, at any rate, when he was asked to open the innings in the Bob Willis with Ben Green last season. Previously he'd been batting down at 7 or 8 and bowling his left arm seam up. But asked to open the innings, and he made a spectacular success of it.
In he goes and bowls, and he takes the outside edge of Hill's bat, and he was looking to hit it away through mid-wicket, and it flies down to wide third man for 4. But well, you can feel aggrieved, Tom Lammonby, because he beat the bat really there. Hill was going a little bit too soon, whether there was a little bit of movement.
Very nearly an inspired bowling change.
Yeah.
By
flew away. It wasn't in the air, it flew along the ground, but it certainly was in almost exactly the opposite area he was playing it. Lammonby is in. There is a bit of in-swing to the right-hander. Hill, who covers up, plays it to mid-wicket. Overton in particular, encouraging his younger teammate with a big cry of "oh," and he's got his hands on his head. George Geary took 1,669 wickets for Leicestershire in the county championship. Not bad. In he goes. Lammonby bowls on off stump this time and forward. Goes Hill down the off stump.
And what did he bowl?
I think he was a spinner. Even I wasn't around between the walls when he had his most success. I'm pretty sure he bowled spin. Again, I will have to check. I should know these things off by heart, shouldn't I? Leicestershire supporters shouting at their radio and computers and screens at the moment, I'm sure. £119 for 5. has looked a slightly different game once Overton and Delanger have gone off. Obviously, Hill and Mike have been in for a while now and just starting to see it rather better. Mike has 17 off 52 balls. Hill into the 30s now, 31 off 61.
Got a bowling change? No, I don't think so. It's Gregory continuing from the Bennett end. Or has he swapped places with... No, it's Tom Abel. I didn't think it was Lewis Gregory. It's Tom Abel running in, and that's outside the off stump. No shot from Ben Mike.
He was very much a Leicestershire man, George Geary. He was born locally and died locally in 1981, aged 87. Born in Barwell. He bowled right arm, fast medium. Well, there you go. So those wickets were hard earned.
Yeah, he's Abel in and bowls, and Mike defends, tosses the ball to Steve Davis. Goes around the field on the offside, and bright sunshine. A few of the Somerset coaching staff far side of the ground.
He did play 14 tests and took 46 wickets.
And if he'd played for Middlesex, he'd probably have played 50 test matches.
So thought Ian Peebles.
Here's Abel in the bowls outside the off stump, and no shot from Ben Mike. Yes. Perhaps James Hildreth might have played Test cricket had he played for Middlesex or Surrey, and Lewis Gregory very nearly went to Middlesex 3 or 4 years ago. A possibility that was, he reckoned it would do his chances of playing for England no harm at all, as that's a defensive shot into the offside. Good accurate over so far, this from Tom Abel. Bit like Leicestershire, this is a very, very largely a homegrown Somerset team. Most of the players have come up through the academy. Abel is in and bowls outside the off stump. No shot. The exceptions, of course, being Steve Davis there, the wicketkeeper. Marchant Delanger, obviously. Josh Davey.
Scott. He's a Scot, isn't he?
No, he was born in Aberdeen.
There you go. The end.
His father worked in the oil industry and happened to be stationed in. He comes from Suffolk. That's where the Davies come from. But you're quite right. He's qualified for Scotland. He's played umpteen times for Scotland. Abel is in and bowls, and this is driven, but only to extra cover, where it's neatly fielded by George Bartlett. End of that over. 119 for 5, and these two going along nicely for Leicestershire.
I would suggest when he dons the Scotland international jersey or cricket shirt, he's every inch a Scot, and I'm proud of it, I'm sure. I bet he doesn't have much of a Scottish accent.
He doesn't have the remotest intonation of a Scottish accent. But he's a very, very nice young man, and always worth chatting to if he's at post-match, if he's taken some wickets.
As is Lewis Hill, as he faces Lammonby, who's looking to swing it in again. Does so, and Hill forward, defensive, a slightly shrill call of no from Lewis Hill. Became a dad not so very long ago. Little daughter called Rose. Which was lovely news. Slightly open stance, particularly for the left armour, as he goes in and bowls again. A little bit of in-swing. It's nice shape to these deliveries from Lammonby. He's looking for the batsman to make a mistake, but he's not giving him anything to really get away. And there is a little bit of movement, and if the batsman gets impatient, Lammonby could get his reward. In he goes. Bowls to Hill again, absolutely on the money, and again Hill has to defend out into the offside towards point on this occasion, and there's no run.
He is bowling nicely. I just wonder if Tom Abel ought not to give Jack Leach at least a couple of overs just to see if he can get anything out of this.
Yeah, I was wondering. I mean, we are 50 overs in now. and the ball's not going. You might as well, I suppose. Lammonby in to Hill. Squares him up a little bit with a bit of in-swing, thick outside edge, along the ground to point.
He's got the batsman worried at the moment.
He doesn't need to, I suppose, Abel. That would be his argument. The run rate remains less than 2.5. Leicestershire not really going anywhere. Update time. Just beginning to recover from the depths of 74 for 5 Leicestershire, and Harry Swindles was caught in the slips off the bowling of Craig Overton for just 1 shortly after lunch. The men responsible, Lewis Hill, who's moved on to 31, score of a half-century in each of his previous 3 innings, well on course to do the same again this afternoon, and Ben Mike, who is 17 not out, but still an awful lot of work to do for the Foxes to get to a respectable position. They're 119 for 5. In goes Lammonby on off stump, as just about all his previous deliveries in the over were defended by Hill. A very good maiden from Lammonby. And the players all head towards the 12th man, who is running on to meet them, bringing on drinks and gels. 119 for 5 from 51 overs. What's the stand then? 26 plus 20 is 46, minus 1 is 45 they've added for the 6 wickets so far, but as I say, need another 100 really almost between these two before Leicestershire will feel that the game is sort of back roughly level at the moment. Somerset very much have the best of things.
Yeah, you'd think Leicestershire would need to get at least 250 on the board, if not 300.
I was going to say 300, 350 really to be in the game.
Well, you haven't seen Somerset bat, but the pitch certainly seems to have lost some of its idiosyncrasies.
He does have 2 first-class wickets, Tom Lammonby.
Oh yeah, he's not a bad bowler. He first played for Somerset in T20 cricket as a lower middle order batsman and useful left-arm seamer. He proved to be a bit expensive in T20, but then suddenly last season he was asked to open the innings out of the blue and did it really well.
Yeah.
Here's Tom Abel to bowl another over from the Bennett end. He's bowling to Ben Mike outside the off stump, and no shot.
He's kind of been picked out by, well, actually both the magazines, both Wisden and the Cricketer, sort of as very much one to watch. But immediately, Somerset opener, left-hander, the new Trescothic. That's a big burden for the young man to carry. I even saw one sort of saying, well, look, Alistair Cook's retired now, there's another left. Give the boy a chance.
Yes, absolutely. Abel in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside. There won't be a run there. Trescothic came into the Somerset side in 1993 for the first time. For his first 6 or 7 seasons, he was in and out of the side. Nobody knew quite what to make of him. It wasn't until Duncan Fletcher took him under his wing that he suddenly, that's outside the off stump, no shot from Ben Mike, suddenly blossomed into the wonderful international cricketer that he became. He was, in his younger days, he was a bit like Lammonby and Banton and George Bartlett, a very attractive player, but horribly vulnerable. He didn't move his feet very well and kept nicking off to wicket-keeper and slips. This is driven back down the ground and well fielded. There won't be a run.
I always think of was it Lathwell? Mark
Mark
Lathwell?
Well, he and Trescothic came in.
Burned so brightly for a while, didn't he? Played a couple of tests.
Yeah, he shouldn't have done really. And when he played, he was ignored, badly treated by the senior players. Didn't get any runs and did him lasting damage. He's outside the off stump. And he went fishing there, did Ben Mike, to a ball leaving him outside the off stump. Could easily have nicked that through to wicket keeper or slips. Not a good shot. He has got a weakness outside the off stump. As Ben Mike, he tries to resist the temptation, but there are times when instinct overtakes him. This time he does resist the temptation to a very similar ball angled across him towards wicketkeeper and slips. End of that over. It is 119 for 5 with Mike on 17, and Lewis Hill is batted very sensibly, I think, on 31 at the other end.
A good maiden over again from Tom Abel. 1 for 5 from 5 overs. Again, this is how Hampshire and to a certain extent Surrey bowled against Leicestershire. They've got to learn from this, the Leicestershire bowling attack. If you're not taking wickets, you're not giving away runs. Lammonby is in and bowls very straight. Hill defends back down the pitch. It goes on the onside, and there's no run, no real, very few, relatively few, sort of 4 balls that they can get away, despite a good pitch and a very, very fast outfield. Just the 2 slips. Big Overton at second and Hildreth at first, a little much deeper as that one swings in again to Hill, who defends thick outside edge out into the covers, and there's no run. It's so easy to try and whip one away through the leg side and just swings a little bit more than you expect, or comes back in and bang, you're gone LBW.
Yes, Somerset tactic here is clearly to dry up the runs and build the frustration, get the batsman playing at the wrong ball.
Absolutely. Lammonby is in, drops a little bit shorter this time. Hill can go back, but it's nice and straight again, so all he can do is defend it out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Into his 3rd over now, Lammonby. None for 4 for him. Carried the bat, didn't he, last year once?
He did.
From the youngest Somerset player, so to do.
That's absolutely right, Worcester.
In he goes and bowls. That is a little bit wide, and Hill can stroke it out towards mid-off. There is a run to be had there. Hill takes it. The throw came in from mid-off at the stumps, but it was no more really than a gesture. He had made his ground comfortably enough already. He moves on to 32. Leicestershire on to 120. But for 5, still horribly perilous for the Foxes, or as they are now known, the running Foxes.
Yeah. Why are they called the running Foxes?
In goes Lammonby and bowls. It's popped up in the air towards mid-on. Not the first time that Ben Mike has done that. Whether he goes at it with hard hands, I'm not quite sure, but a couple of overs ago he popped one back in the air, very straight, and that one, well, if that had carried, it would have been a goober for mid-on. It obviously dropped miles short of him, but again, just pushing a little bit hard. Lammonby is in outside off stump, and that one doesn't really swing back in, and Mike can let it go through. I think it's obviously to do with the badge. You can see a black running fox painted on top of the meat. It's red. It's red on the badge.
Have they changed the? Have they rebranded then?
A sort of a little bit, yeah. They're still the Foxes, and they will still be the Foxes in T20, obviously. But I guess it gives it a bit more energy, or something like that. I think the implication is one of movement. There was a certain amount of wry comment last season, sort of when it was first announced, sort of running from what sort of thing, or
running from the hunt, presumably.
Exactly, it is. That's the county is known for, or was known for.
Indeed, well, still is, isn't it?
Up to a point.
Here comes Abel in and bowls, and Hill just drops that down into the offside. Yes, I suppose running foxes, you get away from the sort of sly fox stereotype, don't you?
I guess
it's more animal athleticism is outside the off stump to Lewis. Somerset, of course, are the cider men, which is a relatively recent.
That's an official moniker, is it now?
No.
Okay.
No.
I was going to say, yeah, wouldn't really.
Although one of our main sponsors is indeed a prominent local cider maker. Here comes Abel in and bowls to Lewis, who drives nicely into the offside, beats the dive of George Bartlett at extra cover. It's running out towards the boundary. It will be hauled in by Marchant de Lange, who will send an enormous return in to
Quite a throw.
Stephen Davis from about 95 yards away.
Reached him on the full as well.
They've
What
come
a
back
throw.
for 3 runs, I think that was.
Yeah.
123 for 5.
It was a long old chase that for Marchant.
He'd be breathing a bit heavily. But he's a fine athlete and a wonderful character. A real asset to the dressing room. Is Abel again, bowling this time to Mike, who drives, and that's gone again past George Bartlett, and this time no chance of stopping that before it goes over the rope in front of the orange seats away to our right. George Bartlett has to retrieve it. Nice shot.
50 partnership between Hill and Mike. Hill 32, Mike 21. It's been hard earned.
It has, but frustrating for Somerset, who must have felt that they were through the main bulk of the Leicestershire batting lineup, with the exception, of course, of Lewis Hill, who's been in such good form. Here's Abel in and bowls to Mike outside the off stump. Not much evidence of swing or seam there from Tom Abel. He had been very economical.
Yeah, first time he's just dished up a couple. First time, and he's into his 6th over, the skipper.
1 for 12. He's there again and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Ben Mike. End of that over. Score on 127 for 5. Batsman confer. Keep going. I think that's what they were saying. Keep going, keep concentrating.
Fanger wants to know if you have other overseas coming for T20 or anything like that.
We were hoping that Babar Azam would come back.
Of course, yeah.
But the Pakistan Super League has been postponed because of the COVID outbreak, so I think he'll be busy with that.
In goes Lammonby, continuing, again defended by Hill out into the offside, and there's no run.
If there is a replacement, we don't know yet who he is, will be, might be. And I asked Jason Kerr about an overseas player for the Championship, because you're allowed 2, and Marchant de Lange is our only 1 at the moment, and he said they've got no plans.
Lammonby in again, outside off stump, pushes that one across. Hill doesn't really swing, but Hill lets it go through to Davis.
Which is fine, because it means they're putting their faith in their homegrown young batsmen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is what the academy system is for. And I also think that having a healthy quota of homegrown players improves team spirit, because they play for each other so much.
Lammonby in again. That one does shape back in. There's hesitation, then Mike calls for the run, and it's a good call as well. Hill scampers through, but extra cover. Is it Bartlett out there running in?
No, I think that's Banton.
Banton,
I wouldn't be
slightly taller of the two.
I'm not sure.
Gets there. But
no, I think that may be Bartlett.
I may have been right then. Okay, Mike was running to the danger, and all in it. He didn't bother throwing the ball at the stumps, and the single was duly taken. Hill on to 36, 128 for 5. Lammonby in 2. Mike, that one bounces, and Overton's interested. He is like his brother, who appealed for absolutely everything. But Craig Overton was the only man to appeal as it climbed past the shoulder of Mike's bat. But a real effort ball from Lammonby, and it did rather zip and take off, and just went past the shoulder of Mike's bat.
Yeah, that really took off, didn't it?
It's there. You wait till the new ball, they're saying. Well, to go before that, he goes in and bowls, and it swings in towards the legs of Ben Mike, but it was just sort of onto leg stump, so he was able to clip it away towards square leg, who is quite deep. Well, it's mid-wicket, actually. He's deep, almost on the edge of the square here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. So a comfortable single taken.
That's Tom Banton there.
That is Mr. Banton. Just got umpire Robinson for company at the moment. Lammonby is in as well. Fuller, it does swing a little bit. And he was interested for a moment in the possibility of a run, Ben Mike, but no chance in the end. End of the over. 129 for 5. Mike 22. He's faced 71 balls. He's had to really battle Ben Mike for that, and he is a quick scorer normally. Talked about the sixes he's hit. He does like to get on with it, but he's having to work for every run at the moment. Lewis Hill has 36 off 78, so his strike rate closer to 50. Ben Mike's closer to 30 at the moment.
What about Leicestershire? Have you got any overseas players in your plans?
I think there are hopefully they'll be coming in for one day. Well, obviously Harris is here for the one-day competition for the Royal London Cup, so he will play in that. He's here for a couple of months. We have an Afghan pace boy coming to play in the T20 competition, Naveen.
Right. That's turned away down to long leg for a single.
I must admit, I watched a fair bit of Afghanistan playing in the sort of one-day competitions that I could find, because it was on one of the free sports channels over the winter, but I didn't see much of him. Couldn't pick him out. Abel's continuing to spell his seamers here. I say spell his seamers, he's got one for 13.
He's in now and bowls. And this just dropped into the offside. They think about a single, and it's not there. They're trying to be the running foxes at the moment, these two. But Lewis Hill shrieking at Ben Mike to get back, and he did just in time.
You thought you always associate Leicestershire with this ground for obvious reasons, but the reality is,
here's Abel in a bowls to Hill. Get a run.
No side, no county has played on more home grounds, Championship cricket that is, as Leicestershire.
Well, that must be because Somerset have played on umpteen different grounds. You'll have to go through them at the end of this over from Tom Abel to Lewis Hill. Hill drives and very well parried by Tom Abel on his follow through. I'm not sure if that would have been stopped by Josh Davies. Certainly would have been a couple of runs.
You would have thought Yorkshire would have been up there as well, wouldn't you? But no, 15 grounds Leicestershire have played home Championship cricket on. Believe it or not.
Here is Tom Abel from the Bennett end, in bright sunshine. Bowling to Lewis Hill of Leicestershire. Lewis Hill just drops it down in front of him. Hill on 36 and Ben Mike 23.
The other most recent was obviously Oakham School, where they also played a few one-day games recently, and hope to play more. That's Rutland, of course.
Indeed. Is Abel, and that's defended into the offside, and there won't be a run, so that's the end of that over. 130 for 5. That was the 56th over of the innings. Yes, my ex-brother-in-law, if you see what I mean, teaches at Oakham School.
Oh, right.
Has been for many a long year, and his wife. And he was there when Stuart Broad was there, of course. Once I was glad to see there are some etchings, paintings, murals. That's the word, on the back of the Geary bar, and one of them is Stuart Broad. Yeah,
they're Leicestershire cricketers who've gone on to play for England.
Is Harry Gurney one of them as well?
Yes, he is. Yeah. Both at Notts now, of course. 130 for 5. Lammonby is going to continue, and why not? He's only conceded 7 runs from his 4 overs. In he goes. Bowls to Hill. A little bit of shape back in. Hill is solidly forward. Out into the offside it goes. 26 Hill, 23 Mike. Came together with the score on 74 for 5 when Harry Swindles was essentially bounced out by Craig Overton very shortly after lunch. Lammonby is in and bowling, clipped in the air, but knew exactly what he was doing there. Ben Mike, it may get to the boundary in front of the meet. No, it won't quite. It didn't exactly plug, but he didn't put his full weight into the shot, just chipped it away over mid-wicket. Long chase back. Mike has to settle for 3. He moves on to 26, 133 for 5. Partnership then 59 now.
Yeah, I think this pitch is just slightly going to sleep under the influence of the afternoon sun at the moment.
Lammonby is in. Bowls outside off stump. The ball, of course, is now 56 overs old, so a lot of the hardness has gone from it. This is where so many important runs are scored in the context of a game as a whole, and Leicestershire have lost their top 5 batsmen getting to this point. These two have to stay together. Lammonby is in, bowls slightly short, up on his toes. Lewis Hill drops the ball down into the ground in defence. No run. Lammonby, fairish of hair, sort of sandy coloured.
He looks as if he's had a haircut as well. It's not quite... His locks aren't quite so luxuriant as they were.
With a few lockdown hairstyles for a while. In he goes and bowls outside off stump, pushes it across. Hill doesn't try and get that one to swing back in, and it doesn't. But Hill doesn't go for the big booming drive through the offside. 1
or 2 lockdown beards as well. Lewis Gregory, Craig Overton.
Mark Church last week, the Surrey commentator, was almost fascinated by Mark Stoneman's beard, which he said was... It got huge at one stage. In goes Lammonby and bowls. That one does swing back in, defended by Hill out towards that shortish mid-wicket. There is no run. End of another good over. Just the 3 runs from it that Mike chipped away over mid-wicket. 133 for 5. Remains a score. On with the helmets comes the 12th man at last.
Hooray!
Mr. Leach is going to have a bowl. I assume there isn't going to be an occasional spinner. I assume it's going to be Jack Leach.
I don't think we've really got... I think I've seen George Bartlett bowl off breaks, but I think that's about the extent of the occasional spin potential. But yeah, it's good that Jack Leach is being given a bowl, and it'll be interesting to see how he goes. Surrey 153 for 9.
Ooh.
With Ricky Clark offering some resistance to Middlesex with 27 not out. And the other game of significance in this group, Hampshire 143 for 1 against Gloucestershire.
Yorkshire all out. Don't worry if you...
No.
I'll find out. It's just if you had the scores all up.
I have.
140 for 8 they were
150 all out. Sussex 18 without loss. Right.
Might be a short stay on the south coast for the Yorkies.
Yep. Jack Leach is going to bowl from the Bennett end. Be interesting. He was taking a long time between each delivery in the last game against the Gloucesters. Whether this is something he's been coached into doing with the England setup or not, or something he's decided to do himself. But it'll be interesting to see, because he normally bowls his overs briskly. He's going to be bowling to Ben Mike with a leg slip and a slip. That will be, I think that's Tom Banton under the lid at leg slip. Leach is in and bowls. Appeal for LBW and out. Success immediately for Jack Leach. I think that was the arm ball. It was quite a quick delivery, and it deceived Ben Mike. Pinned him LBW. Up goes the Robinson finger, and that is 133 for 6. It's the end of Ben Mike. LBW to Jack Leach for 26, and an inspired bowling change by Captain Tom Abel.
Yeah, just might have straightened a fraction, actually. Beat the forward press and looked a pretty reasonable decision on that basis. I think that just might have straightened a bit. It was a nice loop to it, looking at the replay. And I guess there'll be some Somerset supporters saying, well, where's he been?
Well, there's one here.
but
but to be fair to the Seamers,
they kept it very tight.
Kept it very tight.
Yeah.
Okay, these two have put on 50 together, but they've had to work very, very hard for those runs. And it doesn't look the sort of pitch from this distance that is going to provide a huge amount of assistance to a spin bowler on the first day. But well,
Callum Parkinson, who's coming to the wicket now, a left-arm spinner himself, will have watched that delivery with interest. I have to watch the replay a few times, but just for me, it might just have straightened a bit. But it was absolutely bang on the money. Leach with his first one drew Mike forward and then beat the attempted defensive shot. 26 for Ben Mike. He'd done a good job, but it was only half done.
Yes, gutsy innings. As Leach is going to bowl to Parkinson in a bowls, and Parkinson gets in behind defensive shot. And the sun is indeed glinting off Jack Leach's bald pate as I look out across the ground. And Parkinson defends again, gets right across, treating his fellow left armour with all due respect.
He's a capable batsman, Callum Parkinson. He got a 31 in the first match. In the second innings, that is against Hampshire, but just 6 in the first innings and 2 last week against Surrey.
He's the twin of Matt Parkinson.
Correct. Yeah, of Lancashire.
The Lancashire leg spinner. So they both turn the ball the same way, but using different methods of doing so.
Came to Leicestershire from Derbyshire, obviously having begun like Matt at Old Trafford.
Lancashire. It must be quite off-putting for the batsman to see the sun glinting off Jack Leach's.
I guess they're lower than us, so
probably
we're high up.
You won't get the full benefit of the reflection.
We're high up, so Overton beginning to stretch away again. As the tail starts to come to the wicket, the whiff of the scent of blood in the fast bowler's nostrils becomes more. you can tell, you can see their ears prick up.
We've got 3 close catches now. James Hildreth in at leg slip as Parkinson stretches forward and plays it out into the offside. We've got Tom Banton onto the helmet at forward short leg, Hildreth at leg slip. Gregory at slip are the close catches, and then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 saving the one. Leach bowls. Parkinson turns that away into the onside. There is a run here. That's fielded at mid wicket.
Ooh, updates time. That's good timing. Nearly. They've just lost their 6th wicket, I'm afraid. That after a really good partnership of 59 for that 6th wicket between Ben, Mike and Lewis Hill. But as these good sides are able to do, Somerset able to call on an England player to bowl. Jack Leach, the left-arm spinner, and with his very first ball, he pinned Mike leg before with the wicket with a ball that just might have straightened a fraction. He made 26, Ben Mike. Lewis Hill is still there, though, half centuries in each of his previous 3 innings, and he's 36 not out at the moment. He's been joined by Leicestershire's own left-arm spinner, Callum Parkinson, with bat in hand. He is 1 not out. 134 for 6, Leicestershire. They've got to get past 250 really to feel that they're still very much in the game. Long way to go before they do that. Missed just 1 ball from Leach, if you're just listening on the radio, that Parkinson defended out into the offside, and indeed Tom Lammonby has done his work with the ball for now.
It's the Merchant of Menace coming into the attack.
It's good, very good. De Lange, who bowled so well on either side of lunch, 1 for 15 from 8 overs. He's going to come and have a burst. And the man on the receiving end first up is Callum Parkinson. 2 slips go down behind Langer as he goes in. DeLanger as he goes in and bowls straight away, line and length. Parkinson solidly behind it. Back down the field to the South African. I don't know about you, but looking at the trees, the day has been so sunny that they've almost... The greenness has already increased. The leaves have already got bigger. In goes DeLanger. Bowl slightly short of length upon his toes is Parkinson, trying to steer it to third man. Good diving stop in the gully.
That's Gregory there making that stop.
Good work by him. Saves a long chase back for point.
I think we've discovered what Marchant DeLanger's on-field nickname is as well. Chanar.
Chanar?
Chanar. I think that's what Tom Abel is shouting.
In he goes and bowls slightly short up on his toes into the ribs of Parkinson, who is behind it, taking his bottom hand off the bat as he defends it down into the ground. And out from behind the stumps comes Rob Bailey. At the other end, actually Tim Robinson went. DeLanger was bowling from that end, went out from behind the stumps and had a good look or two.
Quite a lot of dust came up then when Rob Bailey was scraping away at the crease.
He wants to see where that second foot is landing. In he goes. Bowls to Parkinson outside off stump, steered to point. Actually, and on that delivery, DeLanger was noticeably further across towards the offside. He can adjust it and did. A point of delivery, that is. Yeah. No cake, I'm afraid, at tea either. And sadly, in goes DeLanger, bowls, and upon his toes, Parkinson defends on off stump, because the Friends of Grace Road, who now produce some absolutely marvellous cakes, including one for each. I wonder what they would have done this year, actually. What was the county cake of what would the county cake of Somerset be? Because they always produce one cake, or one kind of cake that is related to the visiting county. So
it would be an apple cake with Somerset cider apple brandy in it, I think.
I'm not sure about the brandy bit, but I'd go for the apple cake every time. I do love an apple cake. He's in outside off stump. He pushed it up though, and it was there to be driven away. Parkinson didn't have to move his feet too much. He managed to punch it away through the offside, squarish, but into the gap, and it runs away to the manual scoreboard for 4. So Parkinson's first boundary of his innings. Unlike DeLanger, that to finish an over with a bit of a gimme. Parkinson tucked in.
Yeah, talking of cakes, I had a tweet from Dave Garrard who says, "The cakes from the meet are the best you'll ever taste." Well, I don't know what the ladies in the ladies' pavilion at Worcester New Road would say about that.
I'd say they're better now. Honestly, having been to both grounds quite a lot obviously here, but even to Worcester as well.
Of you.
Well, no, there are ladies who produce the cakes in the meet, but there's always sort of a really good selection of 6 or 7 or 8, and they're very generous with their servings, and there's some smashers. The coffee and walnuts are a really good one. The fruit cake, the Victoria sponge, apple cakes, ginger cakes. Oh, my mouth is watering just thinking about it.
Is Leach bowling to Hill? Oh, and it's just in the air for a moment, but there's no silly mid-off. Has played firmly at that in defence, did Lewis Hill, who I must say looks a very well organised player. He's on 36. Batted very sensibly. Leach bowls to him and plays it back to the bowler. Of course, the other thing about Jack Leach is he is so accurate. Oh, what happened there?
Just fumbled it.
Oh.
He didn't pick it up cleanly first time, and seeing that,
they've come back for 2 runs.
Yeah, Parkinson called Hill back for a throw on the run.
That's just been played back to Jack Leach. He must just have taken his eyes off it. 141 for 6, Leicestershire. Leach bowls. Hill defends. Tom Abel, who is at a short extra cover, almost a catching position. I saw him walking in then, so rather than having his hands on his knees, he is in a catching position as that's played away into the offside. It's fielded by Lammonby, sends in the return. Nice piece of fielding, good run taken by the two batsmen. 142 for 6.
It was tricky for Lammonby because he was kind of running down a mat that's covering one of the wickets here on the square.
Still, the Tom Banton's gone a bit further in front of square at short leg, as this is pushed back to the bowler by Parkinson, Callum Parkinson. Leach not taking so long between deliveries as he did against Gloucester. This time Parkinson's back on his stumps, playing that out into the offside. So decent over from Jack Leach, a couple of runs from it. The end of it, 141 for 5. 6.
Parkinson and Hill in deep conversation in mid-pitch. Leicestershire need Hill to go on and score a big 100 here, and the likes of Parkinson, and to follow him, Chris Wright, Dieter Klein, to really dig in and help out, get runs of their own. Gavin Griffiths as well can hang around. But it's Hill is the main man as Delanger goes in and bowls to him outside off stump. He pulls the bat back and leaves it back as it goes through to wicketkeeper Steve Davies.
Random female says your choice of cake for Somerset is spot on, and that she's going to bring one as soon as she is allowed to. So we'll look forward. Maybe
make it for the Leicestershire game.
I was going to say, yeah.
Well, the first game that we are at which spectators are admitted, as Delanger goes in and bowls to Hill. Fuller just drops his bat on it and then calls Parkinson through for a quick single, and it's a good call. 2. Parkinson responds. Mid-on comes sprinting in. I think it's Banton because he's got his pads on still underneath his whites. I may be wrong. Either way, the underarm throw didn't hit the stumps and Parkinson had made his ground. Just to finish the point I was about to make is the game at Hampshire. May the 19th is the first, apparently, at which we might see some spectators.
Yeah, I can't remember when we're playing you.
Well, I've got the map here, so I'll have a look.
I think it's one of the later games.
Langer turns, bowls down the leg side. It was a short ball, but just kind of ducks inside it, and it passes above and wide of his protruding rear end, Callum Parkinson, on that occasion. Let's have a look, see. Somerset versus Leicestershire starts on July the 4th, so hopefully before then.
That must be the last. That must be the last one in the first round.
Second last.
Second last.
Delanger is in. That's a bit straighter, but Parkinson up on his toes, pushes it away off his hip out towards mid-wicket. No run.
Could be a big game to decide who goes through first and who goes through second from Group B.
Possibly. You're right. We follow that with a trip to Merchant Taylor's. So those two are at the end of the
in July, yeah. All things being equal, you should be able to enjoy some Somerset apple cake.
Well,
with or without,
I jolly well look
Somerset
forward
cider
to it.
Apple brandy.
Do I get sort of a lump of cream with it and stuff? In goes Delanger and bowls, fullish outside off stump, and Parkinson is leaning forward, but he doesn't put any weight into the shot, just steers it out into the offside. With a big dollop of whipped cream or something, or a dollop of Cornish type cream. Or
Cornish? Somerset cream.
I know, but
have to be.
Yeah,
we
that
make
style
perfectly good
cream.
Cream in Somerset. Just don't make such a meal of it as the Devonians and Cornish do.
To finish the over is Marchant Delanger bowls a big horrible bouncer down the leg side that Davis can get nowhere near, and harshly concedes 4 byes.
Shouldn't give that as byes. He should give that as wides.
It should be rather. Should be rather. I suppose it was theoretically just about within reach of the batsman when it flew past his left shoulder, but he would have to have had a really good hook at it and been in position. Then it just went on its way down to the very fine leg boundary for 4, 146 for 6 Leicestershire at the end of the 61st over.
So we got 3 more overs before the tea interval, one would assume.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
So they're not.
Be about 20 minutes,
not too
15
bad.
minutes
Which, considering
overdue.
it's mostly been seam bowling, Jack Leach just having literally a couple of overs.
Could be a lot worse. Has been a lot worse most of this season so far.
So we've just got the leg slip and a slip now for Lewis Hill as Leach bowls, and Hill drives, and we'll get 4 runs as Tom Abel dives across on the protective cover on one of the pitches out there, but can't get anywhere near it, and you probably just heard the clang of the ball going into the advertising boards away to our right. That was over pitch from Jack Leach, and Lewis Hill played it very nicely indeed. And that's the 150 up for Leicestershire, 150 for 6. Lewis Hill on 44. Important innings for his side. Holding the middle order together. Leach is in and bowls, and that's played into the onside. And as I was saying, he looks very well organised. He's not tall, but he's got this rather open stance. He's quick on his feet. This time he's just up on his toes and just using the pace of that ball, and it's racing away across the outfield for 4 more runs. That was short from Jack Leach. It just got up a little bit, and with seemingly no power in the shot at all, Lewis Hill propelled that square of the wicket for 4 runs, just adding value to the pace that was on the ball initially.
I suspect the Somerset batters will be licking their lips at the prospect of batting now.
Well, they've got to take these 4 Leicestershire wickets first. Successive boundaries. Leach bowls, and they've had to put a sweeper out in deference to those 2 shots from Lewis Hill. He is George Bartlett, and the result of that is, instead of being another 4, although it probably would have been chased down, it wasn't a full-blooded shot though. It's just a single, 159 for 5. Brings Parkinson down to the business end. And Leach taking, no, it's not taking his time. Captain Tom is going to make a field change. He himself is coming across from mid-on to that short extra cover position. So Leach to Parkinson, and he pushes that into the offside. Delivery appreciated noisily by his captain. Bowls again, and dead bat defensive shot from Parkinson, and that brings the over to a conclusion. Didn't take very long to bowl that over. 159 for 6. I keep saying 5. I don't know why it's got it in my head.
It was 5 for a while.
It was 5 for quite a long time. I tell you why it is. It's when it was 5, I kept almost saying it was for 6 when it wasn't. No, I'm doing the opposite. Never mind. 6 wickets down. 2 this afternoon in the afternoon session. What were they? 68 for 4 at lunchtime. So 32, 91 runs have been added since then. How many overs did we have in the morning session? 29?
29.
Yep.
68 for 4 of 29. DeLanger then, last over for him before tea. Anyway, in he goes past umpire Bailey and bowls to Hill, who drives him for 4 through the offside. It was pitched up and it was there to be hit. It did not deviate at all, and Hill crunched it away, and that is his 50. 4th in 4 innings for Lewis Hill, and he's chased to it in the end. He's had to work so hard to get there, though. He's faced 99 balls, he's hit 9 4s. Lovely way for him to go there, to go to that 50. Can he this time go on and score 100? Leicestershire badly need him to do so. 159 for 6.
Yeah, a bit of a gift that from Marchant DeLanger. Over pitched outside off stump. Thank you very much. We've got a sweeper back on for De Lange now as well.
In he goes. Bowls 2. Hill tucks him away. Off leg stump down towards long leg, who comes, Jack Leach, off the rope in front of... Oh, it's not Leach down there, is it? Oh, is it?
No, it's Bartlett.
It's Bartlett. Off the rope in front of the electronic scoreboard, and Hill just takes one. 100th ball he's faced for his 54 runs. Brings Parkinson down on strike. Can they get through to tee without further damage, Leicestershire? 10 balls to face. In goes De Lange and bowls off stump. Quite full. And Parkinson is getting forward, but just bunting it out really towards mid-off. No run. 160 for 6 now.
Jana?
I wonder what its meaning is, if anything. Jana. In he goes. Bowls. Back. Goes
No ball.
Parkinson, yeah, and defends the no ball. Effort ball from De Lange, who peers suspiciously at the pitch as if it's the pitch's fault, and he puts out his finger, and it almost looks as though he's trying to draw the line which has obviously been scruffed up by the bowler's footmarks over the session.
Rob Bailey just saying, wherever the line is, mate, you were over it.
Yeah. I don't know whether he was pointing to a particular footprint or what, but that possibly won't endear him to the umpires, but I think he gets on pretty well with most. In he goes and bowls to Parkinson, who defends slightly short of a length ball, the fast bowler's length on off stump.
He does rely excessively on his shoulders for his pace, doesn't he? He doesn't really build up much in the way of momentum in that run-up. It's almost a sort of cursory run-up.
Now Morkel, who's a sort of similar build and style, sort of managed to run through the crease more athletically somehow. In he goes and bowls, and again that slightly short of a length delivery on off stump. Parkinson right behind it, down the pitch on the on side. No run.
Somerset are going to have to fight pretty hard for these last 4 Leicestershire wickets.
They're still in a brilliant position. 162 for 6 is a absolutely dominant position, really, with just the bowlers to come for Leicestershire. After Parkinson, in goes De Lange and bowls full. Little bit of shape to it. Parkinson waits for it, clips it firmly, but only as far as mid wicket, and there is no run. End of the over. 162 for 6. 7 runs from the over, including the 2 for the no ball. De Lange now 11 overs, 1 for 27. Leach at the other end, 1 for 13. Will bowl the last over, I'm sure, before tea.
What's happening elsewhere? Hampshire grinding on against Gloucestershire, 166 for 1. They are. I'm going to take some beating from there. Holland 90, not out, and Allsop 58. Hard work for the Gloucesters at the Aegeus Bowl. Surrey 154 all out against Middlesex, who've just started their reply 4 without loss. Here we've got Jack Leach, who's going to be bowling to Lewis Hill. Punches that away through the offside, nice shot, and it'll just bring him 2 runs though, as George Bartlett is sweeping out on the cover boundary. Tom Abel dived across but couldn't make the stop. 2 more runs, 164 for 6 in the last over before tea. Leach bowls, that's pushed into the offside, they go through a quick single shot at the stumps. Goodness me, that would have been close if that had hit. That would have been very, very close if it had hit. That's Craig Overton there with the throw. That was, I don't think, I was amazed to see them go for the single.
It's something they've talked about a lot. They feel they let the spinners bowl at them, Leicestershire, and they're trying to put them under pressure, but it's a risky game sometimes.
It's a very, very good fielder is Overton. That's defended into the onside by Parkinson.
They let Amar Verdi bowl in the first innings at the Oval last week at them without putting them under any pressure, and they want to get the spinners conceding runs and have to put on a slightly more defensive field.
Is Leach to Parkinson. Parkinson drives on the bounce to Tom Abel at short extra cover. Leach, sun reflecting off his bald pate as that's pushed into the offside, and again Abel does the fielding. So we're coming up to the last ball before tea, the last ball of the 64th over, being bowled by Jack Leach to Matt Parkinson, and they will pick up probably 2 as the fielder goes in pursuit, pulls it in, now sends in the return, and that brings proceedings to a conclusion in the afternoon session. 167 for 6 are Leicestershire, with Lewis Hill 57 not out, the main man for Leicestershire, being well supported at the moment by Callum Parkinson. He has 7, and 167 for 6 is the score at tea time, and honours just about even. 99 runs scored in the afternoon session for the loss of 2 wickets, and I guess Leicestershire might have settled for that if you'd offered them that at lunchtime, Richard.
Yeah, possibly from 68 for 4, but it's only a recovery of sorts. They're still a long way behind in the game, and if Somerset can take these last handful of Leicestershire wickets quickly, post tea or before the close anyway, they'll still feel they've had a very, very good day. We'll be back with you. You'll probably hear me do an update if you leave your feed on in a few minutes, in 7 or 8 minutes time for BBC Radio Leicester, but otherwise we'll be back with you from the Uptonsteel County Ground, BBC Radio's Somerset and Leicester. Anthony Gibson and Richard Ray in about 20 minutes time. Think. In goes Overton, bowls outside off stump and cut over the slips quite deliberately by Azad. Angled bat, lifted it over the top of the slips.
Here's Davey in the bowls to Harris, who drives nicely away through the offside, got right across to that and just timed it away through extra cover. Ground, he's in and bowls, and this is driven away through the offside. That'll be 4 runs. Timed that beautifully, did Marcus Harris. Very important 50 for us up at Lord's in his first innings. Edged! Just short of, and it's gone in fact between first and second.
Overton and bowls, edges just short of second slip, and it was a good half stop at second slip. It's still going to run away to the boundary though, deflected it through. It was
anyway. Here's Gregory in the bowls. This is driven away nicely through the offside by Hassan Azad, and will pick up 4 runs. Gregory in the bowls, and this is driven away.
Ooh, in the air.
In the air, backward of point. He again chased after that wide outside.
Davey and bowls thick outside edge. He's going to pick up 4. That wasn't too far wide of third slip. Again, I don't think it quite carried. He goes and bowls short and cut away by Azad. It's as well. You've been predicting it for a while, I think, Anthony, and eventually playing it firmly through mid-wicket, and that's going to run away for 4. Nice piece of timing. Not a great deal of foot movement, but it was in towards his legs. He just turned his wrists on it, and it fell. Steel. In goes Overton. Very full outside off something that was there to be hit, and it was driven away by Lewis Hill, and he is going to pick up 4. That was a genuine half day. Davey is in bowling. Hill is driving, and that's going to run away for 4. Leach turns, jogs, knowing that no chance down.
At Leicester, Gregory is in and bowls, and this is whipped away nicely through the onside. Fielder Lammonby is in pursuit, but it will be a vain pursuit. I realised he was Cornish. This is driven away through the offside for 4 runs. Nice shot. He
might be worth pursuing.
It's Gregory's in and bowls, and this
Ooh,
is
bowled
bowled. Bottom edge. That is the end of Marcus Harris. Bottom edge onto the stumps. He was going for a pretty takes it all very seriously as Gregory's in and bowls. Takes him on the pad, and he's given out LBW. That is the end of Harry Dearden. Umpire Robinson, broad shoulders in and bowls. So takes him on the pad and given out LBW. That's the end of Ackerman. There didn't seem to be too much doubt about that one. Umpire
goes Abel and bowls to Azad, who he's going to be caught behind. He is. He went for a ball lifting outside off stump, a risky attempt to chop it up. And bowls to Swindles, who is caught at first slip. Yes, second attempt. It went to second slip. He was trying to get out of the way of the bouncer. It came off. They have, but they've been digging in a bit as the players leave the field for tea, and that resistance has been led by Lewis Hill, who has passed 50 for the fourth time in as many innings. He's 57 not out now. He's with Callum Parkinson at the moment, who is 7 not out. The Foxes are 167 for 6. They lost just 2 wickets in a session. They began on 68 for 4. The wickets of Harry Swindles, who was caught in the slips after being bounced out by Craig Overton for a single, and Ben Mike, who went leg before wicket to England spinner Jack Leach. First ball, that was from Leach over the innings. He went for 26 after a partnership of 59 with Hill. If Leicestershire can hang around and support Hill through to the close, they'll feel they're getting back into the game. They still have a lot of work to do. At tea, the Foxes 167 for 6.
So if I tell Dan you normally do it just on the boundary edge?
Yeah, well, I'll fit in with whatever they like. If they're happy with you doing it on the boundary edge, I'd rather
Do that.
So usually does it boundary edge, but we'll do either.
Yeah.
So yes.
So he says boundary edge is okay for visiting teams if they cannot keep up with the social distancing regs. But he says, I need some quotes for the reports and things like that. So are you able to send it? Can you send it to me or John Kelly or what do you want to do to send it to UCR? What is it? Or if you tweet it or anything? Can you just add me to the emails when you send it?
I don't email it, this is the trouble.
What to do?
I record it in the thing in ISDN it.
Okay.
Send it up to mine. I could, I have emailed it, but they don't, Bristol don't like it.
Well, I mean, if you record, could you do what you need to do for them?
I mean,
and then
you can then have it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want it particularly, but they want it across at the some quotes, if possible. For
What I could do actually, I could record it
yeah, they
from that and then email it to you. I'll do that. That's all right. Yes, I'll do that. Yeah, and I can email it to you. I've got your email address.
Welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Day 1 of the LV equals County Championship match between Leicestershire and Somerset. Final session of what's been, continues to be, a beautiful spring day up here in the East Midlands. Somerset very much on top. They have reduced Leicestershire, who chose to bat after winning the toss, to 167 for 6. The Foxes' resistance being led by Lewis Hill, about to resume on 57 not out. BBC Radio's Somerset and Leicester, Anthony Gibson and Richard Ray, your commentators for this game. Tom Lammonby is going to open the bowling for Somerset from the pavilion end. He bowls outside off stump to Lewis Hill, who allows the ball to go through to Steve Davis behind the stumps. The implication, I suppose, of Lammonby bowling is that Somerset looking to kind of hurry through towards a second new ball, but there are plenty of overs to be bowled before then, 16 of them in fact, as Lammonby is in and bowls onto the legs of Hill, who has all the time in the world just to calmly turn that towards square leg. Mid-wicket has to run back across and does so, so a single is comfortably taken. Hill moves on to 58. His partner at the moment is Callum Parkinson, who is 7 not out himself, a left arm spinner of considerable potential. Leach obviously ahead of him by a long way in the pecking order, the international pecking order at the moment, but it's felt generally in these parts as Lammonby goes in and bowls to him onto the legs. Was that a whiff of a chance? I don't think so. No real reaction from Lammonby. It swung on down the leg side and Davis dived away to his left, couldn't take the ball cleanly, but the lack of reaction suggests it was just clipped the pad on the way through.
Good stop in the end.
It was. Saved what would have been 4 leg byes. Lammonby is in, bowling to Parkinson, again on to the legs, swinging down the leg side, inside edge and pad. Sees the ball just bounce gently out into the leg side. Again, there's no run.
I thought he bowled pretty well in his
I did, yeah.
5 overs, going for just 11 runs.
Absolutely did all that his captain could have asked, really. I suppose you say nicked a wicket, but kept it tight. In he goes and bowls outside off stump, pushes it across. Callum Parkinson lets it go through. No run.
It's important that Somerset don't just take their foot off the gas and wait for the new ball now. I think they've got to keep the pressure on, because there's no guarantee that the new ball is going to produce wickets.
Lammonby is in, bowls, that swings in nicely from often middle towards middle, just a little bit of shape, tiny bit of shape, and enough for Parkinson to defend it back down the pitch on the offside. So just the single from the over. Lammonby continues really where he left off before he was replaced by Mark Chanter-Langer, who by his standards, having bowled 2 really good spells either side of lunch, wasn't quite at his best just before tea.
He didn't seem to be able to bang much life out of this pitch, did he? from this end. He looked more of a threat from the Bennett end, and we're going to have Big Craig coming back into the attack from the Bennett end.
A few tweets coming in. Ryan Dawson. I'll be honest, lads, I kind of miss the toxic days of the Foxes being 80 for 7 and losing inside 2 days. Hill is batting lovely.
He is.
Well,
he's batting very well. Here's Overton into bowl to him now outside the off stump. That one flies through to Stephen Davis, who takes it in front of James Hildreth at first slip. The noise you can hear is the mutual encouragement from the Somerset fielders, led by Captain Tom as ever.
It's not 80 for 7, but 168 for 6 isn't exactly thriving. Can they get the score? When you win the toss and bat, you've got to be looking at 350, haven't you? Really.
Here's Overton in and bowls, and this is slashed away between gully and backward point. It was in the air, but that was an authentic cut shot from Lewis Hill. He latched onto that. It was short and wide from Overton. 172 for 6. He really commits himself to that shot, so that even if it doesn't come quite out of the middle of the bat, it's still flying at great pace.
Good news from the twos, from Foxy Phil. All is well in the world. He says, we've beaten Notts in the Donkey Doos by 71 runs.
Here's Overton in and bowls to Hill, who drives that pleasantly up to Marchant de Langer at mid-off and won't get a run.
He says any win against Notts is welcomed. Struggling a bit against Worcester, aren't they, as well? Is
that the deadly local rivalry between
Leicester and very much so. Exacerbated.
More so than with Northants?
Oh, Lord, yes. Exacerbated by the fact that good young Leicestershire players tend to make their way to Trent Bridge, tempted by vast amounts of money in the end.
It's not doing them much good, though, at the moment. This is, a good delivery from Craig Overton. That really took off. We haven't seen anything remotely like that in the last hour or so of play.
That's the extra pace, isn't it? There's something there for him.
That really took off. Could easily have taken the shoulder of the bat. Yeah, that's given Lewis Hill something to think about.
Brunty's got a really interesting fact about one of Leicestershire's former grounds.
Here comes Overton again from the Bennett end. Bright sunshine in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside. They're taking one. They're coming back for a second as the throw comes in to the bowler's end, and they complete the second run comfortably enough. Jack Leach, the fieldsman, 174 for 6.
Which he says was a ground called Barker's Cricket Ground, although it's not listed on the main list, Barker. So whether they played in the county championship there, well, they weren't playing one-day cricket, so it can't have been anything else. Maybe it was pre-county championship days.
Could be. Pre-1890 is outside the off stump from Overton, no shot.
I beg your pardon, yes it was, because in 1851, the Warwickshire Antelope, an athlete called Richard Manx, attempted to run 11 miles around it in under an hour and missed it, said the timekeeper, by just 5 seconds. And Manx was described as very much exhausted, so as to scarcely able to stand upright.
Even if he was an antelope.
The Warwickshire Antelope, that's a great nickname for an athlete, isn't it?
I bet lots of money changed hands.
They liked to bet, didn't they, in those days, didn't they? Long distance running events. Tom Lammonby to continue from the pavilion end. Still got the 2 slips in as he goes in and bowls to Parkinson outside off stump. Doesn't really deviate and allowed to go through. Random female kindly says that cream can be arranged on the old apple cake. Brandy laced therein, if so desired. And all our talk of cakes is making Springsteen cricket hungry, or my talk. In goes Lammonby and bowls edge. Oh, not caught. I thought he'd got his left hand to it. Hillsworth, I think he did get his left hand to it. Couldn't hang on, and I'm pretty certain that one did carry. And, well, got away with it. Callum Parkinson picks up a couple of runs. It was to Hildreth's left at first slip. He just stuck out his left hand. I thought for half a second it had stuck. It didn't.
Yeah, I concur. I'm afraid that was a chance.
Lammonby in again to Parkinson, middle stump. Parkinson digs it out, plays it back down the pitch to Tom Lammonby.
Second catch that James has put down this season. He dropped one up at Lord's. A much more straightforward catch than the one that's just gone down here, which they're always they're that much more difficult for your right-hander if you're going to your left-hand side. And that went quickly and low, and you've also got the wicket-keeper as another factor in the equation. Steve Davis didn't come across him there. There's no reflection on him.
Lammonby drops a little bit short, outside off stump, up on his toes. Parkinson, he's cross with himself because he didn't get that one away, and it was an opportunity.
It was Hildreth's catch, and unusually he couldn't cling on.
Just carried pretty short. No doubt there'll be replays aplenty on the excellent feed. Lammonby in again, bowls outside off stump. Half a stride across from Parkinson, then lets it go through.
It's very warm in our commentary box this afternoon.
Yeah.
Sun beating down.
It comes in the sort of side windows as obviously it gets lower away to the west, and yeah. I'll have to ask for a blind or something, but I quite like it in a way. Mark Church loves it, doesn't he?
Oh, it's a wonderful commentary position.
In goes Lammonby, and that was clipped to mid-wicket by Parkinson as it swung towards leg stump, but again he can't pierce the field. It goes more or less straight to mid-wicket. End of the over, 9 to Callum Parkinson, who's hanging on in there by hook or by crook or courtesy on that particular over of James Hildreth's reaching left hand.
I think we've now got 3 Lewises on the ground, because I think, unless Polly tells me otherwise, that's Lewis Goldsworthy who's coming on.
All spelt the same way? W?
Yep. Lewis Goldsworthy, another young Cornish cricketer. Cornwall starting to produce them with almost as much regularity as Devon.
Yes. They'll be demanding first-class status soon. Wow, that rugby team is the Pirates is a pretty good one, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Beat Saracens,
beating Saracens. Yeah. Here comes Overton in and bowls to Hill outside the off stump. No shot from Lewis Hill, who's batted very nicely indeed for his 64 not out.
They play in Penzance, don't they?
They
the
do.
Pirates, because I remember staying at a hotel more or less opposite their ground. Menai Fields?
That's it, yep. Yep, it's rugby's still very, very strong in Cornwall. Overton is in and bowls, and that's tucked off the hip into the onside, but there won't be a run as it's fielded at mid-wicket by Tom Banton. The Welsh sides always used to go down to Cornwall for their sort of pre-season, so you get Penzance playing against the likes of Cardiff or St Ives against Neath. It's terrific rugby. Here's Overton in and bowls and almost gets through there. But mixture of bat and pad as Lewis Hill plays it out into the offside. Presumably this is going to be a short burst from Craig Overton.
It was just going through my mind, really. They're trying to nick one out after to break this partnership. Then they're into very much into the tail and into the bowlers. But otherwise, he's going to be back with, you would have thought, with the new ball in before too long.
Overton tries again. He's there and bowls, and this is driven, but only to extra cover. We've got 2 slips and a gully, so Somerset sticking with their close catches. That's captain at gully, Hildreth, Gregory, and Tom Abel. Overton from the Bennett end in bowls, and this is driven away, but again straight to George Bartlett at extra cover. Nice shot for no run.
He's kind of making sure his head is over the ball and just checking his drive. He's not throwing the bat at it when it's out there, Lewis Hill, which is a good sign, but it's also the extra pace of Overton that's making him just be extra careful.
Yes,
but he and Bartlett and Overton are playing their own game at the moment.
Here's the vital wicket for Somerset as Overton bowls outside the off stump and Hill plays the no shot, brings that over to a conclusion. It was the 68th of the innings, so another 12 to go before the new ball is due. 176 for 6, 64 to Hill and 9 to Callum Parkinson.
Hasn't played as much 30-year-old hasn't played as much first-class cricket as you might think, Lewis Hill. This is his 44th first-class game, 75 first-class innings, 1 century, 8 50s, but 4 in his last 4 innings, so he's in form of his life, really. Lammonby is in to Parkinson. Again, there's that nice little bit of shape. Parkinson has to defend as it just shapes back in. Middle and off towards middle. Back down the pitch on the onside, and there's no run. And that was at the Oval, his only century, Lewis Hill. In a very famous game, Anthony, in which one K. Peterson made 355. In goes Lammonby outside off stump, steps forward, but we talked about that a lot last week. Parkinson let it go through.
Well, Leicestershire's a bit like Somerset in that it features in a lot of records.
On the wrong side of them.
On the wrong side. The most first famous of which is Archie McLaren's 424 at Taunton back in about 1910, I think that was.
Lammonby is in, bowls, good line, off stump line, and Parkinson watchful, forward, out into the covers, no run. Inching towards a batting bonus point, Leicestershire. 2 bowling bonus points already for Somerset as Lammonby is in and bowling, middle and leg, turned into the leg side this time by Parkinson. Excellent stuff from Lammonby. But I must admit, I would have probably gone with Leach. I mean, I would imagine he might, if Overton has one more, go then to Leach. But it's sometimes worth it just to see if you can tempt the... Parkinson wouldn't want to get out to Leach, a fellow left-arm spinner. In goes Lammonby and bowls to Parkinson, who's forward, middle and off.
I just think that maybe Tom Abel reckons that Leach isn't giving him quite the degree of control that Lammonby has. Leach went for 18 runs in his 4 overs.
Picked up a bit, broke the partnership there, didn't he? And
he did with his first ball, but he bowled, a couple of loose deliveries as well.
He did. Lammonby is in onto the legs of Parkinson. Tries to get it away, can't. Thumps into the pad low down, or out shin high. Drops out into the leg side. End of a maiden over, bearing out, indeed, what you were just saying, Lammonby. 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 13.
Just looking to see how many first-class wickets Tom Lammonby has, and the answer is 2.
Yeah, I looked it up.
So he will be ruining that drop catch. What else have we got here? Oh, Annie Chave. Hello, Annie.
Oh.
All this talk of cake is making me desperate for cricket teas again.
County cricket matters.
That's
right.
Annie. Here comes Craig Overton in and bowls to Hill, who punches that away through the offside. It's going to be cut off in front of the extra cover boundary by Tom Lammonby, judging by the left arm throw. 2 more runs accrue, 178 for 6. Just a little bit short that from Craig Overton, nicely played by Lewis Hill. Overton, he's in and bowls, and this is pulled, not entirely convincingly, pulled well in front of square, came a bit out of the splice end of the bat, judging by perhaps the toe end of the bat. It certainly didn't sound very good.
No.
Picks up 2 runs.
He took
Reverses the
it
shot.
on. He was a little bbit late on it, perhaps. Toe end suggests. Got away with it.
He did. 180.
Won't discourage Craig Overton, will it?
No.
Banging in a couple more.
Go on, have a hook at this, he's going to say. He's in and bowls, and that is up in the air and is caught.
Yeah.
And Overton won that little battle comprehensively. It was dug in, and Lewis Hill went for the shot again, got a top edge, and the simplest of catches to Tom Banton at short mid-wicket.
He didn't pull, he just tried to sort of turn it away, and I think it came off a leading edge, really. Almost went at it a little bit too soon, but he didn't hook or pull. It just tried to turn it away, turned his wrists on it, and it looped so comfortably to Banton, as you say, and Hill hugely disappointed. Once again he'd got in and looked in really good shape to go on and make a big score, really big score. Leicestershire needed him to do so. 50s, 60s, brilliant effort, but they don't really change games, and Leicestershire 180 for 7 now.
Good bowling though from Craig Overton, produced the bounce of the previous delivery, which Lewis Hill played distinctly unconvincingly, and repeated the medicine with the next one and got his man. Lewis Hill having indicated an eagerness to pull the short ball through the onside. So the main man for Leicestershire, certainly this afternoon, has gone with that wicket. 180 for 7 now, and we have who is coming out to bat for.
It should be Chris Wright, and judging by the height, it is.
Yeah, I've seen Chris Wright before, one of the few members of this Leicestershire team who I have seen before, when he was playing for Warwickshire.
Yeah, member of a championship-winning side.
Yeah, good bowler.
Chris,
been plagued by injuries through his career.
He's having to do a job with the bat at the moment. He got a 41 not out against Hampshire, and batting at 9. I say, work to do for him.
Here comes Overton. And bowls to him, and that's edged away between slips and gully. An unavailing dive to his left by the Somerset skipper Tom Abel. 184 for 7. Ron Gruber, they're saying that's one of
Gruber.
Gruber is one of Craig Overton's other nicknames.
The origin of Gruber might be? Any clues?
I don't know.
Okay.
I suspect he's a cartoon character or something of that nature. Anyone knowing, following us on Twitter, do by all means let us know. Overton is in and bowls, and Wright defends, and Overton pivots with the ball in hand and makes. So he didn't actually have the ball in hand. He didn't pick it up. I really don't see the point of doing that, Richard. When the fast bowler swings himself around and threatens to throw down the stumps when he hasn't got the ball in his hand. Do you think he's just practising it?
I think he's just trying to put the wind up, or make the batsman think a little bit, keep him honest, keep him in his crease.
There's Overton again to right and defends up to Josh Davey at mid-on. So a good over for Somerset and Craig Overton. 16 overs he's bowled, 9 maidens, 2 for 35, and that's a good effort under this bright spring sunshine here at Leicester on a pitch which has become easier for batting as the day has worn on, although it was pretty easy in the first hour, and then it seemed to get a new lease of life, but that life has been gradually ebbing away. So well bowled, Craig Overton.
Little update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Yeah, unfortunately the main man in that respect, Lewis Hill, has just gone. He was bounced out really by Craig Overton in that the previous delivery had a hook at the ball, didn't really get it cleanly. Overton dug it in again, not quite as short. Hill didn't go for the hook or pull, but it did try and turn it away into the leg side, got a leading edge, and it looped comfortably to mid-wicket, and that was him gone for 68. It was his fourth half-century in as many innings, but Leicestershire badly needed him to go on and make a three-figure score. Callum Parkinson is still there. He is 10 not out. He's been joined by Chris Wright, the bowler, who is 4 not out. 185 for 7 though, the Foxes, this after winning the toss and choosing to bat. They've got to get the score up to 250 plus to really feel that they're still in the game. Somerset very much on top. The Foxes 185 for 7. Back with you on commentary. A couple of deliveries from Lammonby that have been defended by Wright. He remains on 4.
Don't know what the wicket's like at Lords, but Middlesex 23 for 3.
In goes Lammonby outside off stump. Wright, an exaggerated leave, lifts the bat and sort of walks towards the ball as it goes through towards Davis behind the stumps.
So 13 wickets have fallen there today so far.
Inspector.
Yeah. Points penalty, I reckon. Points deduction.
Middlesex. Should be better than that at Lords, shouldn't it, really? In goes Lammonby and bowls through. Right it goes, and I think it bowled him. It did bowl him.
Yeah.
It absolutely swung through. And Tom Lammonby has a deserved wicket. He had Callum Parkinson dropped on 7, so he did the job himself. He swung one back inside the defensive push of Chris Wright. A little bit too good for him. And although it wasn't particularly quick, all he needed to do was just swing it a little bit, and it clipped the top of the stumps and took the bails off. Well bowled, Tom Lammonby, and Somerset will be absolutely delighted. They have the Foxes 8 down now for 185.
Well, as you say, Richard, very well deserved for Tom Lammonby, not just because of the drop catch against Callum Parkinson, but because he's bowled consistently well throughout both of his spells. He's been economical, he's been accurate, and he's been swinging it. And, you know, against a number 9 batsman, even though the ball is almost sort of swinging from the hand, it's still a very, very useful weapon if you get it in the right place. And that's exactly what he did on that occasion. Back between bat and pad, clips the top of the off stump. Thank you very much. And, well, Tom Lammonby may not have got many runs so far this season. In fact, he's only taken 4 fewer wickets than he has runs to his name. And then, but that was well deserved and well bowled, and he could be a real asset with his left arm swing bowling, judging by today's performance.
Yeah.
Perhaps particularly against the lower order.
Yeah, exactly. The pace isn't obviously there, but
No.
movement is there, and it's accurate. Swung in, and it was a little bit too good for Chris Wright. You don't always have to try and blast out the tail. You can be a bit too good for them with movement. 1 for 14 for Lammonby now.
Well, they're pretty good tail-end batsmen these days.
Yeah.
At keeping it out at almost any pace. But if there's movement on the ball, then that makes it very much more difficult.
Dieter Klein comes out to join Callum Parkinson. Well, he can give it a clump, can Dieter, but he's not really known for hanging around too long. Lammonby is in to him and bowls, and he's half forward, thick inside edge, a momentary hesitation as Callum Parkinson advances down the wicket. Dieter Klein had gone absolutely nowhere, however. Parkinson has to scurry back into his ground. He made a duck last week in his first and so far obviously only innings of the season. Dieter Klein comprehensively bamboozled by Verdi.
Is he South African or German?
Both really. In goes Lammonby and bowls to him, swings in, played out into mid-off, and there is no run. South African of German origin. Dieter, thoroughly nice man.
Sounds much more German than Dutch, doesn't it?
Yeah, thoroughly nice man.
Yeah, I haven't seen him before, so...
Left arm seam, quickish on his day, but has just struggled a little bit for consistency. Managed to get another year's deal out of Leicestershire. Big season for him though, big season.
Well, what is Somerset going to do about the bowling from the Bennett end, because we've still got the new ball in the equation.
It's still, I'd try and get it now. I'd try and finish this innings off with, number 10 at the crease, Newman at the crease. I'd stay with Overton now. You've still got, what is it, 10 overs to the Newport? How many overs have we
Tom
got?
Abel doesn't agree.
9 overs.
We've got, I think that's the speed merchant.
Yeah, but
at the end of his mark.
He's still one of your. Well, he isn't really. I suppose is he the third change he's been, but let's see.
He's in now bowling to Parkinson, who tucks that into the onside, but won't get a run as it goes straight to Tom Lammonby, whose spirits will have been lifted by that wicket, and indeed by the way he's bowled generally, because I think there's every possibility that he'll be batting tonight.
I can tell you that Craig's nickname, courtesy of Polly, this is. There's a character in Allo Allo called.
Oh, Gruber, yes. This is played back to the bowler.
He must be too young for Allo Allo. Someone like Craig Overton, and indeed all the Somerset players. I mean, Allo, I suppose it's still on.
Yeah, you can watch it on
Gold
the Gold
or whatever,
or
isn't it?
Dave or whatever it is.
Yeah. What is he, Gruber? Is he a fast bowler?
No. Lieutenant Gruber.
Okay.
He's rather gormless.
Oh.
As that's played into the offside and won't get a run. So it's perhaps why.
That's Lieutenant Gruber, the one that's always getting fooled by the French resistance.
That's it. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. So, it's not a very complimentary nickname, is it?
You've got to say no. It isn't really.
That's perhaps why Craig O has become
his
more popular.
His preferred one,
yeah,
I would suggest.
Yeah. I don't think I should be called referring to him as Gruber to his face. He's Marchant de Langer in a bowls, and that went flying straight through from Marchant de Langer. De Langer not really swinging the ball. He's more of a hit the pitch fast bowler. Marchant de Langer relies on pace and a bit of seam movement.
Again, Leicestershire just scrape a batting bonus point before Somerset get a maximum bowling return.
Yeah, we need Somerset need one more wicket for 3 bowling points. Here's De Langer in a bowls to Parkinson, who plays that into the offside, and there's a misfield, and they're able to go through for a single, and that was not a good piece of work, Tom Banton there. That was a relatively straightforward piece of fielding. I think he just took his eye off it, thinking that the batsman might be going to try to steal a single. As a result, didn't pick it up cleanly, and Tom Abel had to clean up the misfield, so they've taken a single. 187 for 8. As De Langer is in and bowls to his fellow South African, Dieter Klein. I dare say these two have faced each other before. It's played into the onside perfectly safely, without a run being added to the score, and that concludes the over.
Klein might not be able to resist Leach, but he's not bowling at the moment. Dan Kingdom, fun fact, Dieter Klein played 2 matches for Somerset Seconds in 2015. So there you go, had a little bit of a trial in Somerset. Didn't quite come off for him. Lammonby looking for a second. In he goes, bowls to Parkinson, who plays firmly out into the offside. Should pick up a couple. He's found the gap between point and cover and is going to pick up 2. Nicely played, nicely placed. Didn't time it quite as well as he would have liked, but happy enough with a couple. Moves on to 13. He's faced 50 balls for that 13 again. An indication that against good sides, against challenging sides, you don't get any freebies, or very, very few, which is one of the characteristics of the second division's attacks, really. Lammonby is in and bowls. Parkinson forward on off stump, pushing out into the covers. No run.
Yeah, the Somerset attack today has been just about back to its best. The sort of form that they showed in the Bob Willis last season, this relentless pressure that they exert through a little bit of swing and seam, but relentless accuracy. And persistence.
Lammonby in. Parkinson covers up on off stump, back foot, drops it out towards mid off on this occasion.
That plus very, very good fielding are the hallmarks, the quality hallmarks of this Somerset side. The other hallmark is their tendency towards batting collapses, but hopefully we won't see that over the next 3 and a bit days.
Lammonby Bowles drops a little bit short on that occasion. That was his first really poor ball, and Parkinson got up on his toes and punched it away to the cover boundary. So just as we've been praising young Tom to the sky, and it is young, and you have to remember that, and this is his 10th over, and he's bowled extremely well. He's still got figures of 1 for 20, but that was his first slightly tired looking delivery. Banged it in outside off stump and up on his toes. Parkinson put it away. 192 for 8. Lammonby in again, fuller this time, and a little bit of shape to it, and it's played back to him by Callum Parkinson.
Oh, we've got a Goober stroke Gruber. It's not.
It's Goober, not Gruber.
Yeah,
okay.
According to Ian Shepherd, it's Goober.
All right. Well, that makes kind of a bit more sense. You maybe have to retweet that one. In goes Lammonby Bowles again. Good line and length. Swings back in. He just puts his left hand down as it's played back towards him and deflects the ball onto the stumps. Dieter Klein had gone nowhere. The bails come off, but it is the end of the over. 192 for 8.
Goober is a noun. It's a word completely new to me, but a noun, a term of affection for a lovable, silly, light-hearted person, always easy to poke fun at without actually meaning harm. I'm not sure that's the most obvious description of Craig Overton I've ever come across, but there you are.
When a fielder drops a sitter, sometimes he says he's dropped a goober. So one of those cricketing terms that maybe outsiders like us aren't quite au fait with. You've got to be in the dressing room.
Perhaps the cricketers have given it a different meaning. Here's down the leg side from Marchant de Lange, rather a wild delivery, which is swung at unavailingly by Klein.
Robert Blackwell has another definition. He says, isn't Craig's nickname Goober rather than Grober? I think a goober is Aussie slang for a big gormless person.
Oh dear. Oh well. We've got all sorts of possible definitions. Here's Marchant de Lange, and that's run away into the offside. Tom Abel is pursuing it towards the boundary, and the ball is going to not win. They're coming back for the 4th run. I think they are, aren't they? Yep.
Just how long that boundary is out there.
All that effort for nothing. 4 runs it is.
I think that's the first 4 all run 4 that I've seen, certainly this season.
Yeah, it certainly is the first I've seen this season. 196 for 8. So Leicestershire closing in on that batting point, the first. As de Lange is in and bowls. This is pulled away nicely, short from de Lange, and nicely played out towards the... They're going to come back for the 3rd run as the throw, not a very good throw, comes in from distant parts. Tom Banton out there.
It's so far out there, isn't it? I'm surprised that wasn't an all-run 4 as well.
They've probably worn out from the previous one.
Yeah, I think they were blowing a bit.
They've run 7 runs from the last 2 deliveries. And Marchant de Lange not giving his captain the control that he would have been hoping for. He's in now and bowls. And really strikes Parkinson. He seems to be okay. I wasn't sure what that hit, whether it just took the top of the bat handle or the gloves.
That was an angry delivery. I heard him shout, de Lange. He was cross with himself when they ran that 3, and that was really
dug
angry.
That in, didn't he?
Let's have a look. Oof, splice of the bat.
Yeah.
And managed to just get it away.
Yeah. Marchant de Lange in again. Down the leg side, 4 byes. 4 byes, I'm afraid. And again, there was absolutely nothing that Stephen Davis could have done about that. But it does bring Leicestershire a batting point. 201, I think. Is it 205 for 9?
He's lost his temper a bit, and but he's lost his line and direction with it, and it's a bit expensive, really. 7, 9, 13 off 4 balls.
Yeah. I don't think he'll be in the attack for much longer. It's not what you want from your big fast bowler, is it, when he's been given the opportunity to clean up the tail. Jack Leach, I think, will come back into the attack as De Lange is in and bowls to Parkinson, who tucks that away into the onside for another run and a shot at the stumps, and De Lange was there to take it, but Parkinson safely home. 206 for 8. Somerset just losing a little bit of the control that they've had in this rather wild over from Marchant De Lange. It's Klein on strike. De Lange bowls. Klein calmly into a defensive shot, and thank you, Marchant. Take a spell, I think will be the word from the captain. End of the over. It is 206 for 8. We've had 74 overs, so 6 overs remain before the new ball. Somerset 12th man, who I think is Lewis Goldsworthy, comes on with helmets and sweaters and goodness knows what else, which suggests that Jack Leach is indeed going to come into the attack, but from this end, the pavilion end. He's bowled previously from the far end, the Bennett end, so it'll be interesting to see what, if anything, he can get out of the pitch.
It will, and it'll be interesting also to see if Dieter Klein can resist having a bit of a swat. he might just try and launch one or two. 206 for 8 though. He's got a job to do, Klein, and he's a perfectly capable batsman when he really applies himself, but he does have these little rushes of blood, as fast bowlers are wont to do. But we've got Callum Parkinson beginning to go okay at the other end. He's on 18 not out. Klein 7 off 7. They've got to think, well, can we drag it up to, 220, 230? There are still 7 overs before the second new ball is due, so the ball is pretty much at its worst for bowling with at the moment. And if Leicestershire can use these 7 overs, perhaps they can just eke out a few more runs, give themselves a bit more to bowl at, because I suspect they'll need those runs. But never judge a pitch, as they say, until both sides have had a bat on it. But I suspect there are runs in that their turf, which is now partly covered by the shadow of one of the large floodlights, extending in front of the batsman, who is Parkinson as Leach. Preparation for him to bowl takes forever. In he goes and tosses one up. Forward goes Parkinson, defends out into the offside, and there's no run. Just a couple of little steps and tosses it up again, Leach, and no turn for him at all. Forward goes Parkinson, no run. Blows on his left hand and tells his mid-on to go back 10 yards. He's fiddling with his field. I suspect the short distances that they've moved won't make a huge amount of difference. I can't see Parkinson trying to loft one, but you never know. Leach is in, back he goes and defends on the stumps. That one hurries through a touch.
Yeah.
Could have pinned him leg before, didn't.
Bowling with a little bit more pace since he's come back from India, Jack Leach. Not
sure. Anyway, in he goes and bowls, and Parkinson goes forward. I don't necessarily like to see that. Parkinson has been doing that of late because he bowls so much in white ball cricket, and the control is the big thing that he keeps getting. But as a result, I'm sure he just loses a little bit of the loop sometimes. In goes Leach, bowls. Forward goes Parkinson, defends.
That was very flat delivery, that one.
Was a bit, wasn't it? There's an opportunity for him here just to toss one or two up and just see. But if he's got out of the rhythm of doing that, Leach is in, Parkinson is forward.
I think
it's accurate stuff, but
I think they've been watching the Indian slow left arm of Patel, who pushes it through. But that's on Indian pitches.
It is. There were 2 absolute ripping pitches as well, weren't there? Especially that one at the end they played on.
You've got to give the ball more of a chance to bite and turn on English pitches. Not much sign of any turn there for Jack Leach. He was pushing it through. They looked. A couple of them were certainly arm balls. So we got Lewis Gregory. Looks like the end of his run. No, it's not. No, it's Channer.
It's Channer.
It's Channer. Well, I'm surprised at this, I must say. Vote of confidence by his captain. He's going to be bowling to Dieter Klein.
I think Klein might take on the short ball. He just can't help himself almost.
206 for 8. Here's De Lange to Klein. This is played away on the bounce to Tom Abel at extra cover. Get your man, buddy.
I still think they'll be pretty pleased, Somerset. In fact, I'm certain they'll be pretty pleased, having lost the toss, to have Leicestershire 206 for 8.
I think so.
Anything under 250 is really good in those circumstances.
Well, they've got to finish the job. Here's De Lange in a bowls, and that's driven but not timed. Up to Josh Davey, I think that is, at mid-on, down on his knees. He's one of the Somerset players in a short-sleeved cable knit jumper. No one out there just in their shirt sleeves. De Lange is in a bowls, and that's defended neatly into the side. It's very warm here in our commentary box. I actually taken my jumper off for the first time this season up at Lord's. I think I had 5 layers on at one stage, and still shivering so much that the microphone was shaking with the chill wind from the north blowing directly into our hospitality box. Well, this is edged down to third man, but there is a third man down below us, who is, that is Roloff van der Merwe, on as substitute for, I don't know.
You always look for a bowler in those circumstances, don't you? But
Lewis Gregory's there. He's at mid-off.
Overton's at second.
Here's De Lange in bowls, and this is played down to wide third man, and is cut off again by Roloff van der Merwe, but he had quite a lot of ground to make, so they've come back for the second run.
Competently played by Parkinson.
Yeah, 200. He's batted very well. I mean, he was given that life, but
good player. First time I saw him play, he scored a half century, but that was for Derbyshire against Leicestershire.
De Lange to Parkinson is there, bowls. Parkinson defends into the onside. End of the over. 209 for 8 is the score. That was the 76th over. So 4 overs remain before the new ball, which I am guessing will be taken by Overton and Josh Davey. Josh Davies had quite a good long rest. Craig Overton hasn't had a very long rest, but he is very, very fit and very, very determined.
He's polishing the ball at the moment, but it won't be him bowling. He's just polishing it for the convenience. Well, it's De Lange actually. He's polishing it for the convenience of Leach, but actually he's polishing it just out of habit, to be quite honest, because as Anthony said, it's only got a few more overs of meaningful life left, unless of course Somerset don't take the second new ball.
Well, I think that's
the only reason they wouldn't do that is if they bowled Leicestershire out by then.
Yeah,
I would imagine. Coming up to the top of the hour, so it'll be updates time before too long. Leach tosses the ball from, or spins the ball in his left hand, and he remarks his guard, and he spends more time preparing than he does actually bowling. Leach. In he goes at last. Drops very short, goes back and forces out into the offside Klein, but he doesn't time it. Bit of an opportunity missed perhaps on that occasion for Dieter Klein. He's 8 not out from 12 balls. 209 for 8. Leicestershire. Leach is in. That's a better one. Tosses it up and forward goes Klein. Getting to the pitch of it. It doesn't turn, but there's a nicer shape to the delivery. A bit more loop. Gives it a chance. 1 for 18. Leach did pick up a very important wicket with his very first ball. In he goes and bowls a quicker, flatter one and forward, prodding. Not very prettily, but effectively enough is Klein, keeping it out. Wicket was at a Ben Mike for 26 after a partnership of 59 with Lewis Hill for the 6th wicket. Leach 17 on his back is in. Bowls outside off stump. Nice little late cut, a dab almost from Dieter Klein, and he's going to pick up 4. The fielder chasing back, puts in the slide but couldn't quite get there. It is very, very fast, the outfielder. Really nice, delicate little dab, a late cut almost from Dieter Klein. He moves into double figures onto 12. Leicestershire 213 for 8.
Yeah, nice shot. Not a very good ball from Jack Leach. They're just dragging it down.
Yeah, just enough width and just short enough of a length. He goes again, bowls, middle stump, thick inside edge as Klein presses forward. A good stop at short leg by Banton. I think it is under the lid.
It is, you're quite right.
Under the lid there. With the permanent presence at first slip. I suppose he's earned that right. In goes Leach, and that one is drifting towards middle and leg and just pushed into the leg side. Relatively unthreatening over from Jack Leach. Lacked inspiration. Is that harsh? He doesn't look to be completely happy with himself, really,
No,
Leach, at the moment. And you can see it in his body language a bit as well.
Yeah, I agree. He's found it tough so far this season, bowling on unhelpful pitches.
But he's played all the games. Somerset, obviously, is their main man. 1 for 43, 3 for 18 in the second innings against Middlesex.
Yeah, he bowled very well actually in the second innings against Middlesex. He was very accurate and succeeded in drawing a big part in drying up Middlesex runs, and then he picked up the wickets at the end. It's Tom Abel's going to bowl another over from the Bennett end. It will be his 8th. He's conceded just 13 runs in his 7 previous overs, and here he comes in bowling to Parkinson, who just plays that into the onside. Josh Davey. Tommy A, come on Tommy A, that's Craig Overton's voice you can hear from second slip. Abes is Tom Abel's nickname. Stunningly original. Here's Abes, bowls to Parkinson down the leg side. Appeal for a catch down the leg side. I don't know. It was very close to the leg stump, but I didn't see any deviation, and nor did umpire Robinson.
There was just a hint of a noise. It might just flick the pad, or the bat might have flicked the pad, but it was very paddy, the noise, so...
The appeal didn't really have much conviction about it.
Didn't really.
It was one of those more in hope than expectation. Abel bowls, and Parkinson defends. He has been out there for over an hour, Callum Parkinson, and has faced 69 deliveries now for his 20 runs, doing a job for his side, selling his wicket dearly. Abel is in and bowls to him, and again he's into a solid, firm defensive shot to Lewis Gregory at mid-off, and Tom Abel's team doing their best to make up from the I suppose the captain, if he's bowling, can't really shout encouragement to the bowler, can he? He's in and bowls to Parkinson, and there won't be a run here. I suppose you said bowled Abes or what? He is very voluble, Tom Abel. He's become a very good captain. He had a very rough time when he took over the captaincy in 2017. It was fatal for his batting form. He didn't make any runs and ended up giving up the captaincy to Lewis Gregory, as he is in and bowls outside the off stump to Parkinson, who plays no shot. End of another over, 213 for 8, Leicestershire, and eventually towards the end of the season came back into the side, batting down the order and got a bit of confidence back.
Updates time between the overs. See them? Well, they're battling the Leicestershire tail. They're dragging the score up, not quite towards respectability yet, but at least past 200. They've moved on to 213 for 8. Chris Wright, the last man to go. He was bowled by Tom Lammonby, an in-swinger that comprehensively defeated his forward press. But Callum Parkinson is battling away. He is 20 not out. He's faced 72 balls for that 20. Dieter Klein is with him. He's on 12 not out. As I say, if they can get past 250, they'll feel that they are at least still in the game. 213 for 8. One delivery from Leach, which is played firmly back to him, bounced down into the ground, taken on the full. Dieter Klein looks around him. Short leg, slip, shortish cover and mid-wicket as Leach goes in, bowls, off stump, flat delivery, and defended out into the offside by Klein. No run. Mid-on is maybe 2/3 of the way back, just over halfway back towards the boundary. At the pavilion in front of the Charles Palmer restaurant, which under normal circumstances is dishing up that lovely nosh we've been reminiscing about, sadly. Now short leg, Banton has gone in at very silly mid-off. In goes Leach, bowls to him, and he's bowled his man. He just went forward there, Klein. It might just have straightened, and it was too good for Dieter Klein. Off stump, knocked back a little bit, just took the bails off, and Klein looks ruefully back down the pitch before heading for the pavilion. Leicestershire almost done in their first innings, 213 for 9.
Yeah, third bowling point for Somerset. Nice piece of bowling by Jack Leach. Not sure whether it beat the outside edge.
He's just kind of late on it. It was an awful
between bat and pat
shot. In the end, because bat was coming down slightly as it does with Dieter. It was
so
coming down at an angle.
It was just a nice delivery.
Yeah.
That deceived them. It didn't do a great deal, didn't turn a great deal, but it was in the perfect spot. Just too good. A bit like the delivery that Lammonby removed Chris Wright with. So that's the 9th Leicestershire batsman back in the pavilion. And Somerset be particularly pleased with that wicket, because the new ball is now almost due, just the rest of this over and then one more over before it can be taken.
The ever optimistic ice cream man, but it's almost justified today, isn't it? If you're sitting in the garden and you're out of the wind, then ice cream would go down very nicely indeed. Parks outside or slows down outside the gates on Milligan Road.
You mean Mulligan Avenue?
Mr. Softy, I think is his moniker.
Yeah. It's Margaret Thatcher who invented the recipe for Mr. Softy type ice cream, wasn't it? Well, I'm not sure. Yes. Well, it was.
You're telling me something you don't ask.
You don't know that.
I'm afraid I don't.
I'm not sure it's true, in fact, but it's certainly one of the things that is said. That in her first job, she read chemistry at Oxford. She went to work for a company that was developing soft ice cream, and she is credited with perfecting it. But other people say that she was involved, but she wasn't playing the crucial role.
Few additives in that stuff. Right, extra man close catcher coming out for Gavin Griffiths, Leicestershire's number 11, who is about to face the left arm wiles of England and Somerset's Jack Leach, who's now got 2 for 22 from 6.3 overs. Can he make it a 3-fer? In he goes and bowls to Griffiths, tosses that one up thick inside edge, sees the ball squirt down towards sort of the leg gully area. There isn't a leg gully. Slip. Hillsworth has to jog after the ball. Griffiths takes one and leans with affected, I suspect, nonchalance on his bat at the non-striker's end.
Is he an authentic number 11? Gavin?
He can hold his end up. Can Gavin Griffiths? There's so many.
They all can these days.
Yeah, and he can hang around. Might not get too many runs, but he can hang around. He's got a job to do, because Parkinson continues to acquit himself admirably at the other end. Forward he goes defensively. do a foolish delivery on middle and off, defends out into the offside, and there's no run.
So we shouldn't expect to see a dramatic change in tactics from Callum Parkinson. Start playing his shots.
I doubt it. They're good friends, Parkinson and Griffiths, and I think he'll have a level of trust in Griffiths. I think he'll try and continue to play the same way. In goes Leach, bowls to Parkinson, who's pushing out into the offside. You heard the shout of wait, wait, as he saw the fielder closing in on the ball. So, well bowled. Jack Leach did concede a run, but did also, and more importantly by far, pick up a wicket. Leicestershire 214 for 9 after 79 overs.
Yeah, I was pleased for Jack Leach because, as you were saying, Richard, he was looking a little bit down in the dumps. He hasn't had a huge amount to do. He hasn't been at his best so far, apart from that spell against Middlesex. He hasn't quite been the Jack Leach that we know and love down in Somerset. So Tom Abel presumably is going to bowl this over, and then we'll have the new ball.
I don't think you've necessarily made Mr. Softy's ice cream any popular with some of the Leicestershire listeners.
Oh no! Well, I hope it isn't going to lead to a boycott. Here comes Tom Abel. He's bowling to Gavin Griffiths. He's there and bowls, and Griffiths almost plays that. He doesn't tried to take the bat out of the way. Ball took the bottom edge and has run down to the third man boundary before, but it could easily have gone into the stumps. So 4 involuntary runs there for Mr. Griffiths. He's off the mark with that. No, he's not. He was already off the mark. He moves on to 5, and the score goes on to 218 for 9. Here we are. Just hope he stays out there for just a little longer, Gavin Griffiths, because I've got an interesting fact. Oh, he plays it again! Down to the third man for 4 more runs. That's the Griffiths cut, we have to call that. 222 for 9. Yes, according to the Cricketers Who's Who, Gavin Griffiths once played chess for England.
Yes, no, yeah, yeah. England schools, I think it was.
Yeah. And there have been other cricketing chess players. This is all courtesy of my personal statistician, Steve Pittard, joint landlord of the Rose and Crown at Hewish Episcopi in Somerset, as Abel bowls and almost comes back onto his stumps again. Better known as Eli's the Rose and Crown, a legend amongst Somerset pubs. And Steve says that Michael Atherton also fancied himself as a chess player and challenged Freddie Flintoff to a game. Here comes Abel in bowls to Griffiths, who stretches and plays a nice shot into the offside, which is very well fielded at extra cover. But it turned out that Flintoff was a rather better chess player than Michael Atherton had been expecting, and had in fact played chess for Lancashire, as did his brother. Mike Brearley was another great chess player amongst cricketers. And this is pushed out into the offside. They're going through for a quick single as Lammonby just had a couple of yards to make. So 223 for 9. An expensive over this for Tom Abel. Rather ruined his figures. Those 2 involuntary Griffiths cuts down to the third man boundary. He's in and bowls to Parkinson, who drives away through the offside. That was an authentic off drive, and that's going to run away for 4 runs out to the boundary in front of the main scoreboard here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, formerly known as Grace Road. And that is the 80th over completed. So we will expect one of the umpires, Rob Bailey, to take the new ball from his pocket and signal to the scorers.
Unless Jack Leach tosses up another over, but I'd be surprised. The umpire is signalling for the box, I think, of maybe new balls. He's waving to James Hildreth with that battered old cap, faded old cap, and yep, the new ball is being shown around by Craig Overton. So Gavin Griffiths, that's just what your number 11 wants, isn't it? You just go in there and see off another new ball, crack it around a bit. Does sometimes happen.
Yep.
But you might get one or two that make you hurry up as well. So Leach can be pretty pleased, really, given he's not quite completely at ease with himself as much as anything, or didn't look to be anyway. 2 for 23 from his 7 overs. Tom Abel's work is probably done for now. 1 for 26 from 9.
You'll certainly hope so.
Yeah. Craig Overton, still with the C on his back. C Overton is in and bowling to Griffiths. Very full. Griffiths looks to drive, not much foot movement, steers it to point rather. That was a little bit of a loosener from Overton, who I'm not sure if he's bowled here before, but we'll be finding out. It's a little bit different bowling from this end, which is up the slope slightly.
I expect he bowled in that 50 over match, didn't he?
Would he have 2015, would he have done? Probably.
Oh yes, he's been playing for Somerset since 2013.
In he goes and bowls to Griffiths, onto the legs, comes off the pad, trickles out towards long leg. Leg by, I'm pretty sure, will be signalled by umpire Bailey, and is so, rather elegantly. He raises his right knee before tapping it at the scorers, Messrs Rogers and Johnson, in the absence of Paula.
Now what's he going to produce here?
Parkinson is on strike on 24 as Overton is in, bowling to him, very full, maybe looking for a bit of a Yorker, but Parkinson equal to it, plays it away into the offside, maybe just outside off stump. Who he's waving at, Callum Parkinson, not quite sure. All is well there. Overton turns. Just yet to really build up a head of steam in this over. In he goes and bowls outside off stump, and Parkinson got in position to attempt to drive, realised it wasn't there to be driven, let it go through.
A little bit of movement there for Overton lift as well through to Stephen Davis. Been hard work out there for the Somerset bowlers today, but they've stuck to their task really very well.
Yeah, and we're pretty pleased with their efforts. In he goes, Overton bowls to Parkinson, turns neatly off his legs, it bounces down towards wide long leg, almost deep backwards square by the time the fielder gets there. And by the time he does and gets his throwaway, Parkinson has picked up a couple, moves on to 26, 230 for 9. 15 overs and this coming delivery to be bowled today, so still plenty of cricket. Obviously take off 2 for the potential change of innings. Overton's in, bowling outside off stump, good leave from Parkinson, wobbles a little bit on its way through to Davis. End of the over.
Who are we going to get, Gregory or Davy, I wonder? Looks like it's going to be Gregory. It was Davy who opened up with Overton this morning, but Gregory who opened the attack with Overton against the Gloucesters. Gregory, of course, very, very experienced bowler. He's been playing for Somerset. 2009 was his first game, friendly against Pakistan. He took 4 wickets. He was only 17 then. And he's done fine service for his county, and he's going to be bowling at Gavin Griffiths, and he's got 2 wickets, 2 for 38 here today as the shadows begin to lengthen as Gregory's in and bowls to Griffiths, who will pick up a single, which is what Parkinson would have hoped for off the first ball of the over, out into the covers. 2:31 for 9. Oops, just spilled water all over the desk, but I don't think it's going to do any harm. So I'll just dry my phone off. At least it wasn't coffee, which if it gets very, very sticky, I think we're okay. Here's Gregory in a bowls and Parkinson solidly in behind that. Reminds me of a time at Portsmouth when I was scoring for Neil Durden-Smith in the old rugby stand at Portsmouth, which is a pretty ramshackle place to watch cricket from. And Neil Durden-Smith had poured himself a big plastic cup of red wine just as they came over from Sport on 2 unexpectedly, and he knocked the red wine all over his immaculate white cavalry twill trousers, that's outside the off stump, to Parkinson. And of course, because he was broadcasting live, there was nothing he could do about it except watch the red stains slowly spread across his trousers, and we were surrounded by small boys who thought this was the biggest joke in the world. All of which suggests that the moral of the story is don't drink red wine in the commentary box. I'm afraid those days when commentators drank wine in commentary boxes. That's driven back nicely, but some of the way was taken off it by Gregory, and Marchant de Lange completes the fielding, and there isn't actually a run. John Arlott, when I was working for him at Taunton, lunch consisted of 2 bottles of claret for himself and Bill Shepherd, who looked after him on away trips, and a turkey pie from the county stores in Taunton. One of their famous turkey pies. This is outside the off stump from Gregory. And he always arrived with 2 enormous briefcases, did John. One of which contained all his cricket stuff, and the other one of which was full of bottles of wine. Good stuff it was too, except as his scorer, I wasn't allowed any because I had to make sure that all of the facts and figures were correct. Happy days. Here's Gregory in a bowls, and Parkinson again defends. So just the single off the over, off the first ball. It means that Gavin Griffiths will have to face the next over from Craig Overton, but no great sign there, Richard, that the new ball was doing very much more than the old one.
Sometimes the way of it, isn't it? Curious. But then the new ball, the brand new ball, didn't do too much early on this morning. Seems a long time ago, and then round about sort of 15 to 20 overs in, it started that Somerset managed to. It's sometimes the way the lacquer comes off and just starts to swing a little bit of movement. Maybe it'll be the same. Leicester should be hoping so. Leicester should certainly be hoping these 2 bat like the 2 openers did briefly. In goes Overton and bowls to Griffiths, who's going to pick up 1 there as he steers it down to third man with a certain flourish. And Overton has his hands on his hips there, and he's giving him an old-fashioned look.
Well, Overton's only got himself to blame. It was
bit of width.
Full, yeah, exactly. It was full of length outside the off stump, and all that Griffiths had to do was get some sort of bat on it. It was going to run away down to third man for a single. So leaving Parkinson to face the next delivery.
In he goes and bowls Overton outside off stump, and Parkinson seeing it pretty well now. Lets it go through.
I think some Somerset batsmen will be encouraged by the way the pitch has played this afternoon, really.
I have a feeling tomorrow is going to be the best day possibly to bat on it when it's been under the sun for a while, and Leicester will be thinking they needed to get 300, 350, you never know. In goes Overton and bowls. Parkinson covers up and then drops it out into the leg side, scurries through for a quick single, and it's a good call actually. Fielder at mid-wicket had a bit of ground to make up and was a little bit lethargic or appeared to be a little bit lethargic in so doing.
Well, it may be that Somerset weren't too unhappy about the prospect of Gavin Griffiths getting down to the business end.
Possibly, but Parkinson very happy for him to scamper down. It's only 3 balls in, so He's waiting Griffiths with bat raised as Overton is in, bowling to him, prodding, and he edges, and he's gone. So they were perfectly correct, Somerset, in getting Griffiths down that end. He drawn him into a little prod at an outswinger, and Leicestershire, having chosen to bat after winning the toss, are all out for 233. Overton picks up his third wicket, I think, of the innings, 3 for 39 for him. Griffiths goes caught behind for 12. Parkinson is left not out on 27.
Yeah, really good all-round bowling performance by the Somerset bowlers, who really do seem to have got their mojo back after a slightly disappointing performance in the game against Gloucestershire. This was much more like the Somerset attack of last season, when they carried all before them. And to bowl Leicestershire, a decent Leicestershire batting side, out for 233 in bright sunshine on a pretty good batting wicket. I think that's a very good all-round performance, and credit really right across the board. Craig Overton, 17.4 overs, 9 maidens, 3 for 39. Josh Davey, 12 overs for 36. Lewis Gregory, 2 for 39 in 13. Martian DeLanger, 1 for 41 in 14. Tom Abel, 1 for 26 in 9, and Tom Lammonby, who really did impress with his left-arm swing bowling, 1 for 20 in 10 overs. Jack Leach picked up 2 wickets, which will make him feel a bit happier. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 23. So that was 83 overs in that innings, plus 2 for the change of innings, makes 85, which means that Somerset will have 11 overs to face this evening, and that could be a very interesting period in the game.
It could. We will nip off and get a quick cup of tea. Suggest you do the same, and we'll be back with you in around about 8, maybe a few more minutes' time. Think. In goes Overton, bowls outside off stump and cut over the slips quite deliberately by Azad. Angle bat lifted it over the top of the slips.
Here's Davey, and the bowls to Harris, who drives nicely away through the offside, got right across to that and just timed it away through extra cover. Ground, he's in and bowls, and this is driven away through the offside. That'll be 4 runs. Timed that beautifully, did Marcus Harris. Very important 50 for us up at Lord's in his first innings. Edged! Just short of, and it's gone, in fact, between first and second.
Overton and bowls, edges just short of second slip. And it was a good half stop at second slip. It's still going to run away to the boundary though, deflected it through. It was...
Gregory's in and bowls, and this is bowled. Bottom edge. That is the end of Marcus Harris. Bottom edge onto the stumps. He was going for a pretty expansive... Anyway, here's Gregory in and bowls. This is driven away nicely through the offside by Hassan Azad, and will pick up 4 runs. Gregory in and bowls, and this is driven away.
Ooh, in the air.
In the air, backward of point. He again chased after that wide outside.
Davey and bowls thick outside edge. He's going to pick up 4. That wasn't too far wide of third slip. Again, I don't think it quite carried.
He takes it all very seriously as Gregory's in and bowls. Takes him on the pad, and he's given out LBW. That is the end of Harry Dearden. Umpire Robinson
He goes and bowls short and cut away by Azad. It's as well. You've been predicting it for a while, I think, Anthony, and eventually.
Broad shoulders in a bowl. So takes him on the pad and given out LBW. That's the end of Ackerman. There didn't seem to be too much doubt about that one. Umpire
Goes Abel and bowls to Azad, who he's going to be caught behind. He is. He went for a ball lifting outside off stump, a risky attempt to chop it up. And bowls to Swindles, who is caught at first slip. Yes, second attempt. It went to second slip. He was trying to get out of the way of the bouncer. It came up firmly through mid wicket, and that's going to run away for 4. Nice piece of timing. Not a great deal of foot movement, but it was in towards his legs. He just turned his wrists on it, and it fed Steel. In goes Overton, very full outside off something that was there to be hit, and it was driven away by Lewis Hill, and he is going to pick up 4. That was a genuine half day. Davey is in bowling. Hill is driving, and that's going to run away for Leach. Turns, jogs, knowing that no chance down.
At Leicester, Gregory is in and bowls, and this is whipped away nicely through the onside. Fielder Lammonby is in pursuit, but it will be a vain pursuit. I realised he was Cornish. This is driven away through the offside for 4 runs. Nice shot. He
Might
well,
be worth pursuing. To those watching on the stream and obviously listening online and on your radios as well. Richard Ray, BBC Radio Leicester, Anthony Gibson, BBC Radio Somerset, your commentators for the final 11 overs on this first day of the LV Equals County Championship match between Leicestershire and Somerset. Long shadows being cast by these huge floodlights here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. They're new since you were here last. They weren't up, believe it or not.
Yep, we've got floodlights at Taunton now as well. One of the last counties to
just
get
Worcestershire
them.
then now.
Yep, just Worcestershire.
Are they the extendable kind, given Taunton?
No,
they're
no,
the permanent, are they?
Permanent ones.
Permanently
like
high.
giant hydrangeas. They're LED lights, and yeah, they're quite elegant actually.
Chris Wright is going to open the bowling for Leicestershire from the Benetton.
Tom Banton is taking strike. Right to Banton. Banton drives that away through the offside. Picks up 4 runs. That's a typical Tom Banton opening salvo, except in his previous matches this season he's gone for that off drive and failed to make any contact with the ball, but that time he felt bat squarely on ball and picks up 4 runs. He's both of these two players' instincts are naturally attacking. It looks like to me like Tom Lammonby at the other end. There have been suggestions, not least from me, that perhaps Lammonby, after 3 successive ducks, might be just given a chance to get his form back a bit lower down the order and send Steve Davis, who of course used to open for Worcestershire and Surrey, up to the top of the order. 4 without loss then, as Wright is in and bowls to Banton, who turns that away elegantly through the onside, running away towards the deep mid-wicket boundary, and there's a very good stop down there, and they'll come back for 3 runs.
Dieter Klein was the fielder.
Dieter Klein, and had to make a lot of ground, flung himself to his left, flicked it back, and his co-fielder completed a good piece of work. 7 without loss.
Again, both there to be 2 deliveries that he could get away, Banton, and did, which is one of the things that has really concerned Paul Nixon and his coaching staff. Too many balls that good batsmen will put away, and a bad ball is a bad ball, whether it's your first or your 50th, isn't it?
Tom Lammonby, heart no doubt beating in his chest as Wright is in and bowls. Ooh, and he gets in a bit of a tangle. You can almost see the nerves in that shot. My goodness me, he'll be glad to get off naught.
Just saved by a little edge there, because that would have been a loud shout for leg before as it swung back in. Goodness, yeah.
He's a very, very talented cricketer, Tom Lammonby, going through a bad patch at the moment. Desperately needs some runs under his belt. 3 slips waiting for the outside edge as Wright is in and bowls, and Lammonby drives and will get a run, and you can hear the cheering from the Somerset players and staff down the ground. That goes for 4 runs.
Yeah, it was a really good on drive. It was over pitched from Wright. He leant into it, played it firmly back past the Leicestershire seamer, and 4-3.4.
Well, he's avoided the ignominy of 4 successive first-class ducks, and it would have been 5 if you count the one that he picked up for the seconds the other day. So well done, Tom Lammonby, and a good way to break your duck. So 11 runs on the board as Wright is in again to Lammonby. Oh, and that's edged and just wide of 3rd slip. Gets away with one there, does Tom Lammonby, and that too has run away down to the boundary. So it's been a very productive opening over this for Somerset, not without its alarms. That wasn't very far away from the diving 3rd slip. He says, looking at his notes,
It's Harry Dearden.
Harry Dearden.
Dearden at 3rd, Ackerman at 2nd, Azad at 1st.
So 5 balls, 15 runs. Lammonby waits, Wright bowls. Oh, and leaves that outside the off
No
stump.
ball.
It's a no ball. Oh dear, dear, dear.
17.
17 off the first over. Well, it's not an encouraging start for the Leicestershire bowlers and fielders. Where's Colin Ackerman fielding?
2nd slip.
2nd slip, sorry, you told me that. I was looking to see if he was going up to have a word with his bowler. He's there with his hands on his knees waiting as Wright bowls, and this time Lammonby plays an immaculate looking forward defensive shot back up the onside of the pitch. So an eventful opening over produces 17 runs, including a no ball and including Tom Lammonby breaking his duck. He has 8 Tom Banton has 9.
I was talking during the interval between innings to you, Anthony, about the economy rate of the Somerset bowlers. Not one. Well, the highest, the worst economy rate was 3.0. Everybody else, most of the Somerset bowlers under 3, 2 point something or other, and saying that both Surrey and Hampshire bowled with similar economy rates, and that's what Leicester have got to learn to do. They're trying too hard, but they're bowling too many balls that good batsmen are able to put away at the moment.
Yeah, I'm just looking. Steve Pittard's kindly provided me with the Leicestershire bowling averages. The best of them is Gavin Griffiths, 64. The worst is poor old Callum Parkinson, 163.5.
I mentioned that they've only taken 13 wickets, but they've taken those 13 wickets in 261 overs. The overall bowling average is 98. Klein is opening the bowling for the Foxes from the pavilion end, slightly short of a length, and up on his toes Banton, waiting for the ball, plays it down into the ground. The bowling strike rate is 120, at 1 wicket they take every 20 overs, and the overall economy rate is 4.9. They've been on, which sounds awful, they've been on 2 very good tracks.
I was just going to say, the pitches must have had something to do with it.
Against 2 pretty good batting lineups in Hampshire and Surrey, but it is indicative of a problem. An issue. In goes Klein and bowls slightly short. Banton up on his toes again, playing it down into the ground. Wasn't quite sure where it had gone for a second there. Realised it was in front of him at his feet and relaxed momentarily. 2 and 3 tonight is the shout from who? Sounded like Harry Swindles behind the stumps.
Just the 2 slips.
Yeah. Control is what Leicestershire have lacked. At any point, in goes Klein and bowls, that's better, and defended on the back foot again by Banton, this time as far as Griffiths at mid-off. There's no run, so 3 dot balls for Klein so far.
And a third man in place. You don't see that very often these days, do you?
No. They haven't got that many runs to play with. Third man and long leg in, mid-off, extra cover, point, mid-wicket, mid-on, and as Anthony said, just the 2 slips. His natural delivery when it comes to swinging would be to swing it in. In he goes Klein and bowls, off stump this time. Defended again by Banton. Any edge is going to come from pushing it across the right-hander.
Banton's weakness so far this season, he's been trying to play the moving ball with soft hands, but if he's not careful, the ball will run down the bat and onto the stumps.
Klein is in and bowling to him, and he's looking to drive, and he's got that away in front of point, and that's going to run away for 4. So 3 dot balls, and then just enough width for Banton to get it away in front of square on the offside, and it's going to run away for 4. 22-year-old from Buckinghamshire, Tom Banton, England T20 squad, of course. 6 one-day internationals, 9 T20 internationals. 9 and 6 is 15, and he's played 15 times for England, and this is only his 17th, I think, first-class appearance.
Yep.
So a talent identified early in international white ball terms, at any rate. Klein is in to him and bowling full and clipped away through mid-wicket for 4. There we go. So Somerset off to the flyer that Leicestershire must have been concerned about. Consecutive boundaries conceded by Klein off the 4th and 5th and 6th balls of the over. So 4 decent deliveries and then 2 4 balls, and are put away for 4. Somerset after 2 overs are 25 without loss.
Yeah, Tom Banton's trying to establish himself as a red ball batsman. He had the opportunity to go out to the IPL, but declined it, saying that he wanted to play red ball cricket for Somerset to show that he could bat properly.
That's a big deal, really, because he turned down quite a lot of money on that basis, I assume.
Yeah, I mean, it's no guarantee he would have got a contract, but there's a pretty good possibility.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said...
No, he wasn't offered a contract. He didn't. He said he wouldn't. He wasn't.
Okay, he wasn't going to go into the auction.
No.
Okay. Even so, fair enough, because he'd have had a good shot, you would have thought.
Would. Well, he was in the Big Bash, and then he pulled out of that because he was fed up being in COVID bubbles. He's right into Lammonby, and lets that go through outside the off stump. The trouble is, his problem is that because he's played so much white ball cricket, his default style of batting is white ball. You know, he's looking to score runs. He's got tremendous forearms and wrists. Got very fast hands, and he's always trying to manoeuvre the ball, and he can get into trouble against the moving ball. But there's no questioning the talent that he's got. There's right bowls to Lammonby, who gets right in behind that. Lammonby's a rather different sort of batsman in that he can play a defensive game. In that century that he made when he carried his bat on a difficult pitch at Worcester last season, his first 50 occupied about 150 deliveries, while he wore the bowlers down, and then his second 50 was done in just about even time. But he can play defensively. He has shown patience. He waits now as right bowls outside the off stump and no shot. And patience is a absolutely vital quality for an opening batsman in English conditions when the ball is moving around. It's not moving around a huge amount here this afternoon, but I thought Hassan Azad and Marcus Harris in the first hour this morning played it really very well indeed, and then the bowling improved and the pitch started to do a bit more. Right to Lammonby, who again is content to defend. This is a much better over from Chris Wright, and asking questions of Tom Lammonby, who wanders away towards the square leg umpire. We got 3 slips for Chris Wright and no third man.
I think that's where is Harris fielding at the moment.
Here comes Wright.
That's him at square leg.
Again, in and bowls. Lammonby's taken on the pad and given out LBW, coming across his stumps, looking to turn that straight ball through the onside. Missed it and hit just about, I should think, in front of all 3. Not a good piece of batting by Tom Lammonby, and that's the first Somerset wicket to go down with the score on 25.
I don't think he played a shot. I know it sounds strange, but he got in position to play it away, and then I'm pretty sure he just sort of let it hit him. Yeah, he did. He didn't play a shot at all at the ball for some reason. He just left his bat and got in position. Whether he thought it was going to swing away a little bit more than that, but he actually didn't play any sort of shot in the end, and that's a slightly scrambled mind, I think.
Yeah, and he's gone for 8, and it's 25 for 1. Strange dismissal.
It was.
But he came right across his stumps, as if to knock it through mid-wicket. But as you say, Richard didn't really play much of a shot at it when he got there. Which means that Tom Abel. We're
only in the third over.
No,
the game's moving on, isn't it? Very quickly.
Tom's been out, I think, in the first half a dozen overs, certainly in every innings so far in this season's county championship.
Did he not get an 80 odd against?
He did against Middlesex. Batted very well. No, I mean he's been out in the middle. He's been walking out to bat in the opening overs. No, he's batted quite nicely. Got a very important innings here. Score against Middlesex. End of the over. 25 for 1.
He's showing the Lammonby dismissal on the board. Yeah, just lifted his, let it thump into him. Swung into him a little. Maybe thought it was not going to swing or. On his way, he goes. A wicket maiden for Chris Wright. A real bonus wicket as far as Leicestershire are concerned. And that'll lift the Foxes a little bit. Klein. Can he follow up? after conceding 17 in your first over, a wicket maiden is just what the cricketing doctor ordered. Klein from the pavilion end bowls to Banton, hits him on the back pad. Oh, he's gone, leg before wicket, stayed a little bit low. Leicestershire have 2 in 3 balls. Wasn't sure whether that might just have hit outside the line of leg stump. Have to have a look at the replay. The main thing, as far as Leicestershire are concerned, Rob Bailey, the umpire, didn't think it had. It certainly didn't get up very high, did it? Hurried through a bit, and suddenly, having picked up so many early runs, Somerset's openers are both back in the pavilion. They're 25 for 2.
Oh dear, dear, dear. And so it continues. Neither of the first 2 of our 3 Toms getting any runs, and James Hildreth walking out to bat in just the 4th over of the innings. And I don't know, I'm not sufficient of an expert or as a coach to apportion credit or blame there. I think there was maybe a little bit of blame on the part of the batsman and maybe a bit of credit to the bowler as well. A decent delivery, but bitterly disappointing for Somerset's 2 young opening batsmen. And when I was going to talk to Jason Kerr, the Somerset head coach, about the excellence of the bowling unit, at close of play I'm going to have to talk as well about the problems with the opening batting partnership.
I'd start with the bowlers.
I will.
Okay.
Well, Somerset really can't afford to lose another wicket now here this evening. They're, 2 of their 3 most experienced batsmen, the other being Steve Davis, of course, out in the middle.
Really lifted Leicestershire. You can hear the shouts now. 30 for 4 they're shouting. They always had a couple, don't they? Dieter Klein then, really boosted by that. In he goes and bowls to Hildreth, who is all calm now. He defends on the back foot out into the offside. Won't be too many nerves for the experienced Hildreth, who's made runs here in the past. One of relatively few Somerset players to have played here.
Last time he played against Leicestershire in first-class cricket, he made 150.
There you go. He's waiting now with bat, just tapping his bat. Now he raises it as Klein goes in and bowls to him. There's an appeal for leg before, but no, says umpire Rob Bailey. Looked a little bit high to me. He was on the back foot. Look, it hit him above.
Pitch outside leg stump,
Yeah,
maybe?
I wasn't sure whether the first one had as well. Oh, they're just showing the replay, and I just missed it. Let's have a look at this one again. We noticed swinging. It did almost too much, actually. It landed on the stumps, but was swinging on down the leg side. Klein's getting it to swing. Had a decent lick back into the right-handers. And that was probably going down the leg side, but that was a testing delivery. Klein is in again to Hildreth. That one swings as well. Hurries him a little bit, swings back in, and he manages to keep it out. But this is really good stuff now from Dieter Klein.
Does the ball traditionally swing much at this ground?
Not really.
You wouldn't have thought so. There's no tall buildings around, are there, to affect the flow, the airflow?
But just at the moment, both sides have managed to get the balls.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
The ball to swing. It's not known particularly as a ball swinging ground, but it's happening at the moment. In goes Klein and bowls outside off stump. Taken by Swindles, falling to his left behind the stumps, an indication it again swung back in, but well it after it had passed outside off stump. But this is good stuff from Dieter Klein now. Awful first over from right that went for 17, albeit one of the fours was slightly off the edge. But thereafter, well, Klein's first over wasn't brilliant, gave away a couple of fours at the end, but both of them have come back strong. Right with a wicket maiden, and so far Klein with what could be a wicket maiden. In he goes and bowls to Hildreth. That one swings back, and it won't be a wicket maiden because Hildreth has got up on his toes and steered the ball down to third man for 4. It's an event every ball, Anthony, at the moment. Leicestershire have picked up 2 wickets as Somerset have gone on to 29 for 2 in their first innings.
Yep. Well, I did say on that Radio Leicestershire programme the other evening that the Somerset top order batting might give the Leicestershire bowlers a chance to bowl themselves back into form, and thus far it has proven to be the case. Middlesex going a bit better against Surrey now, 76 for 3 they are. Hampshire 262 against Gloucestershire. with Holland is out for 114, Allsop 113 not out. Here we've got Chris Wright into Tom Abel and looking for a quick single that isn't there in the offside.
Another century for Allsop, did you say?
Yep.
Made 100 here in the first game. Really gritty 100.
Yeah. How many overs have we got here? We've had 4. We got. Did I say
6.5
yeah,
to go.
6. So
Be about 20 past 6, which, by the standards of this season, is very good.
Here's Wright to Abel, and Abel stuns that into the pitch. And mid-wicket. Who's that mid-wicket with the
Dieter Klein.
Dieter Klein.
77 on his back.
A bit follically challenged, isn't he?
Yeah. He is.
Has he got any hair on his head at all, or is he?
In close-up, yes.
In close-up, but it's
from a distance.
No,
what he has left is very closely shaved.
Yeah. Here's Wright, tall, right arm over the wicket, and since that opening over, he's really settled into a good line and length. As Chris Wright asking all sorts of questions of these Somerset batsmen.
Harris has gone in at third slip now, and he's got 4 on his back, not 14, which was suggested to me would be his number. Dearden's at 4th. 4 slips.
4 slips go down. Wright is in a bowls. Abel defends watchfully into the offside. These two, Abel and Hildreth, will be absolutely determined to get through to the close, if they possibly can.
If Leicestershire can pick up one more, they'll consider it a reasonably balanced day then. In the end.
Yep.
I think Somerset will be delighted to bowl them out for less than 250, but it's not the pitch, though. There's a bit of zip in the pitch, which is great to see. It's just the movement at the moment.
He's right in the bowls outside the off stump and able to let that sail through to Harry Swindles.
But when there is a bit of zip, the movement is so much better, isn't it? In terms of for the bowler, it helps them so much.
Yeah, because it's that much more difficult for the batsman to make the late adjustment.
Yeah, and it's great to see.
Oh, I think cricket is a vastly better game played on fast wickets.
Yeah, with a bit of life in the pitch.
Yeah. It's better for spin bowlers as well if there's a bit of bounce for them to work with. He's right into Abel, who plays that into the offside. Can't beat mid-off. End of that over. 29 for 2 Somerset. 6 overs remain in the day's play.
Well, having conceded 17 off his first over, Chris Wright has bowled a wicket maiden and a maiden. So that's done his figures. 0 for 17 from 1. The world of good. 1 for 17 from 3. Griffiths and Klein just consulting, but he was swinging it nicely into Hildreth in that previous over. Dieter Klein just for 2 slips still. In he goes and bowls to Hildreth, who is back on his stumps, turning it towards mid-wicket. Picked up there by Marcus Harris, as I say, with 4 on his back. He throws the ball to Gavin Griffiths, who either wasn't watching or just missed it, and he's having to run back to pick it up, which will displease the Leicestershire bowlers, you would have thought. You do not want a new ball to spend too much time on the ground, do you?
No.
That said, the outfield is nice and green still.
I was going to say, it's not a particularly abrasive surface though, is it?
No. It was drilled about 4 or 5 years ago. In he goes, Klein, and bowls. Nicely turned off his legs by Hildreth, but only as far as Dearden, who's now out at square leg, and there's no run. And you can just about see the sort of holes still, or the hole marks, but it's obviously filled in and it's very smooth again now. It's only from up here I think you can see the hole marks, but it drains brilliantly now, the outfield, but it's like lightning. always tell visiting commentators, the Australians in the side, Clint Mackay, used to call it the ice rink.
No.
because it was so quick. And of course with so little rain, it's only got quicker. Right, short mid wickets going in and Harris has gone into third slip.
He does. He can play the ball in the air through mid wicket. Can James Hildreth? That's a sensible fielding position. They've obviously seen him before.
Especially if it's swinging into his legs. In goes Klein, bowls to him. He drops it out into the offside and then gives Abel the eyes as if there might be a quick single in it. Abel takes a couple of strides forward, but Hildreth was going nowhere and he scampers back into his ground. The Somerset skipper, 29 for 2. Klein too seems to have found his line and length.
Well, it's wonderful what a couple of wickets will do for bowling side's morale.
For sure. I think it's been a bit dented in the last couple of games. In goes Klein and bowls full, thick inside edge from Hildreth, who seemed to be a little bit late in picking that one up. It's gone towards backward square, did, and is on to it quickly, so it's going to be just one. Hildreth peers at the bottom of his bat briefly, but wasn't too much foot movement there.
No, it's a loose shot, wasn't it?
And, just to say, it just seemed a fraction late in picking it up.
He's another batsman who's a bit short on form. He got 64 in the last innings, and I must keep an eye on his score. Just reminded myself of something.
20 and 11 against Middlesex. In he goes Klein, and nicely played by Abel, pushed out. He was a fuller delivery, he was able to get to the pitch of it, pushed out into the offside, and there's just Griffiths at wide mid-off, had to run across to extra cover. So always going to be a single for Tom Abel. He's off the mark with that. Callum Parkinson shouting encouragement. You can hear that distinctive Lancashire accent. Klein very carefully grasps the ball, then runs in and bowls slightly short of a length to James Hildreth, who's up on his toes on off stump, playing it back down the pitch on the offside. Griffiths picks up end of the over. 2 singles from it. Not quite the dangers for Hildreth that there were in Klein's first over to him. The rollers started up, so I think and he's taking it to its little stable next to the manual scoreboard.
Yes, it just had the. I'm not sure. What's the rule about rolling now? Do the between innings?
A good question. Probably answer that one, but it's usually decided beforehand, isn't it?
Yeah.
The captains have to say, and it's just been the light rollers.
It has. He's right in and bowls to Abel, who plays and misses. I think he shapes as if he withdrew his bat inside the line of that, but I'm not sure he did. It was a good ball from Chris Wright. It was straight enough that Abel had to play at it, and it had enough lateral movement to defeat his outside edge. It's tough going out there for the Somerset batsman at the moment, desperate to avoid losing another wicket here this evening. As the shadows lengthen and Wright bowls and Abel defends out into the offside, and Slip Cordon offering all sorts of shouts of encouragement.
Little chorus of approval. Azad, Ackerman, and the new man, Marcus Harris. Update for BBC Radio Leicester coming. So far, both the openers, Tom Lammonby, young left-hander, was leg before to Chris Wright without playing a shot for 8, and on the same score, 25, Tom Barton also went leg before, in his case to Dieter Klein. Stayed perhaps a little bit low but swung back in, and Barton knew his fate. 25 for 2 at that stage. It's moved on to 31 for 2. James Hildreth is 5. The Somerset skipper Tom Abel has 1. If they can pick up one more before the close, they'll feel it's been a really good balanced day at Leicestershire. Somerset in reply to Leicestershire's 2-3-3, 31 for 2. Back with you on commentary.
Yep. Chris Wright from the Bennett end, bowling to Tom Abel, who turns that away through the onside, and that will go for 4 runs. Nice shot from Abel, wristily picked up just backward of square through the onside, over pitched from right. It was there for the shot, but nicely executed.
Top of off stump. The message is the same at whatever level of cricket to the bowler normally, isn't it?
Yeah.
Top of off stump. Over pitched on leg stump. Leg stump half volleys tend to get put away by good batsmen.
They do. 35 for 2. Somerset, the 2. If you're just joining us, I'm afraid of the 2 opening toms. Lammonby was LBW for 8 and Banton was LBW for 15. It's right to Abel, who gets a thick edge down to the third man boundary for 4 runs. Wasn't a chance, didn't really go up at all, played with soft hands. So another 4 runs goes on the Somerset total. 39 for 2. Come on, boys. So is that Colin Ackerman from...
He's not a big shouter, funnily enough, Ackerman. It's the there's one or two who do tend to lead the cheerleading. Swindles, Parkinson, Mike.
It's right to Abel, who gets right in behind that, plays it defensively into the offside. So that was the 7th over. So 4 overs remain. 39 for 2, 9 to Tom Abel and 5 to James Hildreth.
Right, takes his cap from Leicestershire 12th man. It looks like Will Davis doing some duties as he makes his way back, hopefully towards fitness. Seamer, former Derbyshire Seamer, got injured in one of the warm-up games, giving a chance therefore to the likes of Dieter Klein. 3 slips behind James Hildreth as Klein is in bowling. To him, edges, shot, he's caught, he almost steered it straight to Ackerman at second slip. It went quite low to Ackerman, but he made no mistake, took it two-handed, and suddenly Somerset in a bit of trouble. They're 39 for 3 as Hildreth goes, caught Ackerman, bowled Klein for 5.
Not much of a shot, was it? Almost as if he was giving slip catching practice. Just left the bat out there at a crooked angle, and the ball took the outside edge and flew low, but at catchable height to Ackerman, who made no mistake. And it's not been a great start to the season for James Hildreth, and it wasn't a great season for him last season, or indeed the one before. And he is getting on a bit, and it looks to me as if this is Jack Leach coming out to bat, I think.
A famous night watchman. I'm just looking at the shot. Yeah, it was just a sort of involuntary sort of twitch at the ball. It was as you say, not the shot of a man with a great deal of confidence at the moment.
Jack Leach it is, striding out to the middle. The most famous one not out in Test match history under his belt.
In modern Test match history, probably.
Yeah,
that's
I suppose.
Sure.
Yeah.
But that means in Test match history, doesn't it? These days, it's memories fade.
But even if you go back to the old days, I can't, in Test series like 1902 and what have you, I don't think any number 11 batted quite so long, so obdurately, and ultimately successfully.
Indeed. Famous day. Well, preparing himself, Leach, as he does, whether he's batting or bowling, in the same meticulous manner. Just the 3 slips, but a short leg comes in now, who is Hassan Azad. Traditionally, he tweets under the name Bat Pad Man, and he's got used to it. He's standing a pitch and a half back as Klein goes in and bowls onto the legs of Leach, turns it perfectly competently. Foolish delivery off his legs, down towards wide, long leg, almost deep backward, square, and takes 2. Who's out there? Looks like Lewis Hill, who's out there in the far distance, in front of the Melton Building Society family stand, sadly unoccupied as all the stands are at the moment. 41 for 3. Come on, DT. Come on, boys, shouts Gavin Griffiths from wide mid-off. Klein bustles in and bowls slightly short, gives Leach a little bit of room to try and play it away into the offside. Doesn't time it though, and Mike can hop across from cover towards extra cover and make the stop. Leach shakes his left hand. It might just have jarred a little bit, didn't quite come out of the screws, as they say. 41 for 3 in reply to Leicestershire's 233. Somerset. Klein is in and bowling a little bit short. Up on his toes is Leach on the off stump, defending very solidly. Out into the offside, picked up by Mike, and there's no run. Motorbike goes down Milligan Road. Henceforth, now for the duration of this game,
yeah, I was going to say Mulligan
known
Avenue.
as Mulligan Avenue.
I'm never going to be allowed to forget that.
It gives it a certain grandeur that you have to say that it doesn't really have. Milligan Road, with its row of shops and its Hell's Angel sign painted on the wall over there, you'll see. In goes Klein and bowls a bouncer and troubles Leach, who ducks underneath it. Hasn't played entirely convincingly.
No, it was a good bouncer too,
It was
wasn't
a good bouncer. When he gets it right, he's quick as Klein.
Yeah. Slippery sort of bowler, isn't he?
And he's got a bit of pace in the pitch to play with, like as Overton found. There's something there if you bend your back. Leicestershire liking this. 1 ball left in the over. Klein is in. 2. Leach, who is forward. He's going to pick up 4 there. Played it with nice soft hand.
Nice.
Leant forward and guided it past third slip. Runs down to third man for a perfectly legitimate shot, one feels, for a left-hander in those circumstances. So, 6 runs to Leach from the 5 balls that he's faced so far. And Somerset, no problems with the run rate. It's 5.6. It's just the 3 wickets down that is the issue.
Yeah.
45 to 3.
I'm just thinking, I was going to interview Jason Kerr at Close of Play, so I'm going to have to say this has been a fairly representative day of Somerset's cricket season.
It's all a bit frantic.
Well,
it's
oddly,
oddly...
but the bowlers have done really well.
Yep.
And yet we've gone out there on a pretty good wicket under ideal conditions for batting, and have lost, well, at least 3 wickets before the close. Let's hope that's all it is. Here comes Wright then to Abel in bowls, and Abel gets that off a thick edge. It's not going to run away to the boundary. It will be pulled in, and they won't come back for the 3rd run, so it's just 2 runs, 44 for 3 Somerset. That credit to the bowler there. It was a forward defensive shot from Tom Abel, and the ball just did enough to take a thick edge.
Lewis Hill, the fielder, he's having chased it down and then run back to his fielding position. He's been sent back down to 3rd man now, giving himself a bit of cover. Colin Ackerman
is right. No, Abel just backs away. I'm not sure.
They were bringing 3rd slip in, Marcus Harris, so Ackerman also held up his hand as well. Eager, Chris Wright, understandably.
Leicestershire voices ringing out across the outfield as Wright bowls to Abel. I thought he got an edge on that. Didn't miss the outside edge by very much. A really good delivery from Chris Wright.
Cracking out swinger.
Producing yet more cries of encouragement. Tough little period this for Somerset. We're in the 9th over, so 2 more overs after this evening for Abel and Leach to survive. Wright is in and bowls, and Abel plays that comfortably enough out into the offside. Somerset, I thought, bowled really well. Not particularly helpful.
I absolutely agree.
Against a pretty strong batting lineup. After got off to a good start, Leicestershire 40 in the first hour. then 4 wickets before lunch, 2 in the afternoon, and then the innings finally mopped up for 233 outside the off stump, and no shot from Tom Abel.
Well, Stephen Davies to come, who always seems to score big runs against Leicestershire, whoever he's playing for.
He's not quite the batsman he was, unfortunately, which seems a hard thing to say, but he's been averaging around about 32 for Somerset, whereas when he was with Surrey he was in the 40s.
What his average against Leicestershire is.
And Abel defends back up the pitch, getting right in behind that. He's still as good, as attractive to watch as a batsman as he ever was, but not quite as secure. That would be the word. He doesn't generate much of a feeling of security when he's out there. Got a big 100 against important 100 against Warwickshire Edgbaston last season, which was a joy to behold. Right to Abel, and Abel again defends. Good over that from Chris Wright. He beat Abel outside the off stump. He found his outside edge, ran down to third man, and kept him honest with the other deliveries. So the end of the 9th over of this 11 over mini session, 47 for 3 are Somerset, the 3 being Lammonby for 8, Banton for 15, and James Hildreth for 5.
Long discussions between Griffiths and Klein about the field. Ackerman in position at second slip. There were the 3 slips, third man and long leg. It is Leach on strike. Little dance from Jack Leach to get his feet moving. He's got short leg as well just behind him. In goes Klein, bowls to him, just brings the bat back inside the line, curtain rail style, as it goes past outside off stump. One more before the close, and Leicestershire will almost feel they're on top. 47 for 3. Deficit then 186. As Klein is in to Leach. Bouncer that's up in the air. Should be. Oh, dropped short of it. Hassan Azad. I thought that was going to just be a really straightforward catch, and there's 1 or 2 hands on hips out there because he knocked it up in the air. Didn't know where it was. It was very high up in the air. Azad is standing quite a long way back at short leg, though. As I said, he's a pitch and a half back, and he couldn't get there. It dropped just behind Leach and behind the stumps. Almost dropped on the stumps. Could have gone anywhere. It went up in the air. Leicestershire couldn't get to it in time. Leach again struggling with a quick bouncer.
Yeah. Few is all I'll say about that.
Bangs his bat against the pitch. In goes Klein, bowls to him full, and he's driven out through the gap in the covers. It's Gavin Griffiths who's chasing after it. He'll drag it back a good 5 yards inside the ropes, but they will pick up 3. So a relieved Leach can watch what's going on from the non-striker's end, and it brings up the Somerset 50-52 to be precise from 9.3 overs. I don't think Klein has bowled at Abel yet. He might have done. Just check whether Abel takes guard. It was Hildreth down that end for most of the time, wasn't it? But
important.
And then Leach.
Abel gets through these 3 balls and then leaves Leach to face the last over.
In goes Klein, bowls, and down the leg side, a nice take by Swindles, diving away to his left. Tried to help it on its way, Abel, but didn't get anything on it.
Just as well. He's been caught out down the leg side more often than he should have been, Tom Abel, over the years.
It's quite hard for a batsman not to instinctively just try and flick it away, isn't it? And they always think it's a real strangle, as they call it, when there's a faint edge and it's caught behind. But it's a risk. Klein is in again to him. He's forward on off stump, guiding it down towards third man, and he gets about a third of the way there as running back from point is Lewis Hill. So it is just the one. Hill continues on his way though, because he's going to go on down to long leg now for the left-handed Leach.
You see, if they take a signal for that, what's the point of having a night watchman out there? Unless Leach gets a single off this ball, it means that Abel's going to have to face the last over. Whereas the night watchman's job is to take as much of the bowling as possible while he's out there.
I may be wrong, but has Jack Leach been dismissed this season? He's got a 28 not out, a 0 not out, a 4 not out, and so far a 9 not out. So you might say, hang on, I'm a proper frontline batsman. They're putting in a leg slip, Leicestershire here, for Leach, who has really looked in a lot of trouble against that bouncer. No idea where that had gone.
No, you're quite right, he's not been dismissed.
Well then, you should have absolute confidence as Klein goes in and bowls to him a bad bouncer that's down the leg side. He knew it was coming, just leant forward a little bit, but it was not well directed down the leg side, taken by Swindles. End of the penultimate over of what's been a really interesting day's county cricket, championship cricket.
And pretty evenly balanced day's play as well, thanks to the 3 wickets that Leicestershire have picked up in the last 3/4 of an hour or so. So one more over for Tom Abel to survive. It ought really to be Jack Leach down at this end if they hadn't taken that single. I don't know who's, well, it was Leach's call. That if he'd been doing his job properly, he would have sent his captain, said to his captain, "You stay where you are, mate. Leave me to face the last over. That's what I'm here for."
Paul Nixon and Tom Smith, head coach and assistant coach, down at long leg talking to Dieter Klein.
So here we go, last over. It's right to Abel, and Abel's looking for a single into the offside, but it's not there. Picked up at cover. Not quite so much vocal encouragement for the bowler, but 3 slips go down, the only close catches, as right bowls, and that's played away into a gap in the offside, and sensibly they might have been able to come back for the second, but on this occasion, quite correctly, they didn't. Just a single. It means that Tom Abel should be able to watch the final, was it 4 deliveries of the day from the non-striker's end, and Jack Leach's job is to keep them out, but even if he gets out now, they would go off, I think, wouldn't they, Richard?
I guess they would. Final over.
Yeah, final over.
6:21.
So 52 for 3 Somerset, replying to Leicestershire's 233. Leicestershire have 1 batting point and 1 bowling point, and Somerset have 3 bowling points. It's still a long way from picking up the batting points that they need. They're going to have to bat well tomorrow. We've got a short leg and 3 slips as right is in to bowl to Leach, who does his best to get an outside edge to that, as he comes determinedly forward and pushes out firmly at the ball, making no contact. Ball angled across him from the Bennett end. The floodlights here at the Uptonsteel County Ground have not been required today, and they are casting very long shadows over the outfield.
They're huge pylons, and last week a couple of the bulbs had to be changed.
Is right into Leach, who plays that solidly back up the pitch, and they quite rightly decide against attempting a single, which I don't think was there in any case.
I assumed that there'd be some sort of climbing device, but no, he went up with one of those sort of harnesses around the actual thing. Oof.
Rather him than me.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Towering above the ground. I think they look even taller because there are no really high stands here at
no, there aren't.
at Grace Road.
But they are big. They're really high quality, and the place really does light up.
Here's right to Leach and Bowles, and that's whipped around the corner by Jack Leach. Well, nothing very defensive about that shot. It was well fielded at backward square leg.
You might think if he can just survive this last ball, it's an opportunity tomorrow. The man who cannot be dismissed.
Well, he did. He got some very valuable runs up at Lords in the first innings, and that last wicket partnership with March and Delanga. They put on 73 together. Right, here we go then. Last ball, right is into Leach, who gets one coming back into him. This time sets off for the single, which is accomplished comfortably enough, and that concludes proceedings for the day, with Leicestershire being bowled out for 233 and Somerset in reply 53 for 3, 180 behind. And over the course of the day, Richard, I would have said honours just about even.
Yeah, it didn't necessarily look like that was going to be the way of things when Somerset were running through Leicestershire's middle order, and they were 133 for 6. Decent partnership between Ben Mike and Lewis Hill. Only one Leicestershire batsman past 50, who was Hill, got 68. And I think Somerset would have been pretty pleased to have bowled Leicestershire out for 233, but then, as you said, the openers didn't manage to get a score between them, and Hildreth too dismissed 39 for 3, but 62 for 3, scoring quickly Somerset. So I hope you've enjoyed the day with us here on BBC Radio's Somerset and Leicester. It's been an awfully exciting day with 13 wickets falling and the best part of 285 runs scored. We'll be back bright and early tomorrow in good time for the restart at 11. A good forecast, and hopefully we'll have another absorbing day's cricket for you. But for now, from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester, from myself, Richard Ray, and from Anthony Gibson, it's a very good evening. In goes Overton. Bowles outside off stump and cut over the slips quite deliberately by Azad. Angled bat, lifted it over the top of the slips.
Here's Davey in the bowls to Harris, who drives nicely away through the offside, got right across to that and just timed it away through extra cover. Ground, he's in and bowls, and this is driven away through the offside. That'll be 4 runs. Timed that beautifully, did Marcus Harris. Very important 50 for us up at Lords in his first innings. Edged! Just short of, and it's gone, in fact, between first and second.
Overton and Bowles edges just short of second slip. And it was a good half stop at second slip. It's still going to run away to the boundary, though. Deflected it through. It was
Gregory's in and Bowles, and this is bowled. Bottom edge. That is the end of Marcus Harris. Bottom edge onto the stumps. He was going for a pretty expansive. Anyway, here's Gregory in and bowls. This is driven away nicely through the offside by Hassan Azad, and will pick up 4 runs. Gregory in and bowls, and this is driven away.
In the air.
In the air, backward of point. He again chased after that wide outside.
Davey and Bowles thick outside edge. He's going to pick up 4. That wasn't too far wide of third slip. Again, I don't think it quite carried.
He takes it all very seriously as Gregory's in and Bowles takes him on the pad, and he's given out LBW. That is the end of Harry Dearden. Umpire Robinson
goes and Bowles short and cut away by Azad. It's as well. You've been predicting it for a while, I think, Anthony, and eventually.
Broad shoulders in a bowl. So takes him on the pad and given out LBW. That's the end of Ackerman. There didn't seem to be too much doubt about that one. Umpire.
It goes Abel and bowls to Azad, who he's going to be caught behind. He is. He went for a ball lifting outside off stump, a risky attempt to chop it. Overton and bowls to Swindles, who is caught at first slip. Yes, second attempt. It went to second slip. He was trying to get out of the way of the bouncer. It came off firmly through mid-wicket, and that's going to run away for 4. Nice piece of timing. Not a great deal of foot movement, but it was in towards his legs. He just turned his wrists on it and it fell. Steel. In goes Overton, very full outside off something that was there to be hit, and it was driven away by Lewis Hill, and he is going to pick up 4. That was a genuine half day. Davey is in bowling. Hill is driving, and that's going to run away for 4. Leach turns, jogs, knowing that no chance down.
At Leicester, Gregory is in and bowls, and this is whipped away nicely through the onside. Fielder Lammonby is in pursuit, but it will be a vain pursuit. I realised he was Cornish. This is driven away through the offside for 4 runs. Nice shot. He
Might be worth pursuing.